Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Taxi's very first COVID-free virtual road rally for 2020. Yeah, baby, the audience loves it. Hello, everybody. Am I a little petrified about doing 3 days, 8 hours a day of live TV? You betcha. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, fake audience. Thank you, real audience, and welcome to Taxi's 24th annual road rally. It's great to see all of you again. Oh, speaking of seeing all of you again, let's get that chat room open. There we go. Now I can see you. Hello. I see you guys just flying by in the chat room. Anyway, well, hello, Taxi members and all you regular Taxi TV viewers. It is great to see you guys. Thanks for joining us for this auspicious experiment in live television. I'd like to give a special shout out to the regulars who spent the last, regular Taxi TV viewers. I'd like to give a special shout out to the regulars who spent the last 8 months with me during 100 episodes of Taxi's Quarantini Happy Hour. You guys are awesome. We've become a family and we've kept each other sane during these times. Thank you. I'd like to welcome all of our new members and first-time rally attendees. Hopefully we'll all be together in person next year to enjoy the incredible camaraderie that happens at the Westin LAX. But look at the bright side. While you can't meet and collaborate and drink beer on the helipad on top of the hotel, you guys saved a ton of money this year on travel. So there you go. There's always the silver lining. I'd like to give a very special shout out to our incredible staff who have seamlessly, and I mean seamlessly, transitioned to working remotely during the age of COVID. They haven't missed a beat in the last 8 months. I could not be more proud of them and grateful. If anything, they've been the best they've ever been. Maybe we should stay remote forever. Also want to thank God for WhatsApp and Zoom. Boy, without those two things, it would have been a lot harder. We send a lot of WhatsApp messages. So thank you, Angel Mara Diaga, Bria McTavish Abrahamson, Tom Stillwagon, Eric Anderson, Liz Cohen, Angela McCool, Matt Hutchison, Randy Renteria, Ariana Vogler, and my wife, Deborah, who's been the glue that's helped keep it all together at the office and at home. Thank you, Deb. Thank you to the best team of A&R people who've ever screened music at Taxi. An incredible team of A&R people right now. There are too many of them to list here, but I want you to know that they take their work really, really seriously. One of the jobs we have at Taxi, the staff, the regular staff, not the screeners, is critiquing their work, the screeners' work. And you know, believe it or not, they always seem to appreciate constructive criticism more than their own personal validation, which I take as a very good sign. I'd also like to thank our IT guys, Michael Cheney and Adam Giacopuzzi, for constantly improving the website and the back-end functionality that helps us serve you so well all year long. And of course, I'd like to thank our sponsors, because without them, we just wouldn't be able to give you guys free tickets to this conference. The sponsors this year are Bandzoogle, Disc Makers, Vienna Symphonic Library, and I want to mention, don't miss the Vienna Symphonic Library thing. I forget where it is on the schedule, but you guys are going to be blown away. Do not miss that one. Isotope, Master Writer, Music Pro Insurance, Cal State Northridge, Casio Keyboards, and Final Mix Software. Thank you for your support. We really deeply appreciate it. Finally, I'd like to tell you, I personally thought that doing a virtual road rally would be much easier than doing a physical one. And boy, I could not have been more wrong. Oh my God. I thought, well, how hard can it be? I hold up my little iCarly box and make fake applause. We're not using the Taxi music for this, but I do this every Monday. I've been doing it for 11 years. How hard can it be? Well, it's been a lot harder. I've learned how to produce live TV during the last 3 months. I've learned how to map timings, create bumpers in and out, create title cards, direct music cues, which, by the way, I want you guys to know that awesome music you heard up front that you'll be hearing all weekend long comes from one of your fellow members, none other than Mr. Keith LeBrant. So thank you for that great music, Keith. And I've relearned the most valuable lesson of all. Am I on? Boy, look at that. I'm on schedule. Don't give in to resistance. What do I mean by that? Well, you're going to find out in a minute when I introduce our first guest, Mr. Stephen Pressfield. He's an author of incredible fiction and nonfiction books, as well as being a Hollywood screenwriter, probably best known for his book-turned-blockbuster film, Bagger Vance. Remember that one, Will Smith? Great movie. I first heard of his book. Where is the book? First heard of his book, The War of Art, about 10 years ago. Oops, I'm backwards. There it is. I was going to show you how marked up the pages are, dog-eared, underlined, all that stuff. Anyway, I heard about the book about 10 years ago, and I read it twice. Literally, when I finished reading it the first time, I went right back to the beginning and read it again. Then I read his book, Do the Work. Finally, I read his book, Turning Pro. And for all of you who haven't read his books yet, start with The War of Art first. Don't skip to Turning Pro. People do that because they think, I'm just going to cut right to the chase, go to Turning Pro, and I'll be a pro when I'm done. No, you've got to read The War of Art first. Many of you know this already, but for you newbies, I want you to know that I've read more than 800 nonfiction books since I started Taxi nearly 29 years ago. But none of them have helped me understand the battle that creative people like songwriters, composers, and artists face every time they sit down to create. The enemy they face on that battlefield is resistance. And as Steve Pressfield has so eloquently put it, the enemy is our chattering brain, which, if we give it so much as a nanosecond, will start producing excuses, alibis, transparent self-justifications, and a million reasons why we can't, shouldn't, and won't do what we need to do. Thousands of Taxi members have read Steve's books over the last decade, and you know what? Nearly every one of our most successful members have read his books, and I think it's high time you meet him. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stephen Pressfield. Hello, Steve.
Hi, Michael. How are you?
I'm good,
Great
thanks.
to be here.
Nice to meet you as well. I want everybody to know we're having kind of a shaky connection with Steve, but the audio seems pretty good. The picture's a little fuzzy, but that's okay. His words are what matters most, because I've read a lot of them. By the way, I want to compliment you on the book, The Lion's Gate, which I also read twice. Just an amazing book. Man, what a life, what a career you've had. But thank you for taking the time to do this.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks for inviting me. It's great to be here with everybody.
I'm so excited for our members to meet you and to hear your story. So let's begin at the beginning. When you were in grade school, what did you want to be when you grew up? A fireman, a policeman, a doctor, a lawyer, what?
I wanted to play center field for the Yankees, I guess. I grew up in New York. But I certainly never had any fantasies about being a writer, that's for sure. So I don't think I even thought that far. I didn't think much farther than high school graduation.
At what point in your life did you know that you wanted to be a writer?
I came out of college and got married, moved to New York City. I'm from that area. And I had no idea what I wanted to do, but I sort of wanted to write TV commercials. Mm-hmm. I kind of thought that was cool. That was back in the days of Alka-Seltzer commercials and those great commercials. And I never really thought beyond that. Just like to do something that my friends might think was funny or cool. That's about it. Didn't have any great overarching ambitions at all. That came later.
What?
That came later.
Oh, okay. So, was there a moment or a catalyst that did make you realize that you wanted to be a writer? Like a legit writer?
Actually, I was just writing about this the other day. The first job that I got was as an office boy at Gray Advertising in New York. I worked on the Lewallen account. It was all lipstick and hair coloring and stuff like that. And one of my jobs, I made like $105 a week. One of my jobs was just to carry copy, the copywriter's copy. I would just carry it from one office to another. And from time to time, I would sort of look at it and read the copy, and it was stuff like colors of autumn, biff, bow, pang. And I would look at it and I thought, I could write this shit, And so I just sort of thought, well, maybe I could do that. And eventually I got a portfolio together and I did get a job in advertising. And that was kind of how I sort of started, as a writer at age 23 or something like that.
Was that, well, you know what? I want you to tell the story. I was going to synopsize the story, but your story is so good and you're such a great storyteller. Can you tell us the story about, that period, about being a Marine, which thank you for your service. Just your story is fascinating. I mean, you slept in the back of your car. So yeah, can you, just tell it as you would tell it to a grandkid or something?
Well, I'll try not to make this too long and boring or anything, but I'm sure that a lot of our people that are listening to this right now will have stories exactly like this and be able to relate to this completely. But when I was working at this ad agency, I had a boss named Ed Hannibal, and one day he wrote a novel, and it was a hit. And like overnight, he was a star, and he quit. And so I thought to myself, well, shit, I can do that. Sounds like a good idea. So I quit too. And I was married at the time, and living in New York City. And the short version is I spent like 2 years writing a novel. I had no business. I didn't have a clue in the world what a book was, what a beginning, middle, nothing. And on the 1 yard line of finishing at 99.9% of the way through, I just totally choked. And resistance, which I didn't know what it was at the time, overcame me, and I blew up my marriage, blew up every sort of self-destructed, and wound up kind of, I would say I sort of dropped out of the bottom of the middle class. I sort of fell, people, I'm sure your listeners know what I'm talking about. And I spent like maybe the next 6 or 7 years traveling around the country, working all kinds of jobs. I drove trucks, I worked on offshore oil rigs, I picked fruit. I came back to New York, I drove a taxi, I taught school, I did, all kinds of things, and was absolutely at the bottom of the food chain. And at one point, I'm giving you the long version here,
That's
Michael.
That's fine. We got plenty of time.
I want to get it together. I saved up $2,700 that I thought would last me a year, and it did last me a year. And I rented a little house, and I finished my first book. I finally actually finished one, but I couldn't sell it. So I had to go back to work, and I worked a bunch of other jobs. I worked in advertising again, and I saved up my money again. And then I wrote another book. It took about 2 years to write another book, and that I couldn't sell that one either. And now we're like maybe 14 years or something into this odyssey of mine. And throughout this whole thing, my family and people that I knew when I was younger would say to me constantly, "What's your problem, man? Why do you keep doing this? Can't you just stop doing this? You're killing yourself." But I couldn't stop. And with my second book that didn't sell, I'd show it to friends and they would get that plastic smile on their face, Anyway, I decided then that I would go out to Hollywood and try to write for the movies. So I figured if I'm failing at novel writing, why don't I go out and fail at screenwriting too? So I did go out there and had about a 10-year career that I would not glorify it to say I was on the B list. I was probably on the C list most of that time. But I did work with a partner for a while, a guy named Ron Shusett, who did the first Alien and did Total Recall. He was a star, and I was kind of his slave. And I was the one that he was more of a producer writer, and I was more of a writer. But at least I was finally making a living as a writer, even though I wasn't doing anything I particularly wanted to do. But I was learning the principles of storytelling. I was in the trenches and I was getting hard knocks, and like one of the terrible movies that Ron and I wrote was a movie called King Kong Lives. We did a bunch of terrible movies. And one of the reviews in Variety said, Ronald Shusett and Stephen Pressfield. We hope these are not their real names for their parents' sake. So, so there was a lot of that, And finally, after I think now it's up maybe to like 24 years or more than that of trying, I finally had the idea for another book, and that became The Legend of Bagger Vance. That I actually hated the movie, but the book is much better than the movie. But at least that I finally had done something that came from my heart and that sold and that made money. And and I think I was like 54 years old at that time.
Wow.
So there've been like 20 books, I think, since then. I haven't done any more movies since then. But that was kind of, The Legend of Bagger Vance was the moment when I finally sort of broke through in terms of being able to pay the rent and doing what I've done, what I wanted to do. And I must say, of all those books that I've written since then, I'm proud of all of them. I don't feel like a whore or a prostitute in any way. I've been doing what I wanted to do. It took like 30 years to get there.
Yeah.
So that's my story in a nutshell.
Well, it's such a great story. I mean, first of all, being a roustabout on an oil rig, that's something that very few people ever get to do. Pretty rough and tumble job, dangerous. The fact that at some point you lived in your car for a while, I mean, you really gave it up to live your dream. And the fact that it took you 27 years, 27 years. I mean, I've been running this company now for just under 29 years. I can't imagine 27 years of not succeeding at this thing that just lives inside of you and eats away at you like, do this. There's nothing else in the world. But, I actually, as I told you before we went live on air, I was sitting here writing these questions last night at 2 o'clock in the morning because I just wasn't happy with what I had. So I'm working on 3 hours of sleep, but loving this interview because you are so inspirational, but you clearly didn't have the wisdom and insight. I mean, this book, literally every page is worthy of changing your life. You can't just keep turning the pages, get to the end of the book and go, oh, that was good. It's like every page, I've got to think about what I'm doing in my life that relates to that book. So did you start collecting the ideas and, all this introspection and understanding of yourself and understanding what resistance was? And in a moment, I'm going to have you define what resistance is. But did you keep a diary all these years? How did you have all this material?
I don't know. I just remember, I lived it and I remembered it. But, the sort of the underlying, I was reading, somebody was talking yesterday about Steve Jobs, and that he used to go around Apple and he would say to people, what business are we in? That was his question. And then he would ask them, what business are we really in? It's question number 2. And I sort of apply that to writing or anything. And I say to myself, like in a book, I'll say, what is this book about? And then I'll ask myself, well, what is it really about? What is it about at the deepest level? And the story that I just told you about me bouncing around all these jobs and stuff, you could say that's about, I don't even know what that's about. But what it's really about is that negative force that I call resistance with a capital R. Like what made me drop out of the bottom of the middle class was resistance when I couldn't finish the book, the first book I wrote. That demon came up and sabotaged me, and I was completely unaware of it, no clue. All I knew was suddenly I'm cheating on my wife, and the next thing you know, everything is gone, right? And so, and for the longest period through that time, when I was on the road and traveling, I was very much aware that I had this tendency to sabotage myself, that I would just, at the moment, in anything, in the time when I was driving trucks, I didn't get in any wrecks, any crashes, but I did, constantly did these things. It was like to get me fired or to blow things up. So wow. That's what this was kind of all about throughout the whole thing, that whole story that I just told you. And I'm sure that people who are trying to write music and trying to make a career in music must have that over and over and over again. You have women, you have drugs, you have booze, you have being on the road, you have opportunities to sell out and do some shitty thing that you don't really believe in. And, just to go back to one thing, Michael.
Sure.
Through this period of mine, 2 or 3 times I went back and I worked in ad agencies because I could make money, and I could save it to write a book. And inevitably what would happen, I would go into my boss to quit. And I would say, whatever. I'd tell them whatever. I was going to go write a book. And they would say to me, don't throw your life away. We love you here. You're doing great work. We'll promote you. We'll give you an office. We'll give you a raise. We'll get whatever it is. And I would go home in a state of, hysteria, thinking, they're right. Why do I want to go out, to spend another 2 years writing a book that nobody's going to want? And I should just do this. I should take the job. Sometimes I would have a girlfriend, I'd have a life, and I was going to leave, but I could never do it. I always kind of said, I've just got to keep, trying to do what I think I can do. Because if I don't, I was just, on the day-to-day level, I was just so depressed. When I would come home, I would just be absolutely, in despair of, writing the shitty stuff that I was writing, or doing this, the wasted stuff that I was doing. So that's kind of what kept me going through this. The other sort of thing, this maybe is even a question you might want to ask me, Michael, but through that long period, there were a lot of times when I was succeeding, even though I wasn't making any money. Like when I would take 2 years and just write a book, and just kind of be in a little house by myself, just working, even though from my family's point of view, they were in despair for me that I was just insane, But for me, I was learning, I would write all day, I would read all night. I'm sure musicians are just like this, right? You're practicing, you're playing, Schumann or whatever, and it feeds you. You're doing your art. You're operating from your heart. You're learning. You might be at a very low level, but you're learning. So I didn't always feel like I was, it wasn't all bad. It was, a lot of it was good and was fun.
It's funny. I've actually got something about that in here, so I'm going to skip ahead a page and I'll go back to my list of questions. But my analogy to you having written the copy for Gravy Train dog food, just add water. By the way, when I was a kid, I actually added water to Gravy Train and tried a bite of my German Shepherd's dog food. It was better dry, just letting you know.
Keep that in mind.
But writing music cues for TV is something that I always tell musicians who want to make it in the music industry, think about writing instrumental cues for reality shows. And they're like, what? They turn their nose up at that. It's like, that's not cool. But I compare it to like painting houses by day to put food on the table, and then going home and painting fine art at night, because they are related. They both use brushes. They both require blending colors. They both require a steady hand. So while one is more sophisticated in its art and the other one isn't, at least it keeps your head kind of in the game and builds a little muscle memory, if you will. And you can feel good that you're employed in at least kind of a related field. So while composing music cues might not be high art, it still is creation. And frankly, some of the cues that I hear from our successful members, they are high art. They're as good as any records out there. But it keeps your brain in the game. It helps you become much faster with your studio equipment, which is important when you're making music. Helps you become better and faster with your production chops. Also good for when you're going to record your grand opus. It helps you write melodies more quickly. And it introduces you to multiple genres of music and how each one can create a certain mood or emotion, which is obviously key when you're working to picture. So am I nuts in thinking that anything you can do that teaches discipline and develops that muscle memory, keep a roof over your head while you're doing it, working toward your grand opus, not such a terrible thing, right?
I couldn't agree more, Michael. I agree completely. In fact, I just did a blog post a little while ago, and when I first got out to Hollywood, I did some work with a director named Ernie Pintoff, who actually won an Oscar for a short subject that he did with Mel Brooks called The Critic. But he really made his living doing episodic TV. You know, he did Kojaks and stuff like that. And I would work for him. I was like his slave. You know, we would kind of work side by side at a table, you know. But in any event, he gave me a great piece of advice, which is exactly what you just said, Michael. He just said, keep working. He said, don't turn down anything. Work on a slasher movie, work on a porn movie, do stuff for free, schlep coffee for people, get on a location, because like you say, you're in the game, you're making money, you're making friends. You never know. Some person that's schlepping coffee today, and I can think of one guy in particular, is a big movie producer the next day, and they might buy your stuff, you know? You do a free rewrite for some actress, you know, a weekend rewrite on something. 2 years from now, she can pull you in on a project, you know? So I'm definitely in favor of that. And the other thing is, like you, I've been doing certain videos lately where I'm looking for music cues, and it's hard to find.
And well, not anymore, Steve.
It works. It's gold. It's wonderful. If I found somebody that could do it, I would hang on to it with both hands because it makes such a difference. So I would, that's one of the things that Ernie said, don't turn up your nose at anything, you know, keep working. And another thing that he said to me was, and this is absolutely true, if you're a writer, he said, keep reading. Mm-hmm. Even if you can't find work, you know, read the good stuff, you know, get it into your head, get it into your DNA. And I'm sure there's an analogy in music, you know, keep listening, keep exposing yourself to what other people are doing and you know, studying them, how they make that effect or whatever.
You're absolutely right. I tell our members this all the time. They get frustrated. They submit music. Our members range from like 18 up to 75. We actually had a member who passed away recently, I think 96 or 99 years old. And we were helping him make money. In the last, 10 years of his life, he was making like an extra 20 grand a year from getting stuff he wrote and recorded in the 40s into some really big movies and TV shows. I called him up one day and I said, I just want to congratulate you. I'm just so happy. All of us here at Taxi are so happy that at your advanced age that you're making money, doing music and stuff that you recorded in the mid 40s is now finding an audience out there.
Yeah.
And he talked like a sailor. He came a little bit profane. He said, I'm cleaning it up here. Listen, young man, I don't give a shit about the money. It's the fact that this music has been sitting on a shelf since 1943 or whatever it was, and finally, through your efforts and getting me to a publisher that got it in all these movies and TV shows, millions of people are hearing my music, and that's all I care about.
Isn't that great? Yeah.
It made me cry.
Here's a little sidebar on that.
Yeah.
My agent is a guy named Sterling Lord. He just turned 100, and he made this is my newest book. It's coming out. He made the deal on this book just like a couple of months ago.
Unbelievable. So, well, congratulations to him and you.
He made the original deal, Sterling Lord, for Jack Kerouac's On the Road back in 1953 or something like that. The offer was $900. Sterling got him up to $1,000.
Whoa.
So,
that's great. You talked about just read. Well, the advice I give our members is they get frustrated because a lot of our members are like 35 to 55. There's kind of a bell curve there. And they get frustrated because our screeners are always telling them, this is really good, but it's just not contemporary enough. And more often than not, the people in the industry want contemporary sounding music because the story is contemporary. It's taking place in a contemporary time period.
Yeah.
So they need music that matches that. And our members get very frustrated when they hear not contemporary. And my advice to them all the time, because they ask, is just listen to contemporary music. Go on Spotify and listen to the charts on Spotify every week. Don't turn on oldies radio. Don't listen. I mean, I personally love the Eagles, the Beatles, Steely Dan, if I were writing music, if I were going back to engineering or producing, the stuff that I would do would sound like the Beatles, the Eagles, and Steely Dan. I would have to spend a year absorbing myself into contemporary music so that I could analyze what's the hi-hat doing. Oh, that snare sound is a little different. Oh, the vocal doesn't start right on the beat. It starts on the end. All these little things. Melodies have become different. Choruses used to get big and pop, and now they're more even, but there's all this little ear candy around them that designates it as the chorus. The rules of the game and the fashions change, and you have to keep up on it if you want to be in the game. It's just that simple. So yeah, read. Yeah. Listen to music.
Although, let me take the opposite side of that, Michael.
Okay.
Sometimes, if you think about a guy like Steve Jobs and the products that he came up with, the Macintosh, the iMac, the iPhone, nobody was waiting for those products.
Right.
He led them. He was ahead of them. If you had done focus group and said, what do you guys want? What can I give you? Nobody would have come up with the iPhone. Nobody would have come up with it. So there's a lot to be said for being a leader and for being out ahead of people. Now, I know it's hard to sell that stuff.
Right.
But, it's also a question of sort of what's your muse telling you to write? What's your heart telling you to write in terms of music?
Well, there is an adage in the record industry, certainly, that is just do what you do it well, and eventually the industry will come around to what you do. But not everybody's going to be like our 96-year-old taxi member where it did come back around to him. It just took like 50 years to get there.
Yeah.
So, it's the ongoing battle of art and commerce. And people, a lot of the creative types and all the creative fields I know, it's like, why do I have to follow a story arc? Well, because the human beings like things presented to them in a pattern, with an arc, with structure. And songwriters, well, I'm just going to be the greatest songwriter ever. I'm just going to create what my muse tells me. But I think if you develop the craft and then let the muse take hold, that your stuff comes out better because you've got the underlying support of the craft, which you obviously earned by spending all those years writing and reading. So, yeah, you should follow your muse, but you have to have the craft as well.
Yes.
Here I am telling Stephen Pressfield. Oh, man, this is one of those moments when I watch the Red Rally later, I'm going to go, what the hell was I thinking? Anyway, art and commerce. Any thoughts about the ongoing battle that all creatives face?
I've certainly been one of the guys that's on the art side, in the sense that the two books that were my most successful in terms of novels were The Legend of Bagger Vance and the book that came after that, Gates of Fire, that was about the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae. Mm-hmm. And both of those books, if you think about the idea for them, sound like the dumbest idea you could possibly imagine, the least commercial ideas. And I thought so as I was writing them. I thought, nobody's going to like this except me. Nobody's going to be interested in this except me. But I was seized by both of them. I absolutely had to do it. And those were the ones that were the most successful. And when I've had ideas where I think, this is right down, it's a fastball right down the middle, those are the ones that have not done well. So I sort of pretty much given up on trying to second guess the market. And I mean, within reason, I always ask myself of an idea as I'm starting to work on it, does this have a chance? Is anybody going to want this at all? And if it's completely in left field, then maybe I won't do it. But I will try to follow my heart and what I love. And sometimes people find it, sometimes they, what you love is what other people love too. Sometimes.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't follow your heart. I'm just saying having the writing chops, understanding structure, understanding three acts.
Same thing with music. Obviously, you got to know what you're doing.
Right. You can't just have a song that meanders. for like 17 minutes with no chorus. People like an intro, a verse, a chorus. You know, it's we're wired. I don't know if anybody's ever shared this with you, but the choruses in music actually came from back in the days of the Knights of the Round Table, and traveling minstrels would go from castle to castle and play gigs at court after court. And somebody once played something that had a refrain, and people in the court started singing along with it because it was repetitive. And whoever that was went, repetition, which in music is good. And so allegedly, that's where the chorus came from. I want to go back to another part of your life. And this was personal for me when I read that you were a Marine. We have a daughter that became a combat search and rescue soldier, and at 18. And I watched what that did to her, how fast she grew up and how her brain wiring changed, everything. She just became not only more adult, but like more capable, more everything. How did your time in the Marines affect you as a person, and did that have any effect on your discipline that was required later in life?
Definitely. Now, I mean, I was a reservist. I was one of the guys that did, 6 months of active duty, and then 5.5 years in the reserves. But it's funny that while I was in, I resisted it mightily. I said, I am not going to be brainwashed by this. But once I got out, I discovered, particularly as a writer where you're facing the blank page and you're all alone and all that I was falling back on the concepts of discipline. Only instead of it being externally imposed discipline, it became self-discipline, But very definitely, I kind of lived my life. I'm up early, I work out, I have a sort of a very kind of a military type of day that, and I certainly, I think of myself as a warrior kind of the page,
Right.
That I'm enlisting the virtues of a warrior, but internally, against the demons of resistance and so on and so forth, that's the enemy, and that I have to fight it every day. It's a battle every day. And I think of myself as like a soldier in that war.
Do you ever go back and read what you wrote about resistance when you're having a day where you're being unproductive or waiting for the muse to show up? Do you read your own stuff?
I do, actually, I do. And it's a weird feeling, because I say to myself, God, I should take that lesson myself, I forgot that lesson, I need to crack the whip harder over myself.
Do you have any hobbies? This isn't on my list, but I'm just curious. What do you do with your life when you're not writing and battling resistance?
Not really, I play a little golf. I go out to dinner, I watch movies, but, I don't, I'm not down in the basement doing any woodworking or building a motorcycle. My work is my hobby. My work is what I do. That's my love. I mean, I don't, and I think that's a great thing, that what you do to make your living, to be your livelihood, is the thing that you love.
That's exactly what I was telling myself last night at 2:00, sitting right here working on these questions. Thank God I love what I do. I've often said, I think I probably heard this from my dad at some point when I was a kid, but I claim it as my own. I've often said that the last person on the field wins the game. You stayed on the field there for 27 years, and that's a long, long, long game. During that time, did you ever lie in bed shivering, praying to God to give you the strength to not give up, or did you pray to God that you'd die in your sleep so you didn't have to live with the pain of not being successful?
I'm not exactly a praying kind of person, but
no, even figuratively.
In a way, yeah. I mean, I was hanging on by my fingernails through that whole time. I very much felt that I was in exile. That I was on the sea somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to get home, trying to come back to that. So, yeah. I felt that very keenly all the time, that I was had fallen from grace, and was just desperate to get back somehow. although I don't think I ever been in grace before. I may have fooled myself that I was. But yeah, so I was pretty much praying one way or another that whole time.
Was financial success a motivator? I mean, would you still be doing this, if you were making 40 grand a year?
No, because one of the things that I think really helped me, Michael, in the sense of failing for so long, was that I had to ask myself and really answer it. Why are you doing this? What are you doing this for? Are you doing it because you think you're going to make money? Are you doing it because you think you're going to get recognition? Are you doing it for women? What are you doing it for? And because I wasn't getting any of that, the answer was, I'm doing it for the work itself. I'm doing it just out of love for doing it myself. And like when I started on The Lion's Gate, the book that you were talking about before, which is about, for our people who have never heard of it, it's about the Israeli Six-Day War, the Arab-Israeli War of 1967. And I went over to Israel and I interviewed 70-something soldiers, airmen, tankers, men and women. And at the start of that book, I knew it was going to cost me a fortune to do it. And I knew that, I had no clue that anybody would buy it. And I said to myself, are you willing to do this anyway? And I was, just like I've been willing to do anything anyway. And it turned out I actually did make a deal, and I did have enough money to pay for it. But thanks to my agent, Sean Coyne, at the time. But yeah, I never have really, all I wanted to do was just pay the rent,
Yeah.
Just like Butch Cassidy says in that movie, as long as we break even, I think is what he said.
Yeah, that book was
so
great.
No, never been a motivator for me at all.
You're kind of amazing in that you write this military fiction that is so good. I mean, you literally feel like you are there with the men in a trench or getting fired at from somebody in a clock tower. You feel it, and you're that guy, and yet you're also this guy. It's like they're two different disciplines, and I've got to say, I've spent a fair amount of time on your website in the last few days getting ready for this. You have one of the best websites that I've ever been on in my life, and I want everybody to go check it out. It's stephenpressfield.com. The layout, the user interface, the way you thought about who your users are, who your visitors are, and what they need from you, and can they tell you, are you this kind of person, that kind of person? Everything about that website is just amazing. How much input did you have in putting that together?
Well, first of all, thanks, Michael. Actually, anybody, if you go to that website, you have to first click on the X at the top right-hand corner of the thing, because it now has a splash page over it. Again, it's kind of promoting this book.
Right.
And once you get to that, then you get to the basic website. But I did it with a young designer named Jeff Simon, and we kind of did it together. And sort of like it kind of called upon my old advertising skills, like a writer working with an art director. So, well, thanks for the kind words. We worked really hard on that, trying to make it interesting for people.
Frankly, it was hard to leave the website and go back to writing questions last night. It wasn't the first time I've been there. It's like the fourth time I've been there, but man, I'm just so proud of you for that, and I think that it can be held up of an example of what a great website is, because it's totally engaging, which is the whole point. Let's see.
Do you want to talk about resistance a little bit?
Absolutely, yeah. I know we touched on it before, but yes, give people the in-depth view of what resistance is, where it comes from, all of it.
Okay, because I think this is maybe what will be of most use to our listeners here. When you're a writer, and I'm sure this is true of keyboards of all kinds, and you sit down in the morning in front of this thing and a blank page or a blank screen, at least for me, I can feel radiating off that screen and into my face a powerful negative force that is saying to me, let's go to the beach. What are we doing? Doing this, and coming.
Ooh, I'm losing you a little bit. Our signal is fading. I may have to have you repeat that in a minute. Hopefully it bounces back.
Yeah, it's
I can see what my screen is.
It's what? Oh no, we lost him?
yeah. Hopefully he'll dial back in. Looks like he's coming back.
I hear him. Bria? Are you aware? All right, hang in there, everybody. We're trying to get reconnected. We can hear you a little bit, but we can't see you.
I'll let you know when he's ready.
Okay. All right, well, just hang in there, Steve. We're waiting for the signal to come back in. Do
Okay.
we need him? Do we need him to re-click the link? Right there, you are.
There we
Hopefully,
go.
you stick around. All right. So, if you wouldn't mind, could you start over on resistance again? Looking at the screen, the stuff coming off of it.
Okay, so as a writer, and I'm sure this is true of musicians when you sit down at the keyboard, at the piano, you can kind of feel radiating off that keyboard, at least I can, a powerful negative force. And that force is trying to stop you from doing your work, stop you from making your music, stop me from writing whatever it is I want to do. And the negative force will say things like, well, let's go to the beach. Let's have a drink. Let's go call up our friends and, slough off for the day. Let's go have an affair. Let's go whatever, right? The other thing, this is in your head, the voice in your head is the voice of resistance. The other thing the voice of resistance will say to you is, you are a bum. Who do you think you are trying to write a symphony? What background do you have? Every idea that you have in your head has already been done by Beethoven, by Keith Richards, by Barry Manilow. It's been done better than you'll ever do it. You're too old, you're too young, you're too fat, you're too skinny, you have no training, you have too much training. In other words, it will be this negative stream to stop us from doing our work. Self-sabotage, fear, procrastination, and the opposite side, arrogance, complacency, ego, that kind of thing. So I know that you and Deborah, Michael, were married by Rabbi Finley,
Yes, we
who is also a high rabbi and a great guy and a former Marine. And he told me that in Jewish mysticism, there is a concept that we live on a lower plane, and above us is a higher plane, the soul, the neshama. And that on the lower plane, we are reaching up to the higher plane through what you might call prayer, would be one way. But also, if you're a writer or a musician, you're reaching up to that higher plane saying, give me an idea. Give me an idea for a song. Give me an idea for a book. Help me doing what I'm doing. And according to Jewish mysticism, that plane, the soul, the neshama, is reaching down to us with good intention, trying to help us. Like they say, Kabbalists say, that above every blade of grass is an angel saying, grow, grow. But here's the rub. Between these two things is a third level. And the third level is what they call in Jewish mysticism the Yetzer Hara, a turning toward evil. And that third element, its job is to stop us, to stop the soul from talking to us, and to stop us from talking to the soul. And as Rabbi Finley said to me, the Yetzer Hara is what you would call resistance, Steve. And so the whole idea that there is such a thing as this negative force, that was really the key for me that allowed me to become a professional. Just recognizing that I wasn't insane, I wasn't inventing this only in my head, I wasn't the only person doing this. This is an objective force, this negative force, just like the turning of the seasons or gravity. It's an objective force of nature. You can ask, if you're a Christian, you'd say it was evil. It was the devil, evil with a capital E. Whatever you want to call it, it is for real, and it will kill you. I wish I have a great quote from Rabbi Finley, but I don't have it around here. Let's see, where is it? Anyway, but the gist of, so that's resistance. is this negative force that is trying to stop us anytime we want to go from a lower level to a higher level. If we bring home a treadmill because we want to get it in shape,
Classic.
immediately resistance will kick in and come up with a million reasons why we can't, use it. If we sign up for the gym, resist because we're trying to go from a lower level to a higher level. It's also true ethically. If we're trying to take a position from being kind of a crook and a slime ball and a cheater, and we want to go on to be an honorable person, resistance will kick in and try to stop us and come up with, in relationships, if we're trying to get through a rough patch in a relationship, if we're trying to move from suspicion and fear to love, resistance will try to stop us, It's the devil. And resistance is, as I say in the War of Art, that's what the War of Art is all about, it's just about resistance. That resistance is protean in the sense that it's a shapeshifter. It will take a million forms to try to fool you, and it will constantly lie to you and tell you that, like I say, you're not good enough, you're not prepared enough, you're a bum, this idea is a terrible idea, nobody's going to like this idea, give it up, etc. So to me, like one of the first chapters in the War of Art, really short chapter, it's about 20 words long, it says, one of the secrets that real writers know, that wannabe writers don't know, is that what's hard is not writing. What's hard is sitting down to write. And what that means is resistance. What's hard is getting through the resistance. The actual writing, the actual making of music is not that hard. What's hard is sitting down at the keyboard and then sitting down the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day, right? In the face of all the adversity that comes up. So that's what resistance is all about. There it is.
All your books are just marked up like crazy. The pages are dog-eared, things are underlined. I've made notes about, run with this thought in the newsletter. So thank you for all that. And you're right. And, here's a great example of somebody that I think is great at overcoming resistance. He may tell me otherwise if we were to include him in this conversation, but one of our members named Randon Purcell, the guy gets up and starts working on his music at 4:30 in the morning every day, so that he can get his music stuff done because, up until recently, he had a day gig. He recently left the day gig to become a full-time composer, which I think is everybody's dream, but he was a computer programmer. And he would get up at 4:30 in the morning, go down to the basement, and just force himself to sit in the chair and start working on music. And he created a great secondary income while he was still employed with the other job. He's got a family with 3 or 4 sons, which, raising little boys or teenage boys can be a full-time job in and of itself. But yet he beat resistance. And whatever it was that you found within you to do it, whatever he found, man, if they could put that in a pill.
Yeah. Now that to me, let me say, is it Randy? Is that his name, Randy?
Randon.
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 Let me give a little validation to you. That to me, in many ways, is what he does is the highest form of heroism, because it's something that nobody else sees. His family, maybe they're aware of it. They probably think they probably admire him for it, but that he's facing his greatest demons, and he's facing them head on, and he's facing them like a professional. He's not, a weekend warrior. He's not a dabbler. He's not a dilettante. He's getting up with, any Marine, any Navy SEAL, any Special Forces would be proud of a guy like that. We'd take him in there in a second. That is guts, and my hat's off to him, 100%.
Thank you for saying that. He's probably watching. I'm glancing at the chat room to see if he's in there. If you are, good morning, Randon. Congratulations. It's funny because he's almost egoless, which would go along with this. He's very humble about it. And he also has started creating musical instrument software, and he flips houses occasionally. It's like, how do you find the time? He's superhuman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's move on to an observation that you and I share. People don't finish a book or a painting or a song for what reason? Why is it that you think people don't finish?
In one word, resistance. Because if we finish, we're going to move to a higher level, and resistance doesn't want that. And so, why we do? I mean, there may maybe a million reasons that we might come up with, but it's basically a failure of nerve, and it's understandable. I've done it myself a million times. I don't put anybody down who yields to it. It's a hell of an enemy. But, the scariest thing in the world is to live up to your potential, to actually be who you think you can be, to actually do what you think you're capable of doing. That's terrifying for people. That fear of success, is a terrifying thing. And I think that's what stops people from doing it. Whereas the flip side of it is, I've discovered, if you can, the first time I finished something, when I finished that one book, when I told you I would spend it 2 years in this little house, I never had trouble finishing anything ever again. Once you sort of break through that, and before that, it was unbelievably difficult for me. So anytime you can finish something and put it out there. I know you guys you're familiar with who Seth Godin is, right?
I'm sorry, say again?
Seth Godin.
Oh, Seth Godin, yeah. He's the only guy who I've read more of his books than yours, and I think I've read most of yours. I know
Yeah,
Seth.
well, Seth is an amazing guy, like a Rabbi Finley kind of a guy.
Yeah.
And the word that he uses for this concept is shipping. In the sense of, like, if you're Steve Jobs and you've got the iPhone, you finished it. When you ship it to the stores, you put it out there, that's that day of finishing, right? That's like publication day. That's like when your album comes out if you're a record guy. And people are terrified of that day because now you're exposed. Now you're exposed in the real world, and people can say, the iPhone, this sucks. What a moron. Why did he ever, or whatever. Or even worse, which is what happens to most of us, the stuff gets out there and nobody pays attention to it at all. They don't even take the time to knock it. It just vanishes without a trace. But so Seth is a big guy for saying, ship it.
Yeah.
When it's ready, ship it. Get it out there and let the world see it. Now, there's a lot of other sidebars to this. You can ship it in a bad way so that it sort of dies immediately. And I've done that many times. As opposed to really getting it out there with a bang. But to finish something is tremendously empowering, even if it's a complete failure.
Yeah, you mentioned that if you don't finish it, you can't be judged. And being judged is what we all fear. That obviously goes back to resistance. But yeah, if it doesn't come out, nobody's ever going to read it or hear it. And
but you know what, Michael, above and beyond that, I would say it doesn't make a damn bit of difference what anybody thinks of it. The judgment is really nothing. And I'm definitely a believer that when you finish a project, a book or an album or whatever, by the time it's published, you should be on to the next one and the one after that. So that when you get the good reviews or the bad reviews, you've moved way beyond it in your mind, in your journey, in your hero's journey. So that I think the worst thing we can do is to wait with bated breath to hear what the world thinks of our stuff. Fuck them. We're going to move on to the next thing and the one after that. Pardon me, I don't know if you.
That's okay. I'm going to go off camera for a second because I want to go get something to hold up and show you, which you'll totally get. I'll be back in 10 seconds. Hang in there, everybody. Okay. I couldn't find it. I just saw it last night, but I cleared off the table in preparation for today's festivities. Actually, we're doing this whole thing out of our kitchen right now. Anyway, years ago, somebody, one of our members, took the phrase wash, rinse, and repeat, and then applied that to taxi members submitting their music to the industry through us. And people would just fret and sit by the phone waiting for it to ring and check their email and text every 5 minutes. Are they going to sign this? Are they going to put it in their catalog? And somebody came up with the phrase, write, submit, forget, repeat. And that has become a mantra for thousands of taxi members for easily a decade now. Write, submit, forget, and repeat. And somebody made a bumper sticker and brought them to our convention, the physical road rally, about 3 years ago. And I've still got mine. I'm looking all over. I clearly put it away last night. But, that applies to exactly what you're saying. Write, submit, forget, and repeat.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Because what we're really talking about here is a lifetime commitment, right? It's not about one thing that is going to be a hit and is going to change our lives. Actually, Seth Godin has a book coming out called The Practice. And what he talks about is having a practice in the sense like you have a yoga practice or you have a martial arts practice, that your art is a practice. And it's absolutely the way I think about it, that it's a lifelong commitment. I'm never going to stop. It's really about the process that I'm going to do one thing, and then I'm going to do another, and then I'm going to do another after that. And I'm going to follow my muse, and I'm never going to stop. And the fulfillment is in the daily practice of it, And if we have a hit, great, that pays the rent so we can keep doing it, And if we don't have a hit, if it's a bomb, and we all have plenty of bombs, then we should be way beyond that. We should be, by the time some project bombs, we should be on to project X and project Y and project Z, so that we're full of enthusiasm for the thing we're doing now, So I couldn't agree more. It's a practice.
Yeah, it is. Discipline. Discipline may be the sword that kills resistance.
Yeah. The other thing, Michael, is that to be a musician is a dream, right? It's like being an astronaut or being playing center field for the New York Yankees. It's not like being having a roofing company or a driveway paving company or being an insurance salesman. Being a musician is an incredible thing, right? Think about that you can make your living at a keyboard, coming up with art and beautiful stuff. What an incredible thing, So part and parcel of that, a lot of times, is we have this belief that we're going to produce something. It's going to be the White Album. And as soon as it hits the stores, our life is going to change, right? The women are going to come pouring through the windows, money is going to flood, and we're going to change. Our DNA is going to change, right? We're going to achieve enlightenment and da-da-da-da-da-da, right? Which, of course, is completely false, sometimes it works out for Guns N' Roses and guys like that, but next thing they wind up in rehab, or committing suicide. So the idea of a practice is the antithesis of that. It's not that we're hoping that some hit is going to save us. Our life is going to change. It's not going to change. What we have to do is our work every day, sitting down at that keyboard, whatever it is, and that's where the satisfaction comes from. At least for me, I know I'm probably preaching to a lot of people who think this is bullshit. I've got to make a living, but it never hurts to love what you do. It's a practice. It's a lifelong commitment.
I'm just sitting here amazed listening to you. Literally, I feel like I don't have to ask another question because everything coming out of your mouth is incredibly valuable. And I'm listening to this going, how could this guy ever wake up in the morning and have resistance? First of all, your enthusiasm for what you do and having internalized all this stuff, the fact that you can just repeat it. You didn't have to memorize it. It just comes out of you. How could you, Steve Pressfield, have resistance?
Well, it's a great question, Michael. And of course, I have enormous resistance. And right now, I'm just starting a book, as I was telling you before we went on the air, that my girlfriend, Diana, is a big believer in this book, and the book is actually about sort of the story that you made me tell at the start, and the form of the resistance that's the form it's taking is a voice in my head is saying, "Who's going to give a shit about these stupid stories of your life?" You know,
will. All of us.
how
will.
many, you know. But it's a completely convincing voice that I'm fighting every day. So I have enormous resistance, and resistance never goes away. And let me say one other thing that might be of help to our viewers here. It's a law of resistance that the more important a project is to our evolution as a soul, as an artist, the more resistance we will feel to it. If it's just some little shitty project that we don't really care about, we won't feel any resistance at all. But if it's, you know, the Ninth Symphony, we're going to feel monumental resistance to it. So the bottom line of that is, if anybody who's listening to this is experiencing huge resistance to some project they're working on, and I should listen to this myself too, that's a good sign. If you're feeling massive resistance, it shows that whatever it is that you're working on is really important to you, you know? So press on in the teeth of it. Even if you have to be like Randon and get up at 4 a.m, go down to the basement, do the work, that, you know, press on. And I'm listening to that myself as I'm saying it, and I'm encouraging myself to keep working.
Well, I can't wait for that book, because you may think the story is of no interest to people, but certainly everybody who's read any of your other stuff would find it interesting. And if you weave in any of the stuff from, you know, from War of Art or Turning Pro or Do the Work, they will get a double whammy out of it, because they're going to get a really interesting life story combined with the gems that are the takeaways of the life story. So I can't wait to read it. I'm actually going to insist on an autographed copy of that one.
You got to buy it, though. You got to buy it.
Hey, I buy them all. Look, I tell you, when I originally reached out to Steve, I said, I think I've probably sold thousands of books for you, because I've been touting him for years. I've never, you know, contacted him before. It's just, this guy wrote a book. The book is amazing. Everybody needs to read it. So whoever turned me on to it, it might have been Dean Crepane originally, but whoever it was, thank you to you, and thank you to you, Steve, for writing them. Somewhere in one of the books, you talk about people coming into the world with a specific personal destiny, that they're not a blank slate. You know, we all tend to think that a baby comes out, and I said this to a friend of mine recently who had a new baby. I said, oh, look at that little blank slate. You'd think otherwise, and I agree with you. Most people in this virtual ballroom that we're in today probably feel like they were put on this earth to become a successful musician. Is there a difference between fulfilling that destiny or feeling entitled to it? Entitlement. Entitlement is a bitch, I think.
Yeah. First of all, I don't think we're entitled to anything, you know, but I do think we're born with a destiny. And, you know, they call it the daimon, D-A-I-M-O-N, which is a great thing to Google. Which the Greeks thought was kind of an adhering spirit that was with us, and that kind of knew our destiny and carried our destiny. But then that daemon, we have to do it. It's on us to do it, and it's on us to do it in the face of massive resistance. One of the things resistance will do, if we have a destiny, it will try to talk us out of that destiny, try to push us away from that destiny. So we have to pay our dues, learn the craft, you know, put in the time, and more important, self-belief. Somehow acquire that self-belief. Connect to the muse, connect to the source of inspiration, and trust it. And entitlement has nothing to do with that at all. If anything, resistance is exactly the opposite of entitlement. It's what tries to undo everything that every hope, you know, that we were born with. And I'm certainly a believer that we come into this world, and if you look at children, right? If you have 3 kids, each one is completely different. They're their own self right from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
And you can't change them, you know? And it's the same with us, with all of us. I quote in The War of Art, there's a poem from Wordsworth, Intimations of Immortality, where he says that not in utter nakedness do we come, meaning our souls into this life,
Yeah.
but trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. And so he certainly believed that we all were born with a destiny. I'm a believer that we're born with a body of work. You know, if you look behind me, you know, if you can see these, this is just a few of my books and a couple of other things, but I believe that whoops, I lost it there, Michael, that when we come into this world, we come in with a body of work. It's there in potential. If you think of the albums that Bruce Springsteen has done, I believe when he was 11 years old, those albums existed in some plane of potentiality or something, whatever you want to call it. They were an alternative future. And what he did was he brought them into material form. And God bless him for doing it, you know? And that's us as artists. That's our job. To find that, to believe in that body of work and then to bring it forth.
How can one teach oneself to not take rejection personally when, as you say in one of the books, I think you said, evolution has programmed it or baked it into our gut?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you shake that off and not take it personally? Because it's, you know, the thing you're being rejected about came out of you. How do you beat it?
It's really hard. There's no doubt about it. We all hate to be rejected. But I heard a story about Cole Porter one time. And Cole Porter used to, at least at one time of his career, he worked in Hollywood doing songs for musicals, right, for movies. And somebody said to him one time, he did some wonderful song that like went on to become a great hit on the radio, but it was rejected by MGM or whatever it was. And somebody said to him, you know, Mr. Porter, how do you deal with this rejection? How do you handle it? They just shot down this wonderful song that you wrote. And he said, I got a million of them. He said, send me back to the piano. I got a million of them. There's another trolley coming down the track, you know, and I think there's a lot to be said for that. And the other way of looking at it is screw them, you know. What we're doing is, it's a practice, it's a lifelong thing, and we're going to keep going no matter what. But it's very hard. But if you can do that, if you can somehow get by rejection, boy, is that a strength.
Yeah.
You know, they say about defensive backs in football that they have to have a short memory or a bad memory. And there's a lot of truth to that, right? Because a defensive back gets burned for a touchdown, right? He looks like an utter fool. You know, the wide receiver catches the ball, races past and scores a touchdown. So that's rejection, right? So the defensive back has got to have a really bad memory. Just put it out of his mind right away and play the next down, you know? But it's hard to do. It's hard to do. Easy to say, but hard to do.
I had somebody ask me what an arc is. And you know what, you guys in the chat room, we're going to have an extra 10 minutes, so we can I can have you guys ask Steve some questions. Let's see, what did I say? Somebody asked me recently what an arc in a song or an instrumental cue was about 2 weeks ago. And you've stated that in any project or enterprise can be broken down into a beginning, a middle, and an end. And then you fill in the gaps, and then fill in the gaps between the gaps. How do you know when you've filled too many gaps? You put too much icing on the cake.
Well, that's another great question, Michael. And I guess it sort of comes down to instinct in a sense. You know, it's like I once asked an agent of mine if a book of mine was too long. And he said, how long is a letter? He said, some letters are short, some letters are long. You know, it all depends on what the project is. A friend of mine named Mike McClellan just wrote this book called The Sand Sea. And if you can see, it is a monster.
Wow.
You know? And 700 and something pages. And he just knew that he wanted to tell this monster epic. So I think it depends on the project itself. But I will say this: resistance, one of the many diabolical forms that resistance will take, is when a painting is done, it will tell you keep working on it, keep noodling with it.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Exactly
trying to
what I'm
destroy.
talking about.
It's trying to ruin us. You know, so it's also a skill as an artist to know when to stop. You know, when is enough enough. And I also had this same agent told me another thing once. He was my first agent, and I was finishing a manuscript, and he wanted to get his hands on it, to take it out, you know. And he said, "Where do you stand? How near are you to end?" And I said, "It's close, it's close." And he said, "Close is good enough. Give it to me." And you know, and now that's not always right, because sometimes you really want everything to be absolutely perfect. But what he was saying was, don't noodle with this thing. Don't noodle it to death, you know?
Yeah.
When you got it, you know, and it's good enough, get it out there. Show it to somebody.
Well, yeah, perfectionism is the death of a lot of things, you know?
Yeah. It's a form of resistance.
Yeah.
Perfection
You know,
equals resistance.
and in today's technological world, you know, the people watching us right now, they all have home studios, almost to the person. And it's funny.
Yeah, sure.
When I worked in New York, I actually was the manager of a place called Howard Schwartz Recording, and I know you were at Benton and Bowles. There's a possibility that back in the 80s, you and I were in the same room together. If you ever went to any sessions at HSR or Howard Schwartz Recording for like voiceovers, things like that, I was the manager, but I also mixed. It was a very high-level audio post place, and oh man, I lost my thought. There's that 2 o'clock in the morning work thing. We're talking about perfectionism. I can't remember now. Anyway, couldn't have been that important, I guess. Let's see. Oh, one of our guys in the chat said, "What's your handicap?"
Basically, it's infinite.
Oh, then we should golf sometime. Hey, whatever happened to Malibu Country Club? I used to love that course.
Oh, it's terrible. I don't know. They let it go to seed. You know? Have you ever played, with bore everybody who are this, have you ever played out at Lost Canyons in Simi Valley?
Yeah.
They went to seed too. 2 Pete Dye golf courses went to seed. And I'll tell you another place out here, Elkins Ranch, if you've ever been there.
No, I haven't been
there. A couple of weeks ago, they've bulldozed it. It's gone. I don't know what it is. I guess there was a boom in golf when Tiger was hot and it passed.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, at one point there were 25 million golfers in America, which at that point in time was almost 1 out of 10 people.
Yeah.
So where do you play now?
Well, I used to play out at Elkins Ranch, but now they've closed it down. You know, there's another place called Rustic Canyon.
Love
Have you
that
ever been
place.
out there?
That's my favorite
It's a great
course.
place. I love it too. Unfortunately, it's so good, it's crowded.
Yeah. Well, it's also crowded because the other places are closing. But yeah, we should go play around at Rustic Canyon. I only golf a couple times a year, and I had a very dear friend named Ralph Murphy who was well known around the entire music industry. He was a songwriter. He was the VP at ASCAP in Nashville. And whenever he came to LA, he would stay at our house, and he and I would go to Rustic Canyon. And we always remarked, every hole at that place is playable yet challenging, and the scenery is beautiful. Yeah. And they make one of the best cheeseburgers in town, I think, in the 19th hole. Let's see if I've got any more questions in the chat room. Cass McKenty, the same guy that asked about your handicap, says Rustic Canyon rocks. He's right. All right. Question. Was it as simple as submitting your early books to a publisher, or did it even then have to do with contacts you made along the way to get somebody to respond? So yeah, did you just send it to a publisher and they went, this sucks, or it's great, or did it take a network?
It always, when I started, when I broke through in the mid '90s, it was a whole other world, right? Pre-internet, pre-Amazon, pre all that sort of stuff. So it was old school publishing where you had to have an agent, and the agent would take it to a publisher and that kind of thing. Much simpler, a much simpler world. I wish we could bring it back. But yeah, I never had any networks or anything. The only thing I ever had was just an agent. I never knew anybody, and I don't even want to know writers because it's too depressing.
Technology was where I was going before. Somehow I got off track, but I do that every now and then. So technology. When I worked at Howard Schwartz Recording, the studio that I worked in most frequently, it was like a $3 million room. It was probably about $1.5 million of construction. It was in the Gray Bar building above Grand Central on the 19th floor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we had to put a Faraday shield around the whole thing and walls within walls. So it was very expensive to build that high-quality studio in an office building in Manhattan. The ground wires were actually giant strips of copper that went 19 floors down through into the basement of Grand Central to ground to earth there. It was pretty cool.
Wow.
Anyway, so I had all this technology. I had this giant, beautiful SSL, state-of-the-art recording console, digital tape machines, everything you could want. Now I've got way more than that technology on my laptop. So everybody who's got a song in their heart, a song in their head, has the capability, if they learn how to use Logic or Pro Tools, they can make a record. They can do instrumental cues at home. One of the problems I see, part of resistance, I'm sure, is the technology, even though it provides you the smorgasbord of possibilities if you learn how to use it, is the smorgasbord of possibilities. I've got 1,200 different bass drum sounds. I've got 78 different hi-hat sounds. I've got 252 electric guitar sounds. And you can sit there and just audition, and pretty soon the auditioning of these sounds and the moving around of parts and all the editing that you can do that technology provides you with becomes resistant. It prevents you from just shipping, as Steve Jobs would say.
It's true. It really is true. I never even thought about that because obviously as a writer, you just have a keyboard. But I'm sure that's exactly true what you're saying. And it's really, it's again, if fear of success is the real killer here, when you have something like all those resources, it's like they've taken away all the excuses for why you can't succeed, right?
Right.
It's like, for all of us, like, you should be able to succeed right now, tomorrow. You've got the Beatles didn't even have this, But of course, that's not true because you've still got to write it, You've still got to get through your own resistance and write the damn thing.
Well, you just brought up an interesting point, which I actually made a note about late last night, which was we live in a fast food world, immediate gratification everywhere we look, largely because of that, and Google and the internet. So any answer you want, it's out there in an instant. Anybody you want to communicate with, out there in an instant. We can expect the first or second song because of that. We've been trained to think that everything comes that easily. So we've been taught that our first or second song is going to be a hit. How can we learn to understand the value of delayed gratification?
Well, you're right. That's today's world. I mean, for me, obviously, my whole life was delayed gratification. So I just couldn't break through no matter what I did. And I think that's reality. We made this fantasy about an iPhone or about instantly you do a sex tape and you're instantly an internet star is a fantasy. It's a fantasy. It's not true. Just because it happens to Kim Kardashian doesn't mean it's going to happen to the 18 million other girls that did the exact same thing. So we just have to, I think, ground ourselves in reality that it's hard. You want to have the easy life, be a brain surgeon, and just go to school for 8 years, If you want to be a musician, you got to pay heavy dues, unless you're lucky, unless you're Bob Dylan or Neil Young or somebody. That's just the way it is, because we're trying to create something, music, or a book that people of their own free will are going to pay money for. And how hard is that? You know, you can't just come up with, just anything. It's got to be great. And to do something great takes it's a process of an initiation and purgation. It's a whole process. It takes a long time. If I had a young person, I would somehow beat that into their brains. It's not easy.
Well, I was going to ask you for a closing thought, but I think you just gave it to me. Man, this has been more than I could possibly have hoped for. Thank you so much for doing this, for saying yes, for sharing what's in that head of yours, that big brain of yours that remembers everything apparently, and sharing it with my audience and being the launching pad for this whole weekend. You were great, Steve.
Well, thanks for having me, Michael. I wish you guys all the best on your 3 days of peace and music. And, I hope you can survive. You've got plenty of coffee on hand. I'm sure it's going to be great all the way through. And my best to everybody that's listening in, and God bless you. And Randon down in the basement at 4 in the morning, God bless you. You're doing the Lord's work.
Buy this book first, everybody. Seriously, start here. Steve, thank you. Is it okay if I call you like next week or sometime after the rally?
Absolutely. We'll pick this up.
Okay.
Okay, great. Good luck, Michael. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stephen Pressfield. Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matthew Vander Boegh. There he is. Yo, Matty, how are you, man?
Yo, Michael. Hey, I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. I'm glad I made it through the Pressfield experience alive. He was awesome, man. What a guy.
Yeah.
Just, I'm winging it on 3 hours of sleep, and I want to let you know, I feel like I know you so well and know your story and everything so well that I literally didn't write a single question for this interview. I'm doing the whole thing without a net just because we've done this before and we're comfortable together. So thank you for doing this.
That's all right. I think we could probably do 3 hours with no planning.
Probably. And I've got a bio, but I think this bio is left over from last year's road rally. So you're going to have to update the numbers. Here. Let's see if I've got... So Matt Vander Boegh joined Taxi to become a hit country songwriter. True. Then he discovered that creating music for TV was the faster and easier route to success. Now he's had more than 10,000 placements on 425 TV shows, and his music is heard somewhere in the world virtually every hour of every day. Not bad for a guy who didn't know the first thing about Pro Tools and worked in a backyard toolshed studio, which became kind of famous. Let's see, what else? He once told me everything he learned about the music business he learned from Taxi, and he frequently collaborates with other Taxi members. So welcome to the big show, buddy.
Yeah.
First, let's set the stage. So some years ago, look who's here.
Oh, hey, Espen's coming in.
Hi, Espen. Remember me?
Michael says hi.
Hey, Espen.
Remember
Good to see you.
Apparently, I got to just open up a Capri Sun real quick.
All right. Espen, you got so big.
I don't know if she can hear you. I got my speakers off. There you
Okay.
go. Okay.
Oh, man. So
This is what you get when you do this from home.
Yeah, tell me about it. Well, so far, no gophers or squirrels in the backyard today, and I've got construction at my neighbor's house. On each side of me, my neighbors are doing construction this week, but so far, none of that. So yeah, doing it from home.
Oh, man.
I totally get it. So tell the story. Well, first of all, congratulations on all your success. You are...
Thank you.
So deserving of it, and not unlike Rand and Purcell, I know that you've got an incredible work ethic. I don't think I've ever known any single member who has hunkered down with such zeal as you did at the point where you figured out what you wanted to do. But tell the story about how you joined, what you joined Taxi for initially, coming to your first road rally. Just let her roll.
Yeah, okay, let's see. So this is going back a ways, because I was trying to think last night how long I've been a Taxi member, and I think it's 2008, so I think I'm on 12 years now.
Wow.
But, but I initially joined because a friend of mine who owns a recording studio that I was doing all my previous work at, he was like, hey, you got to check this thing out. This is, I signed up like a year ago, and I think, you might be interested in it. So I looked at it and looked at all the listings and everything. I kept seeing country. It was like back then it was just boom. It was so much country opportunity. And there was hardly any opportunity for a guy writing hard rock songs, which is what I was doing. Actually, I was writing rock operas. I don't even know if I've ever told you that, Michael.
No,
yeah,
you haven't.
Yeah. So, okay, let me go way back in time. Back in 2005, I got my master's in communication at Boise State for writing a rock opera. So yeah, some people write papers and try to change the world and expand on the social knowledge base, and I wrote a rock opera. So there you have it. So I joined Taxi, and I had these rock opera songs, which are totally unusable for anything. I mean, they were so content specific, and they had different characters singing kind of back. God only knows what I thought might come of that, but I submitted them anyways. Of course, they all got returned. But as I was looking at the listings, I kept seeing country, 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 and I thought, maybe there's country. And I thought to myself, surely country can't be any different than hard rock music. Like, I mean, it's the same thing, right? Just got to change the lyrics a little bit and, I don't know, slap a banjo or a dobro in there, replace the ripping electric guitar, and there you have it. So I threw my hand into the country arena, and as a guy who had never really listened to country music before, I guess I did okay. I made a decent product, like 12 country songs. And this was going to be my jump into taxi, is I was going to make country music, and within a year I was going to get these suckers signed, and like I don't know who the big guys were back then. Toby Keith. Like, Toby Keith was going to grab one of my songs, he was going to cut one of them, and then I don't know who the other guys would have been back then, like early Luke Bryan, he would have taken another one, and Miranda Lambert would have had, and within a year I would have been a millionaire, and I would have had my own island, and feel like life was going to be great. I'd work hard for a year, write 10 or 12 songs, and just be able to be done.
Yep, that's exactly how it works.
Yeah, it's come really, really close. Not at all. So I recorded these country songs with no knowledge of the country genre. They came out good for my limited knowledge about country music. So, I mean, they came out good, but they didn't come out good enough. Not nearly good enough as to what they needed to be.
Well, you did shoot for the highest bar possible in the music industry.
Well, you know, if you're going to shoot high,
right,
might as well shoot for the stars.
And
I mean, I should have tempered my expectations a little bit, because I wasn't only aiming for the highest bar, but I was also thinking about the best possible outcome. No, hey, I'm an optimist. You know,
you are.
My sense of optimism gets me through life. So I went to my first road rally. I think it was 10 years ago. I mean, I have to check my calendars again, but I think it was 2010. And I go down there knowing nobody, and, you know, swarming, that the hotel is just swarming with these musicians. And it seems like every musician is better than the next, and every guy has more success than the next person. And it was kind of an intimidating environment. But I had my CD, which I had overnight shipped to the hotel.
Wow.
like 500 copies of this CD, because I was just seeing like this beautiful future. I was going to go to this conference with my 12-track country CD, and like, this is where my life was going to turn. And all it was going to take was one meeting and get that CD to the right person, and then it was game on.
Well, you're clearly not alone in that, because I think a lot of people think that, you know, because they really haven't been introduced yet to the real music industry. So please continue.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of naivete. Yeah. That comes with going to the road rally for your first time and kind of being immersed in the real industry. I mean, not like the one you read about in articles here and there, and you see people doing YouTube videos about. I mean, this is the road rally. That's the real thing. So I went down there with my country CD and quickly found out that my country music wasn't quite good enough. I mean, not quite. It was abysmally short of being good enough. Like, so far not good. I couldn't even see the finish lines. Like, anyways, they're charming little songs, though. Charming little songs. But that's when I happened to have a chance run-in with a guy who's become a very very big name, especially in kind of the taxi community. But a guy named James Koshin, and I think I ran into him in an elevator, and then I sat next to him in another little breakout class. And so I'm sitting next to this dude and back then, 2010, James Koshin was, I don't want to say he was a nobody. That sounds degrading, but he was at the beginning of his arc, and like he's way up there now. But in 2010, he was just a guy trying to learn as much as he could, and I sat next to him, and he was a very inspiring dude. But he was like, "Hey, have you like I was telling him about the country music and everything, he said, well, have you ever tried writing for TV? I said, well, I don't know. No, I didn't even know you could. Like, I don't know how was I reading taxi listings for years up to that point and not know that was a career path. Whatever. So he's like, well, I think you should maybe try to alter your game plan a little bit. And so I did. I myself, okay, I'm not gonna try to write hit #1 songs. Like, let's forget the $1 million payday. Let's just try to get something that's attainable. So I said, okay, well, I got to come home and write music for TV. But I also realized I had to be able to make the music myself, and because I couldn't afford to keep going to recording studios and paying, whatever, 50, 60, whatever bucks an hour to make music that wasn't good enough. I needed to be able to do this on my own, and especially like looking at the deadlines for some listings.
Right. There
were some things I was interested in, but you had to turn that sucker around in a week or 2 weeks. And there was no way, with the way I was made, it took me 3 years to make a second album. Okay, 3 years. At that snail's pace, you will never hit a deadline.
And
ever.
How much did you spend doing that in an outside studio? Do you remember?
Oh my goodness. Well, a lot. I mean, so I made my first, my rock opera that I did that got my master's degree was somewhere in the neighborhood of $10,000.
Wow.
Which is, yes, a lot of money. But that's not all studio time. Like, there was the packaging of, when you buy 1,000 CDs off disc makers, and then you, like, 20 years later, you're still sitting on 950 of them out in your garage. But, they suck you in with that 1,000 CD price tag. So there was a lot of cost associated with that, but I don't regret that expense at all, because I got a master's degree out of it, and I didn't take on any student loans or anything. So, that's kind of a lot of people go in arrears $10,000 just for their education, and that's kind of what I saw that as. I had a graduate assistantship that paid for school and was playing in the marching band for an extra scholarship. I'm totally digressing here.
What were you playing in the marching band?
Trumpet, baby.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you played trumpet. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to take you off your game here, so please continue.
No. Let's see. So, for 2 reasons, I realized that when I wanted to make music for TV shows, I had to be able to make it on my own, because I couldn't afford studios anymore, and I couldn't get stuff done fast enough if I had to work into the scheduling window of a packed recording studio. So then the next challenge became, okay, I need to learn how to use Pro Tools. And I had no clue. I'd never recorded anything. I took a few audio production courses from Boise State undergrad, and they were recording things on mini discs. You remember mini discs?
Oh my gosh,
That's like ancient technology now, but we did all our stuff on mini discs, and there was nothing digital about anything. So I came into this world knowing absolutely nothing. And so I had to teach myself not only how do you make a usable piece of music for TV, whether it's a vocal song specifically for TV, or whether it's an instrumental cue specifically for TV. Those are 2 completely different approaches. And you got to know the difference between those 2. So I had to learn that. I had to learn how to use Pro Tools. I had to learn everything about engineering, because engineering is one thing, and then using the system too. So,
sorry, say that again.
You could be the world's
You broke up a little bit. Say you had to learn everything about engineering.
Yeah, and I had to learn how to use the software, because you could be the best engineer in the world, but you get thrown into like a foreign DA you've never used before, and you're like starting from scratch, because it's like you got to find everything in there. The workflows are a little bit different. So, I was like, I essentially started at Pro Tools 025, the remedial Pro Tools class.
I remember when I came out to visit you at your house, that's your last house that had the Tool Shed studio, and we did an episode of Taxi TV, which started out there, and then we moved into your real house. But you said, I couldn't even figure out how to turn Pro Tools on.
Yeah. That was the first step. Like, I could load up the program, and then for anyone that's ever used Pro Tools, I don't know if the other programs are like this, but it's just, you still see your entire computer window. There's nothing, like no empty canvas, or you have to start a new project. Open Pro Tools, and you would think, no, this is the beginning. And no, you got to open a new, I didn't even know how to do that. So that was the groundwork that I came in on, was absolutely nothing. I knew zilch about writing music for TV. I knew zilch recording it, producing nothing. Absolutely nothing. Worse than nothing.
So how long did it take you from knowing absolutely nothing about Pro Tools to the point where you could actually complete your first song or instrumental?
So I was able to start finishing projects within probably a month or so. But that first month, since I still didn't know what I was doing really, and I didn't have any virtual instruments, so I would open up GarageBand and use their synths, and I didn't even have a keyboard. So you can, like on your typing keyboard, you could do this thing called musical typing or something like that, where you assign musical keyboard notes to your type letter keyboard. So that's what I was doing, and I was doing that in GarageBand. Then I was exporting audio files and sending them back to Pro Tools. And then I didn't even know that you had to put a mastering track on Pro Tools. So everything was super low volume, and then so I'd send that out and ship it over to GarageBand again. It was the most god-awful workflow. I don't know how I got anything done. I think I only probably did like 3 things in that first month. It's because I had no clue, but I was bouncing back and forth between programs, and it was just, it was chaos, really.
So you were still teaching. At some point, you became a professor at Boise State. You were teaching communications, I think, right?
Yeah.
And that was a full-time gig. So I know you. You're the kind of guy, you're not unlike Rand Purcell, where when you take something on, you'd give it 110% of what you've got, maybe 210%.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that you eventually, you moved away from GarageBand, you got Pro Tools. And did you initially set the studio up in the tool shed, or did you start in the house and then move it out to the tool shed?
Yeah, I started in my house, just in a spare bedroom. And then I built that shed about a year in. So this was my rationale there, is once I put in a year, and I never got tired of doing this work and learning more and going back and listening to the stuff from day 1 to like month 7 or 8 and just noticing that difference. And I was having fun doing it too, and I enjoyed it so much, and I told myself, this isn't just a fleeting thing for me. This is something that I would like to do for a full-time job. It would be awesome if this were a thing that I did. Because, a lot of times you'll try something for a couple of months and then flame out, and then like you're on to the next thing. And a lot of people do that in every aspect of life. But I wanted to, after I put in 7 or 8 months, I told myself, okay, this is really cool, and I could see myself doing this. So let me get serious here. And then I went out to a shed company outside of Boise and had them custom build a 10-foot by 14-foot tool shed, which I put in the back corner of my backyard, and that was my area. Like, that was it. That became my office. It was every time I went out to the shed to work, it was like I was going to work instead of just like popping into a spare bedroom.
That was probably a great move, yeah.
Yeah, it changed my whole mindset because I didn't have the work ethic back then to be able to dedicate myself so fully to something that I could work in and avoid all the distractions, like not be distracted by house things. So I forced myself to essentially travel to work, even though traveling was walking 20 feet out the back door.
So when you started making those early recordings, were you mostly doing instrumentals or were you doing songs at that time?
Oh, so when I first started, I think I did a couple of instrumentals, and I was not approaching them the right way. But I also tried to do some songs. And at some point in like my first month, I bought Melodyne. And I figured, hey, Melodyne can fix anything, so I'll start singing. Well, what's the old saying? You can't polish a turd. No, what kind of you have. It's not going to make a bad voice sound good. And so I sang on a handful of songs and then decided, okay, this is not going to do anything for me. So let's go back to this instrumental thing and see what happens.
Do you remember what genre, was there a particular genre when you first started out that you tended to favor?
No, because I didn't know what I favored. I was so new to everything. I didn't know what I was good at or what was going to be my calling, or what I was going to resonate with, or what was going to resonate with me. So I was just taking these random pot shots at listings when I found something that I thought looked halfway fun. One of the first ones I did, well, this is probably like the 10th one I did, was a cappella choir vocal.
Whoa, from a guy who couldn't sing?
From a guy who couldn't sing, yeah, and that was the first signing that I ever got. Still to this day, I can't believe it.
Wow.
But those tracks have never been placed. Okay, so let's put that in context. So yeah, I just layered up like 20 different stacks of my vocal, and then I think I weaved in some choir sample things I played through my keyboard, and I was able to make 2 like passable tracks, I guess. I just basically slathered them with reverb, tons of reverb and tons of Melodyne. And
wow, you probably sounded like Queen.
Yeah, well, it ended up sounding like some Gregorian chant, like in some Notre Dame cathedral. Like, it was just so outrageously huge because I didn't even know how to use reverb. It was just plop a reverb on a track and just put it up to 100% and then do the same thing on the next one. Pretty soon my computer resources were going, but everything sounded like I was in a really cool space.
So you didn't have a beefy studio. So many people think that in order to be competitive at this, and I guess I'm speaking both instrumentally and songs with lyrics, that they think, well, gee, how could I compete with a guy like Matt Vander, or Randon or Chuck Henry, kind of any of the taxi all-stars that have figured it out and turned this into a real income. Describe your initial studio and describe, gear-wise, and then describe like where it's at now.
Oh yeah, dude, I wish. Maybe I can. Upstairs is just a little bit messy, but let me just show you my space here. I don't know if. I'm in like a upstairs. Most of my daughter's toys all over the place, but right. I mean, this is not Abbey Road Studios up here. This is, and I don't have that gear at all. In fact, funny little story, a little aside. Let's see, I've lost your face here, Michael.
Oh, that's okay.
Did I do that? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
That's Greg, our technical director, being creative in a good way.
Hey, wanted to get more of my wide shot, this lovely area. Yeah. So a little quick funny story before I tell you about my stuff. I went into a friend's recording studio just a couple of nights ago where where I got started recording everything prior to
Okay.
doing it on my own. And the guy is the guy who introduced me to Taxi. His guy's name is Steve Fulton, runs a studio called Audio Lab Recording Studios, and just outside of Boise. And I had to go in there to record some live drums for a couple songs because I don't have drums, don't have all the mics, don't have this. I got nothing that could do that. So every now and then I do have to go to a studio still, and I went to his place, and it is just through the roof. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I mean, it's got an amazing live room, drum rooms, vocal booths. I mean, the whole thing. And he's got this giant Neve console. And
wow.
I
can't believe you didn't take me there when I came out to Nampa. You know me, I love studios, especially new studios.
Yeah, next time.
All
Time
right.
we'll go there for sure. But so I sat down next to him as he's recording the drums, and he's got the patch bay and everything, and I'm like, God, this is going to be what does it and exposes me here for a guy who knows absolutely nothing. Because I told him, if I were to sit in your chair, I wouldn't know where the power button is on these things. Like these are real faders, not mouse clicks. And it's a very inspiring place to go. And I wouldn't even call my thing a studio. My area is it's the exact opposite of that, and it always has been. And I've got really no desire to build my thing up to anything more than what it is.
Can you go ahead?
Right now, I've got
pan back over to the quote unquote studio and leave the camera there for like 10 seconds so everybody can get a good look at it.
Yeah. There's a Rapunzel tower and a Paw Patrol tower. Couple Barbie houses.
I'm not talking about your toys, Matt. I'm talking about those toys.
Oh.
The studio stuff. We don't want to see your dollhouse.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, what?
Show them your gear.
Here is. That is a I don't even know what this is. AKG Perception 100 microphone, and
Okay.
I've used this as my workhorse for forever since the beginning. And I've gotten other mics too, in the past handful of years. But I like this one the best. It sounds good to me, and it's probably a $75 microphone, maybe $100. I've got a couple of Cali Audio 8-inch speakers or monitors, and just recently I did finally add a subwoofer to my setup here, which I never wanted to do in my old shed because that was such a small space, and I thought those
probably would have blown the walls out.
Yeah. But now I've got you can see how it's got a lot of angles and a lot of depth and everything up here. So I added a subwoofer, and it's a pre-Sonus, I think, Trembler 10-inch or something like that. And I don't know, it was a $300-ish. I can't really remember. Other than that, man, I mean, I have now described everything I've got.
And what kind? You're running an iMac, right?
Yeah, I'm running an iMac, yep. And it's a fairly beefed-out iMac, but... gosh, at this point, like 7 or 8 years old, so I probably need to upgrade that. I mean, it was top of the line when I got it, but
so I'm guessing that was a couple of $1,000 back then.
Yeah, I think that was $3,500 if I remember right. And I tell you what, the only way I could even that back then was donating plasma. Well, I mean, not donating. I was selling plasma at the plasma centers. You know, you go and get a needle stuck in your arm, and they give you like $50 if you do it twice a week. That's how I bought my new computer.
Did you donate?
Times were tough back then.
Was there anything else you donated to get that computer?
I don't know, but I got about 13 kids running around here with blonde hair. No, that's a joke.
I know. Yeah, I guess a good thing you clarified for the folks at home.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know me. I joke about weird stuff like that.
So you've got a beefy iMac. You've got what do you have for a keyboard? Okay,
so my keyboard is one of the more expensive things that I've got, and I got it like 4 years. It's like It's $1,000 keyboard. It's this. I don't even know if I can hold it up. Let me see.
No, you don't have to hold it up if it's. I don't want you to dismantle your studio. There you go. All right. What brand is it?
Yeah, it's Native Instruments. It's one of those.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Complete control things. But I got to tell you, this was a stupid purchase for me, because prior to this, I was using, I think it was a 5-octave keyboard. And I think I bought that one for $50 at Guitar Center on sale. And eventually I said, well, I would like another octave, so I don't have to keep hitting the octave button up and down. Like, I wanted an 88 key, but those take up a lot of. So I settled for this one. I think it's like a 6-octave thing.
Yeah.
But I don't do anything with this that I couldn't have done on my $50 keyboard. Like, it's got all these fancy blue lights that light up when you press the notes, and I guess that's worth $1,000. It's got all these knobs. So just let me tell you all how little I know about things. It's got these knobs. I'm looking at them right now. CC14, CC15, CC all the way up to CC21. I don't even know what CC stands for. I couldn't tell you where number 1 through 13 are. They are certainly not here. But if you twist them, they do some things. I don't know what. And I've got all these other things, like I can navigate through something. I've never pressed these buttons.
So, and how are you?
Guys, you don't need anything like
this. Are you like a virtuoso keyboard player?
No, I play keyboard like this. Ding, ding, ding. And this is how I build chords. I do that one, and then I go back, and then I add that one. And that's how I build chords. And then I can like select a MIDI note and drag it up and down the piano roll until it hits the note that I should have played. I know nothing about keyboard. I really wish that I would have stayed with that instrument. And God, so my mom had me in piano lessons when I was a little kid, and I resisted that so much. I don't know why. If I could go back and do anything again, I would have stayed in piano lessons my whole life.
So, this is great. You just set the stage for everybody who. People often say, oh, I'm going to wait until I upgrade my studio before I join Taxi. You really still don't have much of a clue as far as the gear goes, but you make it work. And you're just to tell everybody where you're at, like career path-wise, Matt made himself a vow at some point that I'm going to do this until my quarterly paycheck from BMI or ASCAP. I think you're a BMI member, right? Mm-hmm. When that tells me that I'm matching or exceeding the amount of money I'm making as a professor at Boise State, I'm going to quit my teaching job and do this full time. How many years did it take you with your limited, let's call it limited skill set, to get to that earnings point where you were able to walk away from being a professor at Boise State?
Yeah, so that took 5 years exactly, like almost to the day. And what really did it was, absolutely right, I made this vow to myself very early on, that when I knew that this is what I wanted to do for a living. I knew that this needed to be my job. But I mean, you can't just quit your job playing the royalty game, because royalties take so long to catch up to the work that you've done. But I told myself, as soon as I get royalties that will eclipse my teaching income, then I'm going to ditch that teaching thing once and for all. It's going to be gone, and I'll just be able to focus on music full time. I wasn't going to be a guy who's like, oh, this is great. I've matched my income from my real job. Now I'm just going to keep doing both of them. I was not going to be that guy. I was going to get this income up here, and then this was going to be gone. So I could just focus on the one thing and try to build that as aggressively as I possibly could. And it took 5 years, almost exactly. It was my October royalty check in the year, I guess it would have been 2015.
I remember you copied that check. You made a color copy of that check, and you stuck it inside of like a Christmas card or something, and you sent it to me. But I mean, that thing is still on the wall in my office because it's such a great testament to your work ethic. And again, I'm just amazed because in order to get to that point, you had to crank out a lot of music. And with your workflow being what it was back then, I mean, it still sounds like you're, trying to run a marathon in a wheelchair, figuratively speaking. It's like, there are faster ways to do this stuff, Matt. But how many, let's say in year number 1 of that 5-year period, how many pieces of music were you cranking out a week on average?
Oh, no, I could tell you. I could tell you exactly. Let me just open up my iTunes here, and I could find. Okay, so I'm going to go back. Year 1, which would have been, I guess, 2012 is what this says, 2012. Okay. I made that first year 75 pieces of music.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so I set a goal for myself that first year to do one thing a week. Have one completed piece of music a week. So I shot for 50. That was my goal. And knowing that one of my previous albums took 3 years to complete, it seemed like 50 tracks was an unattainable dream. But for me, that was setting the bar super high. 50 tracks. Whoa, one song a week? This is crazy. Who can work that fast? And
did you do it?
But I did. So I finished that year with 75 songs.
Wow.
Songs/cues. And also keep in mind that the lion's share of those are not signed. I mean, they're not good enough to be signed, but it was the learning process, and yeah. I had to blow through those tracks to learn everything that I know now. Like, I mean, good. But my second year, let's see.
But see, that's you. That's
year
how
2.
You're wired. Yeah. That's how you're wired, is that you looked at it as a learning experience. Other people might have looked at it as, I suck. Going back to what we just talked about with Stephen Pressfield, I don't know if you saw much of that, but, he talked about resistance, and people, part of resistance is the excuses that one will make. I'm not good enough, or this isn't happening quickly enough. And you just stuck with it. Good for you. So yeah, how'd you do in year number 2?
It's year number 2, 140.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, I came close to doubling that second year, and I think my goal that year was to do 100. So
you're doing
again, and for me that
3 a week.
Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, I guess that's what that equates to.
So here's the ironic part: is we'll have people that will join Taxi and crank out, 3 cues in a year, or 10 cues in a year, or 20 cues in a year, and make a handful of submissions, and they don't get forwarded, or if they do get forwarded, they don't hear from the library, and again, they tuck their tail between their legs and they go home. But you didn't. You are so wired for you're. I mean, first of all, you've got an amazing personality. Any of us who know you just know that you're like this incredibly happy, fun guy to be with, but yet there's this part of you that you're not like, this is fun. You will hunker down and do the work. And look at you, man. In year number 2, 140 tracks in a year. That's quite an accomplishment. How about year number 3? Well,
thank you. Year number 3. Let's see here. Year number 3. Oh, man. I got to scroll on this one. Oh, snap. 330.
So that's like 6 cues a week. Cues or songs.
Yeah.
Right. And by that time, had you figured out which genres you were getting best at producing that also had the greatest potential for finding a home in the marketplace?
Yeah. I think that was really a turning point year for me, where that was the year where I started working in hip hop music. Because prior to that, it's 2 years, I didn't do a single hip hop track, and I decided I was going to try it because of an old Taxi TV interview with Chuck Henry and Stephen Baird, and they're talking about
your
hip hop.
closest, and they become your closest friends, right?
Great friends of mine, guys. But back then, I didn't even really know them, and but I mean, listen, this may sound a little un-PC, but I was watching that episode, and I'm like, man, these two white dudes are sure making some great hip hop. If they can do that, then maybe I could too. And they kept talking about all the money that was in hip hop, and so okay, well, why don't I try it? Why not? Why couldn't? If they can do it, why can't I? And so that was the year where I started making hip hop music, and that was a year where things really started to shift and take off. And at that point, I'd waited out that royalty, that lull in royalty. So when you start in on this career path, there is so much of like a gigantic waiting game that comes between when you start your first check.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to make the music, then you have to get the music signed, and then the music has to get placed in a TV show, and then once that finally I mean, that's way in advance for a lot of people. Like just getting that to that stage. I mean, you've weeded out a ton of people just by getting your music on TV. But then after that, you still have to wait 6 to 9 months before your money ever even accrues.
Yeah.
And that's just the way the performing rights organizations work. So you're looking at like a 2-year delay before you see anything. And I'd finally started, I'd passed that initial waiting game. And so checks were starting to come in. And they weren't that much, but it was money. And
how much were they? Like, $50 a quarter, a couple hundred?
It'd be a couple $100. Okay. In fact, I got to tell you that my first check was $225, and that was still to this day I still have a contact. That was like the achievement. My crowning achievement in my musical career is making $225 still to this day. But the very following quarter, I didn't even cross the $100 threshold that you need to cross in order to get a paper check. So like ASCAP happened to cut you a check, like a physical check, unless you've earned at least $100. And so I think I went 2 quarters where I was like going out to the mailbox every day at royalty time, and like maybe the mail's been lost. Like, what's wrong with mail service out here? And then so finally I looked at my ASCAP account, and like my payout was $48 or something like that. Oh, that explains it. I didn't even cross $100. But then you wait this stuff out, and as long as you stick with it, you'll that dead zone of waiting for nothing. But year 3 was when the money started to come in, and it wasn't that much, a couple $100 here and there.
Why do you think it dipped down? Because I hear this a lot from people where they have this initial little surge of success, and a lot of people experience that dip. Any idea why that happens? Because frankly, I don't know.
Yeah, totally. So my very first placement, which is what got me that $225, was like an 18-second placement on the MTV show Catfish. And that is a show that, at least back then, was reran like crazy. So they would air the thing initially, and then as long as that show was still new-ish, they reran that sucker all the time. And I think in that first quarter, there was, I don't know how many airings, but a lot of airings, which is how that 18 seconds turned into $225. It was just, $3 here, $5 here. I mean, because all the placement times generate different amounts of money.
Right.
But it all added up. But then the following quarter, that episode wasn't as new anymore, and so they didn't rerun it as much. So the reruns got chopped probably down by 75% of what they used to be. So the money just it wasn't building as much. And for that first year, that was the only thing that was making any money for me, was that one single placement. And then like 6 months later, I think, or maybe a year later, I got my second placement, and then it just started snowballing after that.
So, do you remember, in years 1, 2, and 3 of submitting instrumental cues, what kind of comments were you getting from the screeners when you weren't being forwarded? Do you remember like what some of your biggest sins as a composer were?
Well, I don't really remember exactly, just kind of in a general sense.
Yeah.
Mix quality, not broadcast quality. That was a big one. And it's obvious now. If I go back and listen to that stuff, like one of these days we could play it on a show or something, and everyone will say, yes, that is trash. There's no way anyone could play that. I mean, it wasn't loud. It wasn't mixed good. It was like there was no low end. EQ was just horrible. So in the early days, it was a lot of mix issues. And then that I would still get a lot of like off-target things. So I'd start composing to a listing, listen to the reference tracks and start going down that path. But then somewhere down the line, I would take a wrong turn, and I'd keep following that wrong turn without ever recalibrating and coming back and making sure I was where I got off target, stylistically off target.
Is Espen playing video games online or something right now? You're getting a little choppy.
I don't know what she's doing down there. No, I think she's just watching a movie.
Oh, okay.
On Amazon Prime, maybe stealing my bandwidth.
Maybe. So you didn't read the email I sent yesterday. It said, make sure everybody in your household isn't doing anything on Wi-Fi. That's okay.
Oh, shoot. No, I didn't even see that. I wonder if I could go stop her movie. Well, you just let me know if it gets too bad.
Well, I don't want to upset her. If it gets really bad, we'll let you know. Maybe I'll have you run down there for a sec. All right. So how did you take those screener comments? Did you think, oh, those guys don't know what the hell they're talking about? This mix sounds great. Or did you see it as a learning experience? Well, tell us about that.
In the early days, it was certainly a learning experience, and I didn't really I didn't get too offended by what the screeners would say, but there would be probably a time span of a day or maybe a couple hours even where I would get a little bit, I'd have a chip on my shoulder, like what?
Yeah.
God, they returned that track. Come on, I worked so on that thing. You really have to view that stuff as learning opportunities, because if you don't, then you just come into this thing with a giant grudge and you think the system's out to get you. And you'll never make forward progress if you think the cards are stacked against you when you hear feedback that's not from your friends and family, that is the real deal feedback that you need to hear.
It's funny, about, a week or so ago, we had a member that was complaining that one of the screeners, she had several complaints, but one of them specifically was that the screeners heard some African instruments that were actually real instruments that she used in her track. And she's been making music, I think, for like 20 or 30 years. And she's got a real studio, works with a bunch of great musicians. And the screener heard it and thought these instruments were, MIDI stuff. And they commented and said, these don't sound real. Well, I guess it's you just pointed out, the screeners are not out to get you. They're there to help. And having screened a lot of music in the early days of Taxi myself, sometimes you hear an instrument and you think that trumpet sound is a sample. Maybe it was poorly recorded or for whatever reason. And I got the feeling talking to this lady, it started out a little bit on the coarse side, but it felt like the conversation got friendlier as it went on. And I said, look, it happens. It's not like they're sitting there going, what can we make up to tell her and bum her? I know, I'm going to tell her this, kalimba sounds like a synthesizer. They would have no motivation for doing that, and she might have, might respond to, well, your people clearly don't know what they're doing, but they do. You've met a lot of our screeners, I think, over the years.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Yep.
you know that they're all like, their resumes are great, you know, and they love doing what they're doing, and they're really trying to help. So that takes us to the issue of things sounding dated or samples that aren't of high enough quality. How did you get feedback like that in the early stages? Like, dude, your string parts sound like a Casio or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. I totally got that feedback. And in those early days, I was just buying like kind of cheaper sample programs, and I didn't really know how to finesse them very well. Because I mean, you kind of just think, oh well. If I want a chord to come out of these violins, well, I'll just play all 3 notes at the same time, and now I'm going to have this awesome chord, and that's a surefire way to make your stuff sound artificial, and so, but I didn't know that back then. I paid $100 or so for this program. I thought that it should be amazing, right out of the box, and I should be able to fool everybody into thinking I actually used the London Symphony Orchestra, but that's just really not the case at all. I think I've lost track of what your question was.
Did you get a lot of feedback about the quality of your samples? Yep. A lot of samples on that specifically, and so that's about the time where I realized that. There are certain styles of music that lend themselves to artificiality. Like hip-hop is a great example of that. Like you don't really have a lot of live players. You've got people just like using little kick sounds and snare sounds and hi-hats and stuff. And of course there's nothing real about an 808 bass. Like that can't be reproduced on any real instrument that I know of. So you can do that stuff in certain styles of music, but other things, if you were trying to do like Latin jazz, you're not just going to be able to sit down and do the congas hand drums on your keyboard and then play a synth trumpet through your keyboard, and that's just going to sound totally whack. I guess some advice to people would fall for the trap of thinking that just because you have the ability to play an instrument through your keyboard, that does not mean that it's going to be a believable or good sound. So, I mean, if you really want something to sound like that should take a real player. Promise me that today at 3 o'clock LA time, 4 o'clock your time, you will watch the video we're going to roll from Vienna Symphonic Library about their Big Bang Orchestra and how to use it. You remember Martin Tichy from the last couple of videos?
Oh, yeah.
Greatest guy. Love him. He's back living in Austria now, and he does marketing for Vienna Symphonic. So I said, Ilio, which is the distributor in America, sponsors the Road Rally. So I said, is it possible for you to send me a video of, like a demo or a tutorial of one of their products? And he sent this thing. It will blow your mind. Seriously, everybody watching this right now has to be back online here. Of course, you could stay online the whole time. But 3 o'clock LA time, the VSL, Vienna Symphonic Library's Big Bang Orchestra thing, just watch that half hour. You will be ordering that thing as soon as it's over. And the best part is, I think that your one finger could sound like, you'll see. I don't want to give anything away, and there's a really beefy discount in there for taxi members, so definitely don't miss that. You are going to freak when you see this. Anyway,
Sweet.
A little off track there. All right, so talk to me about collaboration. I know that you collaborate with several members. I'm guessing that you've collaborated with Stephen Baird because you guys are friends, probably with Chuck Henry, but more people as well. How many people within the taxi universe do you collaborate with, and how has that helped you?
Yeah, man, I collaborate all the time. I think that's one of the best things anyone possibly do for their career. Am I chopping up here, Michael?
Yeah, you were. Do you want to run downstairs real quick and see if maybe...
Yeah.
all
I'll
right.
just go.
I'll hang out and look at the chat room while you're gone. Hello, chat room. How are you guys? Let's see who's in there. We've got Dan the songwriter, Valerie Hemmings, Glenn Ruger, Phil Ford, Kip Johnson, Marion Laird, Sam Coffey, J Cat, Shelley Thomas, Tunes Music, Kareem Abiwhoop. That was Salah. That went by too quickly. Wow, now they're flying. Everybody's saying hello. Oh my gosh, they're flying by. So I hope you guys are enjoying this. I love talking to Vander, Boegh, because he's such a great example of how just, good hard work and a lot of determination is paid off to the point where he doesn't have to be a college professor anymore. Pretty awesome. How did you guys like Pressfield? I couldn't really watch the chat room much when I was interviewing Steve earlier today. Did you guys think he was as good as I did? He is inspiring. Is it, and you would think that he would be like this kind of deep, heavy, intense guy because his books are so incredibly insightful. He's the nicest damn guy. He's like somebody's grandfather. Anyway, all right, there you are. Hopefully we're done with the lagginess. Boy, you probably sprinted. Is your house 2 stories?
Yeah, 2 stories.
I bet you sprinted up those stairs on the way back, right?
Yeah, if I'm a little huffy and puffy, it's because I'm maybe a little out of shape.
No, you are definitely not out of shape. Matt Vander Boegh nobody will ever accuse you of being out of shape. You're like the most. If we had a taxi member, like fireman calendar, you would be on the cover, I think.
Hey. Oh, yeah, put that on my dating profile.
There you go. Well,
hey,
yeah, that's
ladies.
something I've never said to a taxi member before, so feel honored.
All right.
Okay, so you collaborate all the time.
Yeah.
What percentage of the stuff that you're working on do you collaborate on nowadays?
So right now I'm doing a ton of collaborations. Just I've really ramped that up. So let me just clarify for people that when I'm working on instrumental cues, I largely do those by myself because I can handle it all. I'm quick enough. There's nothing really in an instrumental cue for the styles that I work in that I can't handle on my own. So I'm not too keen to bring other people into the fold on those just because it would take more time to produce the tracks because I'd be waiting on them, and then I'd just be splitting the royalties in half. And I'm not trying to sound greedy.
No, you don't at all. But yeah, if you can do it.
Yeah, that's my business model when it comes to instrumental cues. But vocal songs, I collaborate on those things. For every single vocal song I've made, I've had a collaborator, and that's usually a vocalist who handles the lyric writing duties and the top lining, and they record their vocal and send it to me and everything. But here lately, I've even been doing a bunch of 3-way collaborations. And
sorry,
I thought it was my comment about doing a lot of 3-ways.
No, that went right over my head, Matt.
Okay, yeah. So I've been doing a lot of 3-ways here lately, in a collaborative sense. Yeah.
Right.
So I got a couple of.
When it's a 3-way, so you do tracks, somebody else does top lining, and what does the third person do?
Yeah, so I've got these couple of really cool things that I work on. These 2 little groups, we created names for them. One is an urban country thing, like the Old Town Road type of sound, and that was put together by myself and a guy named Austin Falingo, who's just an amazing stud of a country guitar string. The guy does it all, and he's just kind of virtuoso good. And so he does like all the string stuff, and I do the hip hop and the production side of things, and then the vocalist does the vocal thing. And so the 3 of us all team up on those to make these urban country songs. And then I've got another little thing that I do with one of my really good friends from here in Boise, a guy named Brendan Nickel, who I'm sure is in the chat room somewhere. And this guy's a phenomenal guitar player, and I've known him. Him and I go back, oh man, to like the year 2000. We kind of came up on the Boise, Idaho local music scene, but it's kind of the same workflow. Hey, there's Brendan. I see you just said hey in the chat room.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
But he does all the guitars, and then I do the production, and then we send that stuff out to vocalists. So these are all 3-way collaborations. But what I really like about that stuff is I do not play guitar, so anything that involves guitar, I've automatically kind of disqualified myself from it. So if I want real guitar, I got to bring someone else into the fold, and you just find these amazing musicians, and there's probably a million great musicians in everyone's backyard. Well, not literally, but figuratively, there's great musicians all around. You just got to find these guys and work with them. That urban country stuff, I could never do the stuff that Austin does. I do own a banjo, but I can't really play it. And so he brings
right.
this certain...
You own a keyboard and you can't really play that either. That hasn't stopped you.
yeah. At least the banjo was a present, so I'm not out any money on that one. But the beauty of collaboration is you get another mind on your track that thinks like a totally different person. And if you're doing it right, then that other person that you bring in thinks like the job that you brought them in to do. And so what I mean by that is if you're doing a pop song and you approach someone who lives and breathes pop music, they're going to kill the pop vocals.
Right.
So you got to find the right person. I mean, you can't just go out and find like a folk singer and say, hey, I want to do this current slick pop stuff. But they're going to come in with the mindset of what it takes to be successful at what they do, which, I mean, you could never think of this stuff on your own. So it brings multiple minds to the table. I think I just saw an article recently on the huge proliferation of collaborations in the top whatever Billboard charts. Like they're all co-written songs, and they all have multiple co-writers. I mean, the days of 2-person collaborations seem to be a thing of the past.
Yeah, it kind of breaks my heart, honestly. I'm old school because I'm old. And, back in my day, somebody could write a strummy singer-songwriter song, and they could get it out to a publisher, and the publisher would go shop it to artists on labels or producers getting ready to work with those artists. And a single solo songwriter could get a cut. They still can. It's just the opportunities have been greatly diminished. But by collaborating and networking, I'm actually doing a thing with a friend of mine named Hookman at some point, I think on Sunday, about getting into a song camp, which is what they're called on the record side of the industry, where you get in these camps of people and you guys they write together, and sometimes it's somebody just comes up with like literally a hi-hat beat, but they were in the room for the creation, and maybe next time they come up with the whole beat, which was so incredibly good that's what made that song great. So they get an equal share, and that's why when you go to the Grammys or the ASCAP or BMI Awards, when they give out an award for Song of the Year, it can be like 6, 8, 10 people up there.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm now a huge fan of the collaboration thing, but it is a little heartbreaking that for people who haven't built the network and don't have the ability to collaborate, but you know what? They actually do. They're people are meeting each other in the chat room as we're talking right now. People are meeting in the chat room. They'll become friends. They'll trade email addresses, and at some point they'll collaborate. It happens all the time. The physical road rally obviously is like, that's the greatest collaboratorium of all, I think, is the road rally.
Yeah, hands down.
So I'm impressed to see that you are confident enough in collaborating that you don't try and do everything as a solo because you make more money, and you realize that you're expanding your horizons while you're giving up half or 2/3 of the income from that thing. You're making more of it. It's going to get better placements because it's better because it's a collaboration. All that stuff is working.
Yeah. I mean, there are a couple ways to look at that. The pessimistic view is, you are now getting 1/3 of what you would have got if you did it by yourself.
Yeah.
But the quality factor, I mean, you get better opportunities, better money. You're in contention for things that you wouldn't have been probably if you just had yourself to lean on. And so maybe 1/3 of the money, but 1/3 of a lot more money,
right?
Than 100% of maybe nothing or something minimal.
So we've only got about 10 minutes left. I want to talk about the actual construction of instrumental cues. And I know people always say, well, is there a set structure? And there are several structures. And it's not like somebody says, it's got to be in one of these structures, but can you talk in general and maybe even specific terms about how you approach creating cues? Let's say you're going to do something like Old Town Road. What's your starting process? Do you first sit down and listen to records like that to get the sounds and get the attitude and get all that? And then how do you structure it? And then, just take us through the process.
Yeah, so I'll take you through the structure first, because the creation of things is so, I don't know if I ever do the same thing twice. But the structure, I have a structure that I've kind of turned into a game-winning widget formula.
Okay.
It's what's paying my bills, so I've got no reason to change my structure. So I'm going to
I
give
feel
away
like I should be charging for this segment.
Yeah.
All right, lay it on them.
Let me stick a GoFundMe link up in the chat room. People can send me tips, because this is how you make your money right here. Okay, so I start off nearly every cue with like 1 or 2 beats, very small, of a lead-in. And that could be a couple drum hits, it could be a reverse cymbal, or it could be just a bass note, dong, dong, couple bass notes, dong, dong, doo, and then you're in. Right. So it's just a little teeny tiny lead-in. Like, people want to throw these long-winded introductions on. Forget introductions. You need 2 notes. That's it. And then you're in. So a cue, in my way of constructing these things, a cue starts pretty much all in from bar 1. Okay, and there's logic to this. I'll get to that in just a second. But you want to start all guns blazing. With all the heavy stuff happening. You want the melody in there. You want it all there. And the rationale for that is when an editor at a TV show is sitting down to work on a track or work on a video, and they look at their musical playlist that might have 100 to 1,000 pieces of music for them to choose from, they are going to just do. And we saw this in a demonstration at a road rally.
Right.
A couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah, with Laurel Ostrander, the video editor. Yeah, she was awesome.
And so this is what I've been saying for a long time, and she just proved it. That what these editors will do is they'll preview the track, and they'll listen to like 2 seconds, and they will instantly know whether that piece of music is appropriate for their scene, or whether it's a contender, or whether it's garbage pile. Mm-hmm. Okay, 2 seconds, boom. Dun, dun. Nope. Next one. Next one. And that's as fast as they go. Like,
and it doesn't mean that your music sucks. It means that it's not right for the scene. Could be great.
Yeah. Or it just means you didn't give them the goods in those first 2 seconds. Yeah. So I always say you got to deliver what the melody. You got to have your sales pitch basically happening from the very beginning of the track. So make that first 8 or 16 bars, make that the best 8 or 16 bars of the thing, and give them everything, because that's what's going to sucker them in, and they're going to say, "Oh, I know what this piece of music is about. This is good. This is usable. Let me drag it over here to this folder, and I'll see if I can find anything else, and then we'll select from these."
It's not unlike dating. It starts with the laws of physical attraction. Somebody's eyes talk to you. They're whatever. But yeah, you know, the laws of physical attraction applied to music works.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
yeah. Let me tell you, as a perpetually single guy, every now and then I'll sign up for the online dating things like Match.com. Okay, and they'll deliver all these things in your inbox. There's your like 25 matches for the day, and if you don't have a lot of time, it's like the whole Tinder thing, which I've never done that. But like you see a picture, and you're instantly within the first couple of seconds, you're going, "I'll take it," or "No, I won't." Like that's a contender, that's not. And that's the same thing about like making a cue. You gotta deliver the goods right out of the gates. Okay, so I let that go for about, I don't know, 8 or 16 bars, say 20 to 30 seconds. And then take the same stuff that you were doing, only strip it back considerably.
Okay.
Lighten up the drum pattern, change the bass thing, take out most of the melody, maybe just have a few ding, dong, like a few little bells here and there.
Right, I call that melody light.
Melody light, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And then you always want, in between most or all of these sections, to have a little bit of breathing room. It's called an edit point, which I thank Taxi and you, Michael, for telling me all about this stuff. And Chuck Henry, who once upon a time gave me like a master's class on how to do this stuff. But I mean, I learned this all from Taxi. You give it just a little bit of breathing space so an editor at a TV show can chop your cue and use this part or this part. So you got to think of these musical cues like Legos. Okay, if you got a stack of Legos, I should have brought little visual aids. I'm sure Espen has Legos up here somewhere. But if you've got like, you know, 5 bricks, Lego bricks stacked on each other, but they're all different colors, and you say, I want to use the green one, you pull off the others and you take that little section and here you go. Here's your green piece. Well, building a musical cue is the same way. You want to be able to have your thing chopped up in a way that this individual piece can still be used in isolation. And then I go to like a kind of a subsection. I know we're kind of running out of time here, so I'll just in a very quick way. The
subsection's like a B section?
Yeah, like a B section, just a variation. Maybe you can kind of modulate, or I don't even know if modulate is the right word. It's not a key change. I don't know, but you just change the thing.
Right, take it up an octave. Yeah, people do that. But sometimes they'll take the chords that are in the A section and flip them and reverse them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's a big variation, but it belongs in the same family as the rest of the sections in that cue. And then I always end with something equally as big, or if not bigger, than that first section. So I start off big and I end even just a little bit bigger. And I'm not talking like through the roof big. I mean, like you could throw in, you could do eighth notes on a tambourine instead of the quarter notes that you were doing in the first section. And that's enough added energy to get you there. And then I always end.
Yeah, talk to us about the ending. I was going to say, do you crescendo up to a big, stinger ending?
Yeah, I always put a stinger ending on things. Like, I think one of the biggest mistakes people make when they're getting started is they just find the natural ending, like beat like, oh, the section ends here, so I'm just going to not play past that section, and they just end at this natural spot, which is fine. Like it sounds natural, but ideally you want to create your own sting, like a composed ending of something cool happening, and end on a kind of a ring out note or even just a choke note or something. But it's its own little 3 to 5 second finishing touch.
Right.
Like
that could actually
Mortal
be
Kombat finishing
it could actually
move.
be cut out and used on its own. So we've got about a minute and a half left to go. So we got to wrap up. I want everybody to know, by the way, that the next thing up is 14 ways to make money with your music online with Dave Cool from Bandzoogle. He's a great guy. His name is really Dave Cool, so don't miss that. Can you give me a short final thought? We got under a minute now. Anything to encourage people, to stick
Here's
with it?
Here's the motivation, you guys. If I, and this is so cliche, and everybody says this, but if I can do it, I swear to God, anybody with a shred of musical talent can do this. You don't need to be Bach or Beethoven or the second coming of Hans Zimmer, and you don't need the gear. You don't need $1,000 keyboard. You need something that costs $50. Like that. Just start and don't give up, because that's the real key. Just perseverance and determination outlast all of the people who quit long before they should have, and you will find success in anything.
Awesome, man. We just nailed 12 o'clock on the nose. I got to run. Matt, thank you. Congratulations, man, on all your success. Really, really proud of you. Grateful that you could share all this with everybody, and we will talk soon, my friend. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matt Vanderboegh.
Bye, everyone.
Up next, we have 14 ways to make money with your music online. And there we go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Dave Kuhl. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at Bandzoogle. I'm sure I've met many of you in the past at a previous road rally. Unfortunately, we don't get to see each other this year, but I'm glad that Michael and team have decided to do a virtual conference. And so today in my session, I'm going to talk about ways to make money with your music online, which has obviously become even more important this year, given the pandemic, and for those musicians that are used to performing live and touring. So in case you don't know what Bandzoogle is, it's a website platform specifically for musicians. We've been around for 17 years. We power over 50,000 websites for musicians and bands around the world. You can easily build a mobile-friendly website in EPK. You don't have to know any coding or anything like that. It's all point and click. You can also sell your music, merch, tickets, run crowdfunding campaigns, monthly fan subscriptions, all commission-free. We don't take any cut from sales. You can collect emails and send professional newsletters, and you can chat with our support team 7 days a week. Everyone at the company are musicians themselves, so it's a very musician-friendly company. On Bandzoogle, again, we do commission-free sales on music and merch and every other type of transaction. So in the last 10 years, over $68 million worth of music and merch has been sold commission-free through the platform, but almost half of that has happened in the last couple of years. So we're seeing a huge increase in direct-to-fan sales, which is really exciting for musicians. So if you do need a website, or if you need a new website, we do offer taxi attendees and taxi members a discount. So if you use the promo code TAXI15, you get a 3-month free trial instead of 30 days, and you get 15% off any of the subscription plans at Bandzoogle. So 14 ways to make money with music online. So obviously it could be a while before live performances and tours and festivals and conferences get back into full swing. So it's crucial to lay the groundwork now to monetize your music online and find other revenue streams online, because the effort you're going to put in now will continue to pay off when we do, hopefully soon, get back to live shows and touring. So first revenue stream to talk about is selling music directly through your website. So you own that experience on your website, and by selling direct to your fans, you actually keep more of the money. It's commission free with Bandzoogle. And you can also use the pay what you want model, pay what you can, to let fans give you more, which, you'd be surprised how generous fans can be. So if you give them that option to give you a little bit more money for a digital track or album, you might be surprised at the results. And obviously by selling direct, you can collect email addresses. Your fans can opt into your newsletter, which will allow you to keep in touch with them over the long term. So if you don't have a website yet, here's the pitch for why you should have a website. So you own the address, so you own that little slice of the internet, which is really important because your fans in the industry will always be able to find you there, regardless of what social media platform is popular at the time. You own the experience, so there's no ads or links or distractions, trying to take fans away from your site, and there's no design limits, so you can really brand it how you want to your music, your brand. You own the data, which is super important. All the data you collect through your website and your mailing list, and you can use that data for marketing campaigns or, again, booking tours when we get back there. And again, you can earn more money by selling directly to your fans through your own website. There's a lot of extra resources in this slide presentation, a lot of guides and blog posts, and they're all linked in the slide presentation. So if you're watching this live, you can download the slides. There'll be a link posted in the live chat. You can download the slides directly and just click on the links in the slide presentation. If you're watching this on YouTube, in the description, there'll be that link to download the slides. So we have a guide, how to make a website for your music. It's not Bandzoogle specific. It's just best practices for setting up a website for your music. Number 2 is making your music available through online music retailers. So some fans will only want to buy through their preferred retailer, whether it's Amazon, iTunes, Google Play is mentioned here. And I think it might have even been today when I'm recording this, or very soon Google Play is shutting down. But, anywhere where there's downloads available through your digital distribution companies that make it available, you're going to want to do that so fans can purchase where they feel most comfortable. We have another guide here, the complete guide to selling your music online. So it goes through the different phases of selling music and the different platforms you should use and when. So you can check that out through the slides. Making your music available for streaming. Obviously, for most artists, it's not a ton of revenue there. And obviously, we're not at the point yet where we're all happy with the revenues happening for artists through streaming services. However, the vast majority of listening happens through platforms like Spotify and Apple, YouTube, and Amazon Music. So it's important to be on there, and there's a lot of different music discovery benefits to being on those platforms as well. So you don't want to miss out on that revenue, and you don't want to miss out on that music discovery aspect either. So we have a guide here on how to get your music featured on Spotify playlists, which obviously can really benefit you and help you find new fans through Spotify. Monetizing your YouTube channel. So you can set up monetization on your account, and when your music that you own is used in a video, whether it's on your channel or someone else's, you're entitled to collect a percentage of that ad revenue. So most digital distribution companies can help you collect the money that you're owed for those instances where your music is used. And here's a resource from CD Baby's YouTube for Musicians, How Is All the Money Made, that you can check out to find out more about that revenue stream and see if it fits for you. Crowdfunding. So crowdfunding is still a great way to engage your fans and raise money for your next project. It takes a lot of planning and budgeting. So it's not necessarily a quick fix for immediate cash flow issues. But again, it's still a great way to raise revenue, generate revenue, and get your fans excited about your new project. But you have to take the time to really plan it out. And it's probably going to be a multi-month project and process. So you can actually crowdfund through your Bandzoogle website. Unlike other platforms, all the pledges from your fans are commission free, and they go directly from the fan to you. We don't get involved in that transaction. So we have a resource here for crowdfunding. So some do's and don'ts for crowdfunding your album if you're thinking of doing that. And also, engaging your community around a crowdfunding campaign once you've launched it. Like, how do you rally your community of fans to support you? Fan subscriptions. So this is a relatively new concept. It's been around for years, but more and more musicians are starting to try this particular revenue stream. And it's where fans pay a monthly fee in exchange for rewards and access to your music or other exclusive content. And the nice thing about subscriptions is that it gives you recurring revenue, and it kind of helps you build a more predictable income that way. And it allows you to reward your biggest super fans. Again, it's something that takes a lot of planning and a lot of effort. If you're someone, it's not for every musician, but if you're someone who likes to engage with your fans, if you're particularly prolific with creating content, creating music, creating videos, it can be a great way to generate steady monthly income from your fans in exchange for some really exclusive access and content. We have built-in fan subscriptions feature on Bandzoogle, where again, all of that revenue is commission free. So we have a guide here, how to sell fan subscriptions on your website. So it walks you through how to set up a fan subscriptions offering for your fans, and also different ways to reward your subscribers. There's tons of different ways you can offer content, exclusive content, unique content, exclusive access. So 71 ways is what we came up with, but artists are so creative. There's tons more ways that you can do it, but this will hopefully, this guide will give you some ideas on what you can offer to your fans. And then we have another resource of how to promote subscriptions. It's a little bit different than saying, check out my latest album or stream my music or buy my album. It's really, it's a deeper relationship because it's that ongoing recurring payment. So it's a little bit different to promote that to your fans. Obviously, live streaming has become quite popular since mid-March, out of necessity. Obviously, musicians aren't able to play in venues or at festivals and things like that. So, one of the most common ways to drive revenue from a live stream is with a tip jar. So you can put a link to your website, a PayPal.me link or a Venmo username on your live stream, whether you're doing it through Facebook or Instagram, YouTube. If you have a bit of a built-in fan base and who are used to buying tickets to your shows and things like that, you can also try platforms like StageIt, Twitch, or Sessions, which have built-in monetization features, which might help you generate a little bit more revenue. Bandzoogle launched a tip jar in April, and the generosity of fans is something to be amazed by. And I'll get into some of that data at the end of this presentation, but we were really shocked by the volume of tips and the average tip amount. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. Again, if you have a fan base that is used to buying tickets from you for your live shows, you can sell tickets to your live streams. It's not for everyone, but instead of streaming for free, you can make it more of an event, like a gig. And you can try selling tickets for these exclusive live stream shows. You can also, getting back to fan subscriptions, you can also make these live streams exclusive for your fan subscribers. That's one way to reward them. But if you want to make it open to anyone, you can do a ticketed event. You can debut all new material. You can play through one of your older albums in its entirety. You can take audience requests. You can make it really a fun event where you can charge a ticket price for. So Bandzoogle has a built-in ticketing feature, commission free. Once again, we added functionality to be able to put like a live stream link and a password if a password is needed. So Bandzoogle members have organized over 1,300 live stream events and generate almost $200,000 in ticket sales for those live stream events, which is really encouraging. So that's another way to monetize a live stream. Again, if you have a little bit of a fan base and you want to make it a special event, you can actually sell tickets to that live stream. We put out a guide. There's a lot of guides out there for live streaming, but we put out our own, which is called the Complete Guide to Live Streaming for Musicians. It walks you through all the different platforms. If you want to monetize, if you want to make it free, if you want to make it ticketed or gated in some way, all of your different options for live streaming. So monetizing your Facebook and Instagram videos. So this is probably an underutilized revenue stream, but you can actually earn money when your music is used in videos on Facebook and Instagram stories, and just like on YouTube. So you should check with your digital distributor to make sure that they offer social video monetization. Most should. So you can talk to them about that and make sure that that's turned on and that you're able to collect those revenues on those social platforms. Selling merch. So, things like CDs, vinyl, shirts, hats, stickers, all that fun stuff. Bandzoogle members are selling a lot of merch to their websites, and I'll show you guys in a few minutes the data on that. But if you're not sure what to sell, you can survey your fans and get an idea of what they might enjoy. You can research what other artists in your genre and your scene are selling, and maybe start with some low cost options, because you don't want to, invest in printing, 1,000 vinyl records and then you sell 2 of them. They're very expensive, and that's a lot of storage space. So, do some research, maybe start with some smaller low cost options and then build up from there. And adding personalized sign items to drive additional revenue is also something you can do. We had an artist through Bandzoogle. They're big YouTube stars, and they put out a new album and they autographed. It's a new CD only, no digital version available. And they did a pre-order of this CD that was autographed by the 2 band members, and they sold out of 10,000 CDs in less than 24 hours because it was autographed. And they've done this many times before. And so, it's a big, kind of an extreme example, because they are established and they're YouTube stars and they have this, rabid fan base that wants everything they release. However, they for $40 per CD to get the autograph version versus $13 for the non-autograph version, which didn't sell nearly as many units. It shows that adding that personal touch, like the sign, the autographs or personal messages can really help drive even more revenue. And you don't only have to sell physical merch. And one quick note, let me go back here, about physical merch. You can also do print on demand. And that's something that we're actively working on right now at Bandzoogle. By the time you see this, it might be live on the platform. But having that print on demand option so that you can offer a bunch of different merch items that you don't have to invest in printing or having that inventory and storing it and then shipping it. A print on demand service can allow you to offer different types of merch. And when a fan makes a purchase, whether it's a mug, a t-shirt, it gets printed and fulfilled at that external service. So that's another option for selling physical merch. Now, digital merch. Again, you don't have to restrict yourself just to physical merch. There's obviously a low cost of production for digital merch for the most part. There's no inventory, which is great. And you can probably come up with some great items for superfans this way. So think along the lines of sheet music, tabs, lyric books, poetry books, song books, that kind of thing. For music teachers, this is particularly relevant. So you can sell lessons, video lessons, again, sheet music, things like that. You can also offer behind the scenes videos, unreleased live shows. We had a Bandzoogle member, they made a documentary, like a making of one of their albums. And it was like a 45-minute, pretty much full length documentary about the making of their album. And they sold thousands of copies of this documentary using this digital merch sales feature on Bandzoogle. So you can think along the lines of more digital merch to, again, save that cost of production and not have to worry about inventory. Licensing your music. So this is obviously a big one for a lot of people that attend Taxi, and a lot of you are already doing this. And as many of you know who have been attending Taxi or have been Taxi members, it's easier said than done. But even one placement could be a game changer for your career. And you all know this. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. And, a lot of musicians, well, some musicians, I should say, earn most or all of their income just from licensing. And so that's chances are, when I saw this slide, when I was putting together a slide presentation, I was like, well, Taxi members of all the conferences in the world, they're going to know most about this one. And, there's going to be, I would imagine, tons of other panels and workshops and discussions around licensing your music. So obviously that's one revenue stream that doesn't rely on having to be physically anywhere. You don't have to, obviously, during a pandemic, you can still license your music, and there's still TV shows and Netflix shows and movies and podcasts and advertising that needs music. And so it's still a potential revenue stream that could be really interesting for you during a pandemic. This is a resource, again, I believe through CD Baby, how to be successful at licensing your songs to TV, film, and advertisement, and in ads. And then we have a resource here, just the 6 different ways to license your music. And again, this is probably stuff that most of you already know, probably already know a lot more about it than me. And speaking to many of you over the years at Taxi, obviously very knowledgeable about this. So sponsorships. So this is another one that doesn't necessarily require any physical presence necessarily. Sponsorships do go hand in hand with live shows in a lot of ways. But if you've built up a fan base online, they might want to partner to reach those fans through your social media, through your website, through YouTube, through your email list. For those of you who are Instagram, which I imagine is most of you, you probably see a lot of paid, sponsored Instagram posts, or if you're watching YouTube, you see the video includes paid promotion. So that's something that, musicians, for musicians that have a fan base, you can reach out. It could be local companies. You can start there rather than, going after the big brands right off the bat. But you'd be surprised that, that extra revenue that you can make doing some paid social posts. So this is a resource from Soundfly, our friends over at Soundfly, which is a great resource for musicians to learn about all different topics in the music industry. We've got a lot of incredible courses and a great blog called Flypaper. This is a guide called 4 Steps to Attracting or Asking for Sponsorship as an artist, because it is a little bit different, and you do have to have a plan and make sure that you're offering some value to the brands that you're approaching. So this is a little guide to do that. Teaching music online. So ending with this one, and it's not something that all musicians necessarily want to do, but it's one that most musicians could do. If you play an instrument, if you sing, you can offer lessons to your fans, and not only to your fans, to anyone. And it could be, kind of a fun and unique way for your fans to support you, especially at a time when you can't go out and play live shows. Obviously, it helps us supplement your income, and you can hone your craft at the same time. So it's kind of to me, it's a win-win. Not all musicians want to teach necessarily, but especially at a time like this, or you can teach songwriting, you can teach composition. You can teach anything that you're really good at doing. As an artist, you can look to teach that online and share those skills with your fans. And you can do it as simply as, doing it on Zoom calls or Skype or Google Hangouts. You can sell the lessons through your website. We have a lot of music teachers that use Bandzoogle to sell lessons, sell sessions, one-on-ones, courses, again, going back to selling videos and songbooks and things like that. So it's something to consider during this time if you find yourself without any gigs. Bree Noble, who's an incredible teacher herself, wrote this great blog post for Bandzoogle called "How to Get Started Teaching Online by Creating a Mini Course," and that she suggests starting off with one focused mini course and kind of growing from there. So let me just take a sip of water here. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of revenue streams that I just went over. So 14 different revenue streams, and some of them will be relevant for you. Others, not so much. Some you may have tried, and maybe some of these are new to you, and you're going to give them a try, and that's great. Hopefully it sparks some ideas on, maybe the different ways you can generate revenue online during this, pretty challenging time for artists. And, at Bandzoogle, our CEO, Stacy, who's an incredible operator, incredible CEO for the company, and she always has things, a roadmap planned out for the platform months and months and months in advance, usually a year out. We have the whole plan for the platform. And of course, when March hit, we had to kind of throw that out the window, and we pivoted and launched some new tools for musicians to help them generate revenue online. And what we, it's since mid-March, and I'm filming this at the end of October, and it's obviously been a difficult year for musicians. But I want to, put some of these revenue streams that I talked about in the workshop into context to show you that it is possible, and there are musicians doing this. And when we looked at the data, we were blown away by what Bandzoogle members are achieving just through their websites. We don't know what's going on with our members on different platforms and through streaming and things like that, but this is all revenue generated through their own websites, all commission free, again, through Bandzoogle. So since mid-March, nearly $5.5 million has been generated by Bandzoogle members, and again, 0% commission taken, which has been the case since we launched e-commerce tools in 2010. And just want to show you the different revenue streams that are happening through the artist websites. This is not counting using different streaming services or different download stores like Bandcamp or iTunes or anything like that. Licensing, YouTube revenue, it's not counting all that. This is just on your website. Just under $500,000 in digital music. So. And that's 33,453 albums and 37,569 singles to be exact. And, when people ask us, do fans even buy digital downloads anymore? And the answer is a resounding yes, they definitely do. And you see that when Bandcamp releases their statistics as well. There's just a ton, millions of dollars worth of digital downloads being sold every year. Now, are those fans downloading the tracks and listening to them from the download, or are they just buying the digital downloads as a way to support the artist and just still streaming it on Spotify or Apple Music or whatever? That's very possible. And at the end of the day, you know, who cares, but you know, it's a simple way to allow fans to support you by offering the option to let them buy your music. And if you don't give them the option, then they can't. Merch, I mean, almost $3.9 million in CDs, vinyl, t-shirts have been sold since mid-March through Bandzoogle website. So again, merch is a credible revenue stream for musicians. And it shows that even if you're not able to tour, fans still want merch. Live stream ticket sales. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier. So again, if you have a fan base that is used to buying tickets to your shows, then you can try charging a ticket price for a live stream. And again, over 1,300 virtual events have been organized through Bandzoogle's our built-in calendar feature, where you can sell tickets. And just under $200,000 of revenue is generated from those 1,300 shows just through ticket sales, which is pretty incredible. And then probably the most surprising to us was tips, donations. So actually, I misspoke earlier. I said it was in April, but we launched a tip jar in May. And a simple donation button that you can add an image. We actually integrated video into that now, so you can actually put a live stream video if you want right into the tip jar. So it could be from Twitch. We integrated with Twitch, Crowdcast, Vimeo, YouTube, and Facebook. And so this tip jar was available since May, and again, just under $200,000 was generated in donations. But what was really striking was that the average tip was $42.12. So over $40 is the average tip. And we saw, you know, tips of $1,000 and $500, and you know, not every fan's going to be able to do that. But if you don't give them the option to choose, then you won't know. And you know, we have a member called Enter the Haggis, and their case is similar to a lot of other artists and bands this past year, where they had a new album coming out. There was just about to drop. They had a whole tour booked, festival gigs, the whole thing. And, you know, everything got canceled because of the pandemic. So they've been around for a long time. They have quite a discography of music. And so what they did was every second Thursday, they do these Throwback Thursday live streams for their fans. They do it on Facebook and YouTube. And they really put a lot of effort into this. And they would listen through, they went in chronological order from their first album going forward. So each Thursday was dedicated to one album. And they would do these listening sessions with their fans and listen to the album from start to finish. They would intertwine like interviews with the band members talking about the songwriting process. And it was super engaging, super unique. And what they did was they put a link to their website, powered by Bandzoogle, that had the tip jar feature on it and their store, so the fans could buy the album that they were listening to if they didn't have it yet. So they ended up generating over $15,000 from these live streams, these Throwback Thursday live streams. It's an incredible success story. You know, may not make up for the lost revenue of a full tour with festival days and things like that, but you know, incredibly successful. So that's an example of some success that can be had in this age of the pandemic. Fan subscriptions, you know, just under $140,000. This is that monthly revenue. And we see some of our members generating, you know, anywhere from $50 a month to a few $1,000s a month from their fans with these recurring monthly payments. So it's something, if you haven't looked into yet, might be something you want to take a look at. We got a lot of new members and some of our current members jumping on board because, again, it's purely digital. And they're really excited because now they can, when they do go back on tour, they can do all these exclusive things for their fan subscribers while they're on the road, and exclusive, you know, behind the scenes things. So it's super exciting. And the other thing is digital files. So getting back to that digital merch, over $500,000 of videos and sheet music and lyric books were sold through Bandzoogle websites. So again, if you need a website, Use the promo code TAXI15. This is hyperlinked if you download the slides again through the live chat if you're watching this live, or if you're watching on YouTube, the link will be in the description to download the slides. You can just click on this promo code. It'll automatically apply the 3-month free trial, and you'll get 15% off. Thank you all for watching this. Thank you to Michael and Angel and the whole team at Taxi for having me. And I look forward to hopefully seeing all of you next year in Los Angeles. Take care.
Hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, now you can hear me. Hi, Steve-O. How are you, man?
Hey, Michael, how are you?
I'm good. Little exhausted from rally prep, but it's going well, and happy to see you.
I couldn't find the Rockstar drinks. Where did you put them? That doesn't help.
I've got a couple of cases in my garage if you want to stop by after the big show.
All right, will do.
Anyway, great to see you. We are going to do how to create instrumental cues with Steve Barden. Let me read your bio, which I believe is the one we had from last year. So after I read it, if there's stuff to update or add, feel free. Steve's a production music composer for film and television. His music can be heard on TV somewhere in the world on a daily basis. His music is aired on ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, CW, ABC Family, A&E, American Heroes Channel, Animal Planet, Biography Channel, Bravo, The Cooking Channel, Discovery Channel, E, Food Network, Game Show Network, HGTV, Investigation Discovery, Lifetime, MTV, National Geographic Channel, Oprah Winfrey Network, Outdoor Channel, Oxygen, PBS, Science Channel, Style Channel, Sci-Fi Channel, TLC, Travel Channel, True TV, Univision, and VH1. Steve is a multi-instrumentalist playing guitar, piano, violin, sort of, it says, and other stringed instruments. He's studied at the Guitar Institute of Technology in Hollywood, which is currently Musicians Institute, and he studied film scoring at UCLA. He scored several animated television series for Saban Entertainment, as well as the award-winning animated short The Baseball Card Shop, which was originally produced by Nickelodeon. He's also written jingles and theme songs for Los Angeles radio personalities Mark and Brian, and also Kevin and Bean. Last year, Steve joined composer, well, this might have been 2 years ago now, Steve joined composer Kevin Kiner writing cues for season 4 of Jane the Virgin, airing on the CW network. One of Steve's cues became Jane's love theme, Waka 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 Waka. Steve is also the author of the book, hold on, wait for it, author of the book, Writing Production Music for TV, The Road to Success, available from Hal Leonard. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Barden. Yeah. Woo.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Welcome to the big show.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. I finally made it to the big stage.
That's right, man. Haven't we had you on a panel before?
I was on a panel, but I wasn't the headliner.
Oh, well, you are today, my friend.
That's going on my resume.
Yeah, and you know, look, we've had you warm up on Taxi TV a couple of times, and which is exactly why I've got you here today, because you know, Taxi TV, I don't have all this technology around me. I don't have a technical director like I do here in the room. So between Bria and Greg, our TD, I felt like we'd be able to do something a little more in depth than what we've done on Taxi TV, and that is, Steve has 2 cues that he sent us. And he also sent us stems from the cues. So basically, I'm kind of going to turn this over to him. I'm going to interact a little here and there if I feel that I need to. But basically, he's going to just tell Bria what to play. She'll play it. Excuse me, that was a rock star burp right there. No show with me would ever be complete without a rock star burp. And then he's going to tell her which stems to play, and he's going to explain what he did, because people are constantly asking, what form is a cue made in? And what do you mean, like a developmental arc? And all kinds of kind of basic stuff. And I realized, we could do a little better on educating people as to the basics. And Barden, having written the book, there we go.
The book.
The book.
Definitive source.
Yeah,
Many
everybody
people are
loves
saying.
it. You know what? As a matter of fact, I'm going to give away a copy of this book. At some point during the panel, I'm going to interrupt you for 30 seconds. We'll have Bria run her finger up and down in the chat room, and somebody is going to win a copy of this very book right here. And I'm going to forge Steve's signature so you can show it to your family and friends and say, Steve Barden autographed this for me. All right, so what?
Good.
We're good? Okay. I see my technical director leaning around his monitor looking at me. I thought he was going to say, we're off air, go home. No, we're still on air. Everything's good. The stream looks good. You look marvelous. So take it away, Steve.
Thank you. Well, today I did, as Michael said, I brought 2 cues, instrumental cues. The first one is an acoustic guitar-based cue with a happy, feel-good emotion. The second one we'll get to in the second half is an orchestral hybrid tension cue.
Oh, by the way, I need to interrupt you for 1 second. Please do not miss at 3 o'clock today. Watch the VSL Vienna Symphonic Library Big Bang Orchestra thing. I almost called you the other night at like midnight to say, Steve, you got to watch this video. When they sent it to me from Austria and I downloaded it and watched it, totally mind blown on that. So you're gonna love that thing. Please be online at 3 o'clock.
I actually own it. I bought it when it first came out. It's
Okay.
very cool.
Well,
yeah.
Also, you might get a peek of their studio where they record the stuff, which is just
wonderful.
yeah. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it sounds great. No,
the second cue is orchestral.
Yeah. So let's start with what we're going to describe. We're basically going to dissect the cues and discuss structure, edit points, arc. You guys talked about arc earlier today, stingers. So let's break it down. So the first cue is an acoustic guitar bass track. And my background is as a guitar player, and I played acoustic guitar in high school. I fell in love with playing ragtime guitar. So one of the things I try to stress to composers is to write to your strengths. And as a guitar player, writing guitar music, should be something that I do a lot, even though I do a lot of orchestral music. But considering that I played a lot of ragtime, I wanted to do a piece that just had a very happy feel to it. And so this piece, we're going to start with, first we're going to play the full cue, and then we'll break it down from there. So let's talk about the structure of this particular cue. It's an A-B-A form. So the first section is A. The second section is B. It's similar but different enough to distinguish it from the A section, and then we'll return back to the A section. Now, in reality, your cues, this is about a 1.5-minute cue, and you will almost never get a 1.5-minute cue played in its entirety. You might get 12 seconds of it played, or 30 seconds. So each part needs to be good enough that if they go beyond the 30 seconds, which is the A section, then there's something additional that sounds quite good. And the overall arc of the piece is that it should keep a building on something, or at least move it so it doesn't sound stagnant. We'll talk about the format when we get to the hybrid orchestral, which is slightly different. But the point is that in any of these cues, we want to increase intensity, or have it go someplace, so it's not static. So let's start with the first cue, and this will be the full mix. So Bria, if you play the first cue. Fantastic.
There's a man who compliments his own work. That was great.
If nobody else is going to.
All right. So lead on, sire.
Okay, so let's talk about the genesis of the cue. It was originally intended as a solo acoustic guitar piece. And we're going to play the next track, which is just a portion of the solo guitar. So by itself, it stands as a complete piece of music. But then later on, I decided to add some additional elements to it. So let's go ahead and just let's move through the second track, Bria. So the A section, the song is in the key of C, and very typical for a bridge or a B section is to go to the F, the 4 chord, which is exactly what we did. And then it just had very typical turnarounds, 5 of 5. Went to a D7, back to a G7, and then returned us back to the tonic key of C. So this track I think works very well as a solo guitar track, but you want to give yourself options, so you want to add some other instrumentation so you can provide alternate mixes for them. So I added, there are so many ways to interpret this music. It is a ragtime piece, but it also, with these other instrumentation that we ultimately ended up with, which was a tuba, drums, spoons, clarinet, it ended up having more of a Dixieland feel to it. But there are other ways we could have gone with that. We could have gone, instead of a tuba, we could have gone with an acoustic bass. Instead of a clarinet, we could have gone with a fiddle playing the counter melodies. We could have had a dobro in there. So I think a piece like this could be labeled in multiple genres because it's close enough that it would work in those types of settings. So I want to just go through this next track, which is just isolating the instrument so you can kind of, hear what I did with it. All of the instruments are live except for the tuba, which is MIDI. The drums are a drum loop. It's not, I didn't play it. So it was an actual performance of real drums. I just used loops because it was a simple part. The spoons, I learned to play the spoons for this track. And I will tell you, 90% of the time I spent recording this track was trying to play these stupid spoons. I originally did a MIDI clarinet and I wasn't happy with it, so I did hire out a clarinet player, and it pulled off just fine. So let's go through and Bria, track 3, and we'll just step through the instruments in the piece. Simple drum part, amazing spoons. So the clarinet player, he put in those little turns, and it really made such a huge difference to have a real player interpret what I wrote on paper. The original MIDI part was very plain sounding, so he brought a lot of life to it. I definitely recommend to anybody recording music to, whenever possible, always use live players, because frankly, the dead ones just can't keep a beat.
So I want to ask, when you were working on this track, did your wife come in and say, "Want a spoon?"
Where all the spoons go? Because you try different sizes: teaspoon, a tablespoon. Honestly, I couldn't find any kind of sampled instruments or loops for spoons at the time. So I went on YouTube and I learned how to do it. And they actually sell spoons. I found out later. They're already kind of connected, and you just hold them and just up and down, bang on them. But I kind of had to learn the technique, and it's not a great sound, but the ambience of that sound in there, totally works. And as I said, you could have swapped it out for a washboard instead of spoons. If you were going for more of a kind of a bluegrassy country sound.
All about
so
context.
A lot of options. Yeah. And if you can do multiple versions where you have slightly different instrumentation, it just increases your chances tenfold. Give them many options. So the last thing on that I want to talk about on this cue is the stinger. Now, often, stinger is an ending where the note just ends, or there's one last chord where it rings, or if it stops, with a tight ending. Sometimes I go da 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 da, bing. Sometimes that's all you need, or sometimes da 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 da, rum, and strum a chord and hold it out. This one I actually wrote an ending to it, so it had a little, it had a nice button at the end, really tightened up the whole thing. So, Bria, number 4, please. So the stinger is actually a stem or an alternate mix that you would supply to the production company as part of your package of stems. Stems are often a misnomer for alternate mixes, but what stems are technically is each individual track laid out separately. So they could take the guitar track and then the bass track and then the drum track, and they could kind of mix it, to meet their needs, and they could create any kind of combination that they want. Some libraries actually just ask for alternate mixes. Give me a mix of the full band. Give me a mix of just the solo guitar. I could have provided alternate mixes that had, say, the full band but no clarinet. One with no percussion, which is the drums and the spoons, or one with no percussion and no clarinet, just the guitar and the tuba. All of those combinations work, and it's nice to provide them with a lot of options, so they can do, however they see fit. So if you're not providing stems, if you can give them alternate mixes, that goes a long way. So I think that's really all I have to discuss on this particular track. So let's go ahead and play track 5, which is just the full track again, so you can hear in context. one quick little story about recording this. Michael, the first time you came over to my house when we did that Taxi TV,
Yeah.
it was an upstairs, downstairs condo. At the time I did this track, the vocal booth was downstairs because my wife is a voice artist and she did her work downstairs and I did my work upstairs. So I dragged microphone cables downstairs and I'd go up to my DAW and I'd press record and then I'd run downstairs and I'd climb in the booth and I'd put on the headphones and get set. And I would have to do like a 30-bar lead-in to make sure I had enough time to get down there. And the spoons probably took me 50 takes. Oh. So I really got in my steps that day.
I was going to say, you probably lost a few pounds, right?
Right. and still didn't master the spoons.
Yeah, by the way, the next time you need spoons, go to a methadone clinic. They've got a lot of used spoons that they throw away. Oh.
Okay, so let's move on to the next track, which is it's called Beat Down. It is a orchestral hybrid tension track, and when we talked about the form of the first cue, which was A B A, tension cues are often just one piece, A. It just keeps repeating. In this case, with just increased intensity throughout the track. In this track, it's really an A B, or the B is really just a more intense portion of the A track, and it kind of matches like when you're doing trailer cues, where the intro or the first the A section is a very ethereal, kind of softer, and then it kind of builds, and then by the time you get to the final section, it's triple forte. It's really loud and very intense. So these kind of tension cues are just building little by little by little until it increases in intensity. So let's go ahead and start. Let's go ahead and play track 6, the full cue. Okay. So, 2 sections. The first is quiet. It starts off with a piano. Oh, and by the way, this track was as a result of a Taxi listing. I ended up doing a 10-track album for this company, and they were focused on the fighting and wrestling entertainment shows. So that's why there were really heavy drums, because the intention is that they'll use these in promos, and you'll have fighters, and when there's a punch, then you gotta it syncs up with a big drum hit.
So in that case, do they edit video to the music?
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. So the project just completed, so I don't know of any placements yet or what's going on with it, but that's what it was for. and thank you to Taxi for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, so the instrumentation is piano, and that is the Ascend piano from Heaviosity, and so it has kind of a built-in delay. It has a very ethereal sound to it, a high tinkling piano, which is very common for this kind of trailer style cue. It features strings, brass, and woodwinds, but the woodwinds are the low woodwinds, like the contrabass clarinets. And I'll isolate that a little bit in the next track. Of course, drums and percussion. The percussion instruments include a glass marimba. There's a choir, and then the hybrid elements. So let's play the next track. Is just the introduction part, the first half, and it contains the tinkling piano, and it has a real low sub bass to add just a foundation, and then there's accents with low brass and woodwinds, and then it all blends in the full track. It just blends in nicely, but this is isolated. So track 7. It's the low brass. Okay, and then we end up with one of those hybrid risers. So that's a excellent transition to take us into the next part. Now, by itself, in this arrangement, you could have used this without the drums, and it still sets up kind of a tension environment. Oh, and there was also some electronic ostinato, low in the background. The next track is the exact same one, but we've added the drum hit. So you can hear how just adding a drum hit here and there changes the overall feel of the track. So it's still tension, but with some specific hit points. Bria? That was the glass marimba. The marimba supports the piano line. Okay. So the next track is also on the same intro part, includes the piano, but we're adding a synth ostinato pattern and also strings, playing almost like a slower ostinato. It just adds some high notes to it. So let's go ahead and play number 9. So again, without the drums, just that arrangement is useful. So now we're going to move on to into the second part, but we're going to play without the drum hits. There will be drum hits initially in the transition, so you kind of get a feel for how it's going. But then we'll just hear the entire second part without the drums.
Before we jump into that, I've got a quick question for you, Steve,
Sure.
which is the rises. Did you create those from scratch yourself, or did you use somebody's instruments like Fallout Music Group or somebody that makes rises pre-packaged, if you will, and just fly it in?
I don't create anything myself. I just take off-the-shelf software, and I didn't have any of the Fallout group stuff, but it's very similar kind of stuff. Heaviosity's Gravity, they have those kind of things. Project Alpha and Project Bravo have a lot of those type of trailer risers and downers and all that electronica stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of lazy that way. And the danger of that is that you're going to sound like everybody else, So you try to do what you can to modify it in some way. A lot of these instruments have settings where you can change the gate on it, or change the attack on it. But anything you can do to make it sound unique. Now there's a new instrument that just came out called Modus, which I've just barely had time to play with, that has a lot of the similar kind of stuff, and it's very cool sounding. But I'm anxious to get that in some tracks. But I just came out this last week.
Cool.
So,
all right, let's have a listen.
So track 10, this is the second half without the drums, except for at the beginning. It's building, more intensity. And a nice little swipe at the end to make a nice tight ending. So we'll hear the full track again. So remember how that built at the end, all of that intensity with the choir and the strings getting more intense, and then just pay attention to how the drums, there are more and more hits the further we get into the piece, just to make it more exciting. So last pass, number 11. So if you looked at the waveform, you would see it growing bigger and bigger and bigger as it gets to the end, which is what you're looking for in this type of cue.
And not only sonically, but visually, editors are well known to look at waveforms when they pull up a piece of music. They want to see if it's going to grow and give them a big ending if they should need that. So they can tell just by looking at the waveform. So yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So if we kept the intensity level the same throughout the piece, it would be very boring. So that's one of the tricks you can do, is to make something more intense, just simply make it louder, but in a gradual way. So let me talk a little bit about some of the hybrid instruments that I used in there. I mentioned Heaviosity's Gravity. Heaviosity makes a lot of great instruments. I think some of the string stuff was their Novo series and or their Intimate Textures. So they have a whole series of orchestral instruments that are affected in some way, like delays and filters and stuff. And Novo is for the strings, Vento is for the woodwinds, and Forzo is for the brass. Now they have traditional sounding orchestral instruments, but they have this series of instruments that are just great in this type of hybrid orchestral music. A lot of the ticky-tacky stuff going through, especially particularly in the beginning, 8DO, number 8 DIO, they have a lot of really great hybrid libraries, and my mind just went blank as to what they're called. But they have some really, really cool ones.
Welcome to my age category.
Speak for yourself. So yeah, a great mix of traditional sounding orchestral instruments with electronica, and I think it worked fine for this.
Let's take a 30-second break and give away a book and then go right back to it. I just don't want to finish up the session in 25 minutes and forget to give the book away. So here's what we're going to do. Everybody is going to type, when I say go, type +1 in the chat room, and Bria will just run her finger with her eyes shut up and down the chat room and go bink, and whoever she lands on, she's going to call out your name, send an email to taxitv@taxi.com, and say, I won Steve Barden's book during the Steve Barden's panel, or something like that, in the subject line, and give Bria, actually Bria will be back home, but somebody at the office will send you this actual copy, which I'll put a Post-it note on, and hopefully you'll be in the United States, because it'll cost more to send the book to Europe than it would cost you to buy one. I guess I could send you one as a gift. Anyway, so get ready. Oh, you people, you didn't wait for me to say go. You guys don't follow instructions. All right. From this point forward, 1, 2, 3, go.
All right.
Okay. Bria has a winner, and the winner is
John Engelman.
John Engelman? John Engelman, you are the winner. Yay, congratulations. You will get a copy of that book. Please send us your email address, your phone number, and your home address to taxitv@taxi.com. It'll probably take us a week to get around to sending the book out, because after the road rally's over, I'm going to take a couple days off.
Well deserved.
All right. Thank you. Back to Steve-O.
Yeah, so as I stressed in the very beginning, is that you really want to focus on writing to your strengths. So whatever you're really good at, as I said, my background is guitar, but I've been writing orchestral music for a really long time, and I actually tend to focus on more orchestral stuff than I do anything else. I've been learning to play the violin so I can add fiddle on some bluegrass type stuff, but we haven't quite gotten there yet.
By the way, if you need an incredible bluegrass fiddler, I've got just the guy for you. Our web development guy is like the state champion bluegrass fiddler or something like that, lives in Oxnard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Have you ever seen Steve Martin's bluegrass band?
No, I've seen him play banjo on Saturday Night Live, but I've not seen the full band.
His band is phenomenal, and his fiddle player is just unbelievable.
Not fiddling around.
Yeah, check that out. So I guess at this point, we can open up to questions.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, anybody that's got a question, type the word question in all caps and then follow it with your question, and I will relay your questions to Steve. And while they're doing that, do you think of different moods when you sit down and create a piece? You're not just thinking musically and technically, you're also thinking of this kind of mood would work well in this kind of scene?
Yeah, I always try to visualize a scene, whether I'm just making it up or if it's something that I've seen in a show or a movie. I use it to inspire me. And often I will come up with a title first. That's the very first thing I do, because that influences what the piece is intended to be. So it always keeps me on track of what I'm writing. Now, in the case of this WWE album of music, I had specific visuals in mind of fighters in slow motion, getting hit in the face, or spit, slow motion flying away. And so that works wonders. I mean, it's like film scoring, except you're not timing it out specifically. And also with production music, you don't know how your music is going to end up getting used. It could be used in 10 different things, some of them completely different. It's just whatever works for the editor at the moment, whatever the emotion is. And thinking about emotion is very important. You want to convey that. You want to be consistent throughout your piece with a singular emotion.
All right, I've got some questions for you. And I'm not sure if this one's for you or for me, but are there more orchestral listings than solo guitar listings?
From the listings I've seen over the past several years, I've done a lot of orchestral stuff, not too much guitar stuff.
Yeah, I would say, everything is cyclical anyway. Whatever is kind of like happening now, 3 months from now, it could be something else. And a lot of that is driven by shows that come out where,
there's a new Duck Dynasty.
Right, exactly. So there you go. So we don't have a great answer for you on that one. And this is one that I had written down. How much time did you spend on each of those two cues?
All right. Well, the guitar one, because I'm a guitar player, the guitar part was probably 2 takes. The spoons was 90 takes because I had to learn to play the instrument. So that's why part of it, when I say write to your strengths, it just helps things go faster, and the better particular genres or styles, the better you are going to be able to produce music quickly. The orchestral stuff, especially the hybrid stuff, a cue like that probably took 6 to 8 hours to write. And a lot of it is the mixing too, to get all those risers and all those other hits, to sound really good. Writing of the music is not that hard. It's putting all the elements together and making it sound contemporary.
All right, next question. Somebody asked if you master your stems when you send them out.
I've never mastered stems. I think part of the reason is that when you're sending them to a publisher, they want to make sure that all their stems are going to be consistent across the board. If I master them one way and the next guy or gal masters them a different way, they're not going to be coherent. There's no consistency between. So I think they often want to do their own mastering.
Next question. How did you make those percussion sounds larger than life? How did you program that? Did you combine different things?
Finding the right drums, and it's taken me a while to find the right instruments. When I first started writing trailer tracks, I reached out to some guys who do it for a living, and they kept coming back and saying, it needs to sound bigger. It needs to sound bigger. And it's like, well, this is what I have, and I can't, find out I can't make it bigger. So part of it is finding the right sample libraries that have big drum hit sounds, and the other is the ambience. whether you're adding your own or whether it's built into the library itself. It's trial and error, but you go online and talk to people and ask them, what are you using?
Okay. How do you name your files? That's a great question.
I start off with a folder called genres, and then under that I have subfolders for each genre, and I can pull up and I'll tell you what I have in there right now. So if I was writing, let's see. So I have my first folder is called Action Adventure. Second one is cartoons. The next one is comedy. The next one is competition, so on and so forth. Dramedy, drone, epic, happy and feel good. So I categorize them by genre so I can easily find them. And then the subfolders within that are just based on the name of the track. And I do use Keith LeBrant's composer catalog to organize my music.
By the way, later on in the weekend, we're going to have a half-hour video or a 45-minute video, I think, from Keith explaining. I did a little interview with him and then had him do cutaways where he goes to show how it all works. So I think if you're doing more than like 20 pieces a year, you really need it.
Oh, absolutely. It's invaluable.
Okay, let's see. Can you run through the names of, boy, my writing is really bad because I had to write so quickly. Can you run through the names of the sample libraries you use again, please?
Oh, sure. I use a lot of stuff from Heaviosity. I think everything that they create is amazing. Orchestral instruments, boy, that runs the gamut. Strings, you can use everything. Okay, so I go from Hollywood strings to cinematic studio strings to soaring strings, adventure strings. Again, just ask people what is everybody in the industry using, and you'll see some common threads for all this stuff. For brass, I think at the beginning of this year, I got the Junkie XL Brass library from Orchestral Tools. Amazing library. And, a lot of these libraries are really expensive. Berlin Strings. Orchestral Tools just makes really great instruments, in my opinion. I used to use a lot of East-West stuff, but they've tended to sound a little bit dated. And also, once they moved to their non-contact player, their play engine, I just didn't care for the interface and how well it worked. So I actually try to stick with contact instruments, although Orchestral Instruments has brought out their sine player, and that's improved quite a bit.
You just mentioned strings sounding dated, and this is a really great subject. I'm so excited you brought that up because I've wanted to talk about this. So you'd think strings, samples of a violin section, cellos, violas, whole orchestras. How does that sound dated? And gee, I just spent $500 or $1,000 on this really intense library just 5 years ago, and it already sounds dated. Explain what dated means in the context of a string library.
Okay, part of it, in the old days, libraries were recorded in 16-bit technology, and now you should be doing everything in 24-bit. So as technology advances, it just sounds better, cleaner, and sharper. In terms of the instrument itself, in the early days, strings could play, a long sustained note, or they could play, short spiccato notes, or they could play plucked pizzicato notes. And, so you had limited articulation. So when you are writing something that, say, it has a fast climb, a fast run, trying to do that with a MIDI instrument will never sound convincing. It just won't. It'll just sound like a bunch of individual notes. If you listen to strings, a group of string players, it's a big blur. So what you're going to end up wanting to do is find libraries that include these string runs. They're recorded performances of these types of articulations, and there's really no other way to get around it. What you want to be able to find, though, are libraries that are tempo sync. So if you're writing it a slow tempo, that string run will sound as convincing as if you played it at 120 beats per minute or 180 beats per minute.
Paul House wants to know, how do you keep all the Project DAW stuff with the right cue master, etc.? Do you have a master and stems folder as well?
So once I create a cue, I have it under my genre folder. And once I assign it to a library, that's when I determine, they tell me what they want for delivery specs, whether it is full stems, individual instruments, or alternate mixes. So I won't do those mixes. A lot of times I won't do the mixes ahead of time. Once I assign it to a library and they tell me what they want, then I'll create all those different mixes, and then I'll create folders, whether they're stems or whether they're alt mixes, and depending on whether they want AIF files at 24-bit or they want WAV files at 16-bit. I just try to label them accordingly, so I know exactly what it is that I'm giving them, based on their specifications.
Do you use a lot of EQ?
I've been trying to get better at mixing. A lot of times I just take what's out of the box, and I've been starting to learn, especially when we were talking about these drum hits, how do you get them to sound so big? Well, you do need to EQ them. You do need to compress them. I've been learning about, parallel compression and things like that. So yeah, I've been getting more into the mixing aspect of it. These recordings are recorded very well, but if you want them to blend with other libraries, you do need to do some equalization. Now, I use Cubase, and I use primarily everything that's included in their DAW. I do have some Waves plugins. I actually don't use that many of them. I use East-West Spaces, the original one, not the second one, for my reverb typically. And for production music, I think it sounds adequate. I mean, you tell me, I know it's not the best listening environment hearing those cues that we played today. But if you were to, to hear them in a real setting with headphones and stuff, I think they would sound pretty good. But the irony is that when it gets placed on a cue in a TV show, it's usually mixed way down, and you hardly hear it anyway. So why am I wasting my time? But you got to get it past the gate master, the
gatekeeper.
The gatekeeper, yeah. And so it's got to sound really awesome, because you're competing with a lot of people who know what they're doing. I had to laugh at Matt Vanderbo's talk about he doesn't even know what CC controls are on his keyboard, and it's like, but he's making fabulous music, so you don't need to really know all the technical stuff, but you can make stuff sound great.
Next question: do you quantize your drums on a cue like the orchestral hybrid piece we just heard?
I do. I tend to quantize pretty much everything.
Next question, and we've got, 6 minutes left. Okay, how long do you generally make your cues?
Boy, when I first started, I had a hard time getting past a minute. 90 seconds really is a minimum. So 90 seconds to 2 minutes is about average. I've had some clients ask for like 2.5 to 3 minute tracks. I think that's overkill, because they'll never be used at that length. But 90 seconds to 2 minutes.
Next question, and I could use a couple more because we've still got 6 minutes left to go, folks. I guess I could turn my paper over and see if I've got questions for it. Do you produce music exclusively for production music libraries, or do you do work outside of there? Apparently this person didn't hear the intro where I read off your bio, but clearly you don't do everything for libraries, right? You've scored short films and you do stuff for the radio shows.
Yeah, it varies. I mean, the stuff that I'm making money at is production music for libraries. I write little cues for different podcasts, and I do those just for fun. If I do any kind of film scoring stuff, that's a whole different ball game. But most of my stuff, and because I have a day job, I've been kind of focusing on production music for the last several years.
If you had to guesstimate on average, because I know it's going to vary from week to week, month to month, how much time do you spend per week on average working on music?
If I'm working on a project, I might spend 3 hours a day, whether in the morning before I work or in the evening. So maybe 15 hours during the week, and then on weekends, depending on my deadlines, I could put in another 8 hours each day.
So when you say working on projects, let's say that you got a forward through taxi, or you had an existing relationship with a library and they reach out to you and say, hey, Steve, I love that orchestral hybrid piece you did. Can you give me 10 or 12 of those as a collection? So that's a project?
Yeah, right now I don't write music on just for writing music and hope it gets placed somewhere.
Right.
Because I've built up relationships. I wait for a call. Hey, we need some tracks in this style, and then I'll work my butt off to submit as many as I can, knowing that generally what that means is that they have a show that they're pushing these to. Now, they may end up getting used in other shows later on, but right now they have an immediate need for this show. So I will try to get at least a half a dozen tracks out to them and work as quickly as possible. And then I'll have a lull where for several weeks I'm really not doing anything.
Here's an interesting question. Since you play guitar, have you tried MIDI guitar for these projects?
Never. I play keyboards, so I don't. I know a lot of guitarists that don't play keyboards, and they depend on being able to translate from the guitar to a MIDI DAW. But because I play keyboards, I've never had the need to do a MIDI guitar.
I'm not sure I understand this question, but I'll give it a shot. Maybe if I read it out loud, I'll understand it better. If you had to choose between music production or scoring instruments, what would it be?
Yeah, I don't understand the question. Sorry.
Yeah, neither do I. Could you clarify what you mean by turnaround? You referenced to it regarding the clarinet player's performance. And we've got 2 minutes.
Oh, well, there was. Okay, so I indicated, at least on the clarinet part, that he played some turns, which is a da-da-da-da. When I originally wrote da-da, and he wrote da-da-da-da, or whatever it was, he just added some notes to it to make it fancy. But I also used the term turnaround in terms of chord progressions. So a turnaround is how you get back to the one chord. It could
Awesome.
be a 4 or 5 progression.
With that, I need to say we're just about out of time. We got like a minute and change left. I want to plug the book again. I have read this book cover to cover, even though I don't make production music, but I just wanted to be able to. There it is. I can't get used to this backwards world. You'd think after 11 years I'd get this right. Anyway, it's an incredibly good book. If you're making music for television and you don't own this book, you are cheating yourself out of moving ahead farther, faster. With that, I want to say thank you, Steve. I really appreciate the effort that went into prepping for this, the clarity in which you presented it, and congratulations on all your success. And I
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Your friendship, and see you.
Well, I always enjoy doing the taxi TVs with you. It's a fun hang.
Thank you.
And one day soon we'll do it in person again.
Yeah, I look forward to that day. It seems like it's been a long time, brother. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Steve Barden. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a little instrumental music pitch and feedback. And hello, panelists. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Good. I'm going to go around the horn. In the upper right, we have Mr. Chuck Henry, a dear friend of mine who's a recording artist, producer, composer, and publisher with a phenomenal list of credits that ranges from radio, network and cable TV, national commercials, and independent film festivals. His company has signed over this says 80 composers, but it's well over 100 at this point, many of which are Taxi members. His catalog can be heard multiple times daily on reality TV shows, talk shows, game shows, documentaries, entertainment news programs, and TV dramas. His music's been heard in over 9,000 episodes of 900 different TV shows. I'm guessing that's gone up since last year quite a bit. Let's see, also signed with Intensity Records as Eterna, doing chill-out global EDM. The original recording contract that led to this deal started with a submission to a Taxi listing many years ago. In addition, Chuck does the music for international burlesque star and renowned fashion icon Dita Von Teese. He's also a longtime Taxi member who's among the first wave of members to selflessly share their knowledge and experience with newer members. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chuck Henry. Give us a wave, Chuckles. There he is. All right. Next, we have Miss Elyse Schiller. Yeah. Music creator, sync licensing director with 20 years of experience composing, producing, pitching, and placing music in film, TV, and advertising. She's also produced music for dozens of network marketing campaigns. Elyse Schiller. Hello, Elyse. How are you? And last but certainly not least, we have Trevor Lewallen, experienced chief operating officer with a demonstrated history of working in the music licensing industry, skilled in music publishing, audio engineering, music licensing, music production, and studio recording. Welcome, Trevor. How are you? This is actually the first time Trevor and I've met face-to-face, kind of, so welcome to the age of COVID. This is the new face-to-face. Hi, Trevor. Thanks for doing this, all of you guys. All right, so what we're going to do is several hundred Taxi members submitted music for this. Bria has the entire playlist of all the stuff. She's using a randomizing algorithm which will pick somebody from the list, like number 63, and then she'll go to number 63, and you'll hear Bria's voice say, okay, number 63 is Michael Lasco and his instrumental piece called Mary Had a Little Lamb. We'll play it, and when you guys have heard enough to, make a judgment on it, just raise your hands, and Greg, our technical director, will fade the music. And then I'll look at you guys and go, okay, Chuck, give us a response. Or just, Chuck, how about a smile? Chuck, you look very serious, which is funny because he's like the most not serious guy. And then we don't have to get commentary from all three of you and everyone, because we do want to keep it up at a pretty good pace so that a lot of people can get heard. But and if you hear something that you would like to sign in any of your catalogs, you could say, I'd love to get a copy of that. Bria will make a note, and then shortly after the rally's over, we will send you a disco playlist of anything that you wanted. And then you, of course, can reach out to the people whose music it is, if and play Let's Make a Deal. So with that, let's get going. Bria, take it away.
All right, so first up is number 40, and it's called That's Smooth by Mike Burns.
All right, Trevor, first time on a taxi panel, first one with a hand up. You get a couple of gold stars there. What do you think about that one?
The funky guitar was cool, but it didn't really change much. Like, it was a very memorable melody and sound. The like slap reverb or delay or whatever that was on it is really cool sounding, but it was like the same thing over and over again. And the only thing that really changed was some stuff dropped out and then came back in a little bit later. The sounds and the guitar and the melody and everything itself was great, but it didn't really have a lot of dynamics. It didn't change much. And stuff like that. So I think a little bit of adjustment on the arrangement and production to where, I'm hearing that over and over and over and over again. It just, after a while, it gets really repetitive.
Yeah, it seems
Yeah,
like
I agree. It had a great vibe and sound, and it had a great vibe and sound, and I love the funkiness. But I agree, it didn't really. It sort of stayed in that one vein. I'd like to get a copy of that, maybe work with this artist and develop that, because I think there's a lot of potential I hear there.
Yeah, I actually, one thing I was thinking is possibly if the bass was a little hotter and it was the core maybe to start with, and I love the character of it too, but not having the variation, maybe having at least one element that's the core that at least drives the beginning, and the other elements at different various volumes, and then taking it and shaping it out in an evolving manner. They're just all there all the time. So it just needs to have more dynamics.
Yeah, part of
good sounds.
Part of the trick is kind of being repetitive, but at the same time giving it enough dynamics that you create a sense of forward momentum, like it's going somewhere, not just sitting there over and over. All right, great. Thank you for that feedback. Bria, what do you have next?
All right, next up is 4:30, and it's Dark Lanes by Michael Mastecki.
You're funny, Trevor.
I didn't know how long we should let it go, but
until you know.
Yeah, it there's a lot of, it's hard to judge the mix over this, because I could tell there's it's a streaming kind of quality situation. But production wise, it had a lot of really good changes. It was moving around a bunch. I wasn't getting bored. Like every time it was coming to a new section, I didn't hear the same thing again, right? The melody kind of switched up, or one thing dropped out and a new thing came in. That was really great for somebody who, if an editor or something is like, I don't like this section, but then falls in love with the next section, perfect. Then they can just use that section. So that track definitely had some really good changes throughout, which was kind of my criticism of the last track, right? The opposite. Now, mix-wise, and maybe I'm wrong, but it did sound a little thin and a little like it could have been beefed up a little bit, but that's just, technical stuff. And that also could just be how I'm listening to it at this moment.
By the way, I want to mention that we had the level cranked as hot as it would go here, and it actually makes a good contrast. The track before one or two tracks go, it was like super loud. This one's super low. So if you're pitching to libraries and they get to the low stuff, it's somehow automatically, it's like putting, you know, a piece of cheesecloth over a painting. You feel like you're not getting the whole thing, especially when it's compared to the previous track, which is louder. So it's good for everybody to pay attention, to get your levels at kind of a uniform level with other stuff. Go to a music library's website and see where the levels are on average for the stuff that's in there, and then get your levels up to that spot. Elyse, Chuck, a little commentary on that last one? Anybody?
Yeah, was that genre labeled as hip hop? I guess.
Was it labeled hip hop?
Yes, it sounds like me.
No genre label on that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it's trying to be hip hop. It was pretty good. I agree with Trevor. It needed a little more mastering, a little more punch to it, and probably didn't sound too current. If you're going to be doing hip hop, you really have to listen to what's out there and what's on the radio and what's being used in shows. But it was good. I liked it.
Yeah, it was like a tension hybrid, or tension hip hop hybrid or something. Elyse, what were you going to say?
Yeah. I mean, no, I actually liked the piece a lot too, but sonically it wasn't. I definitely think it could have more edge. The tones some of them could be more round, more rich. You know, you have to feel it more from, you know, the mix point of view.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. What's up next, Bria?
All right, up next is The Cat in the Bag by Miguel Angel Conde.
All right, who wants to take that one?
I was not expecting that hip hop beat to come in there when it did, but that was actually very cool. The hip hop mixed with that kind of campy. I've never heard that combination before. That was kind of neat. I liked it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking the same thing. My only thought about it is that I love the idea. I just think it wasn't executed right. It just kind of felt a little out of place. Once the hip hop came in, it was almost I don't know how to explain it. It was almost like you just wanted hip hop on it, but it didn't feel like it should have been there that way. Maybe like the beat just needed to be a little bit different or something like that. But it felt a little, they clashed a little too much because the whole first part of the song, like I knew what I was listening to, right? I was listening to the pizzicato dun 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 dun, dun thing going on, thinking about advertising or kids playing or whatever the thing, and then the hip hop comes in. It's like, oh, okay, now I have to shift the visual in my mind of what this could go to because it changes a little bit with the hip hop. So either like this, so they didn't blend as well, or you just remove the hip hop altogether and just kind of have it be what it is gonna be, like what it kind of sounds like it's supposed to be. Is kind of what I would think if I was like making the track. I would do that. I'd be like, oh, this is a pizzicato track that a jolly or happy pizzicato track. Maybe the hip hop doesn't need to be there, but it can be if it's done just a little bit. It just blends in a little bit better, I guess.
like what we do on some of our albums for urban comedy. We'll have the dramedy mixed with urban, hip-hop, whatever, but then have a straight dramedy version without any of the drums. So you could do that too.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was hearing maybe when the hip hop thing came in, it would be cool to do some really cool modern twist, treatment to those hip hop drums or any kind of hip hop drums that just made it, yes, definitely hip hop, but maybe just way modern and light, so that it that it really made sense to the. It wasn't so harsh when it came in.
Almost jarring, even though it wasn't like big or something, but it still was like, where'd that come from? All right, cool. Great feedback as always. What's up next, Bria?
All right, up next is 206, and it's What Really Matters by Christopher Rinneman.
Okay.
That was a very nice pastoral piece. I liked it. I think it could use some more development, but I can't tell in these stupid earbuds how the fidelity is with the orchestral stuff. But I think there's a lot of potential in that one.
To me, it felt like introspective. A little, it was like walking a line of introspective, but never fully committed to that. But I love the word pastoral. That was really good, Chuck.
Pastoral. That's the first word that came to my mind.
I'm going to Google that word later.
Yeah.
But no, I feel the same way. I think it sounds like the production value was great. It's hard to tell like through the stream and stuff. But if those instruments sound as real as you would want them to sound, that was a pretty solid piece. But yeah, it also definitely had the same energy throughout the whole thing almost. Beautiful, melodies and everything else. But I think a little bit more ups and downs would have been nice. But that's kind of all I was thinking.
Yeah, I agree.
Elyse, your video has frozen, but your audio's coming through. A comment. Oh, there you are. A comment from you? Yeah.
I love the name, What Really Matters, and it made sense to me in terms of this, how it was feeling. The feel, I really like the feel. But yeah, I could also see that there could be some more variation in between the sections to give it a little more a spatial feeling, maybe somewhere, and then coming back into everything coming together again.
Right.
But I liked it. Yeah.
Cool. All right, Bria, what's next?
All right, next up is number 63, and it's The Promise by Carl Wurzbach.
Okay, who wants to jump in first? Trev, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to say the thing I probably shouldn't say, but this needs vocals. It really sounds like some vocals would be great on the top of it, because there's not a lot kind of filling up that surface space. And then also, a lot of it sounded MIDI. Like the drums sounded a little too MIDI. Like you have the right sounds, but maybe not the right I don't say quantizing, but kind of like arrangement a little bit to humanize it. Some of that kind of stuff. But yeah, it a little bit of humanizing, and then also adding a human to it as far as the vocals. But other than that's my only note is that it felt like it was missing something on top. It felt like an underscore version almost.
Elyse?
Yeah, I mean it's sorry. It's nice wallpaper, background music. One thing that hit me was the cymbal crashes in the verses were a little bit too high. You're like, gotta tone those down a bit.
Wow, the next time I need a cymbal crash sample, I'm calling Chuck. Elyse, what were you gonna say, Elyse?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I wished it was. I felt like it could have a little bit of it could have been edited, and we could have that second part that really developed could have just gotten even bigger and then not gone back. If it's going to be an instrumental piece without vocals, that it would really get really huge at the end, and not just go back to kind of a verse feeling.
I saw a couple people comment in the chat room, and Trevor alluded to this, that it didn't have it felt a little empty because it didn't have much of a melody where the vocal would normally sit. And my personal theory, although I'm not a composer, but I do deal in this stuff every day, is sometimes you take a song and you make an instrumental out of it and you take the vocal out so it loses the melody. But if you were to take the full vocal melody and put it back in with an instrument, it ends up sounding like 101 strings. It gets a little cheesy like elevator music. So you have to kind of walk the line and put some of the melody back in, which I referred to earlier as melody light. That gives it a little movement, a little melody dancing on top, but without sounding like 101 strings. Is that good advice from a non-composer?
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
You're right. I've heard that too, where there's just too much going on top because you got to try and fill that space.
Right. Like 101 Strings does Yesterday by the Beatles. All right, let's move on. Bria, what's next?
All right, next up is number 6, and it's called Hold Me, and it's by Mick Foster.
Elyse, you want to lead off on this one?
Yeah, I felt it was very emotional. I kind of went through a bunch of different emotions while I was listening to it, from sadness, kind of a sort of resignation or giving up of some sort, and then it kind of felt like it was a moving on. And I felt like it had a lot of good moods, very evocative. The streaming doesn't allow me to hear, again, like the, I can't hear exactly the tonally what's going on, right. But definitely it had a really great range of emotion, I felt.
Two things we've given up by doing a virtual road rally. One is networking and the other one is fidelity. Hopefully next year we'll be back at the Westin. Those are great comments. I agree with you. And I was wondering, tell me to me it felt like maybe it had too many mood shifts because it felt scored because of it. Like if we were watching the picture with it, it would make sense. If I were an editor trying to take that and put it in something, it's like, ooh, which mood do I put here? I don't know. Trevor, Chuck, you guys have any thoughts along those lines? Not that I'm looking for agreement. I might be looking for a heated argument.
No,
that was a very interesting
one.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. You go, Trevor.
Okay, first I would like a copy of that, so that whoever would send that, I want to hear high fidelity of that because I really liked it. She was right. The emotion, the constant emotion throughout the whole thing, like that's kind of one of my favorite things when listening to stuff like this is like, can this piece of music make me feel something? And it did. It made me feel all these multiple different things, which makes me think of this track as like a potential trailer track because you're right in the sense of like, oh, if I'm going to put this on a TV show or during a TV, it's maybe too many moods, but a trailer's got you going on a roller coaster, and these moods in this track do that. There's a couple, like you kind of get a little bit of ups and downs going on. Like she said, there's a little bit of sadness, maybe a little bit of reflection, maybe letting something go, like there's all that going on, which is something that sounds like a trailer. So if you almost like beef it up just a little bit and turn it more into a trailer thing, like those emotions go a much longer way. At least that was my first thought when thinking it. And then my other thought was that the drums that came in, and like I said, this might just be a streaming issue, but the drums that came in felt a little bit weak to me, but they fit. So it was kind of like maybe a mixing thing, or maybe some beefier ones or something like that.
Cool. And Chuck, you want to add something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I really liked the flamenco guitar in there. I just think a few times the piano overshadowed it and was a bit too loud. If that's going to be the melody instrument, the guitar, I say bring that up. And the piano was kind of a out-of-tune, upright piano sound. I don't know if that's what they meant to do. Thought that was a little odd, but it actually works. Just curious. But yeah, I say bring the guitar up.
Okay.
Make that the focal point.
Thank you, folks. All right. Next one, please.
All right. Up next is 316, and it is called Silent Fjord by Martin Mickelson.
It's funny, somebody in the chat room just said, making a scenic reference, gathering eggs in the hen house. Clearly, that's somebody that lives in a rural area. Chuck, do you want to lead off with this one, please?
Yeah, it was a pretty nice, relaxing song. I've never heard, I guess that was oboe as the lead. I think it might have been better with flute, possibly. But it was relaxing. Yeah, in the hen house, it kind of works for that. At first, I thought it was going to be something Irish. But yeah, the oboe lead was different. Like I said, I think flute would be better for that, but it was very pretty.
Okay. Anybody else?
I would just say I'm always the mix police, and it seems like, for me, I understand the instrumentation would lend itself to having more highs and mids, but I don't know. I was having a problem hearing the definition of the melodies, and the instruments were kind of blending into each other. So I don't, I would think maybe I don't know if it's streaming or what, but I was not hearing enough definition between instruments.
Okay. Moving on. Next up, please.
All right, up next is number 199, and it's called All Mouth by Derek Handy.
Wow.
This is.
Go for it, Jeff.
I was gonna say it's funny. I just did an album of 10-track album in my library just like this. Everything is like just like this. All the beatboxing with a little bit of real instruments in there. And this, if I would have heard this like 3 months ago, this would have made the album for sure, because it's definitely got like the little bit of harmonies underneath and the big percussion underneath. Like it's a really cool. Like useful thing too. Like think of how many like sneaker commercials or like some snack or whatever that like they use this for. My only thing, and this is what I told my producers, and they all went back and redid it, is to triple everything. So what they did was every mouth noise, right? Every click, every all that stuff. You record all of those things 3 different times: pan 1 left, pan 1 right, pan 1 center, and it just fills the space instead of having this like beatbox in the middle like the whole time. You do that and it just fills the space like a lot, and you've got these big and these big and all these different noises that are just really filling your ears instead of them kind of being in the center.
Wow, that sounds good.
Yeah. Chuck?
That sounded like Al Jarreau there in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Like, wow. We also just did an album. We just put one out almost like this. Well, the first part of it was just percussion. We did an album called Perky Percussion, but then the vocals came back in. I was like, I really like that idea. So I wouldn't mind having a copy of this one.
Elyse, anything you want to add?
I'd like a copy of this one too.
Great. Yeah, I just.
While I'm at it, I'll take one too.
Okay. It's funny watching the chat room and watching all your faces. It's just so obvious when somebody nails it. I mean, yeah, there may be some fine tuning that but it's this is a usable track. This could find a home in all kinds of places. Very cool. Very
really cool.
Very instructive for up and coming composers that want to know where the bar is. That's like a 9.2 on a scale of 10. All right. What do we have next?
All right. Up next is number 37, and it's called Out of Darkness by Diego Delfino.
Chuck, yes.
Well, you can definitely, no one can say that it doesn't build. When it first started, my first thought was like the haunted house at Disneyland. But then once it started going, it got pretty cool. I would have liked more variation in the chordal structure and the arrangement. But whoever did it, Diego has a lot of talent, and there's a lot of good stuff going on in there. I just want more, I guess, more variation.
Okay, fair enough.
But it definitely will.
Elyse?
I would say for me, I liked a lot of things about it, but I felt like when the beats, when things started coming in very more actively and dramatically, like the beat, I wished it just could have been a slower evolution of getting into the beat, because I think it would have given a more anticipatory feel, and instead of just all coming in, and then I just would wish things developed slower and allowed things to build more, and maybe magnify a few of those sounds in a way that's more off kilter or edgy, is what I would say for trailers. Sounds that really make you feel something. It's good to have magnify some of those sounds.
I love the fact that you use the word magnify. I've been in the industry for 45 years. I've never heard anybody use that like that. I think I'm going to steal that one. That's great.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I actually just went through not too long ago working with some composers, and we were just really, for trailer music, and we were just talking about how every second really is important, and sonically and emotionally. So it's like, and then the whole thing together has to have, so anyway.
Nothing frustrates taxi members more than when one of our screeners says, wow, man, this is pretty cool. I liked it. However, could use this little tweak and that little tweak. And it upsets people. And I get it. I understand it. But it's like, well, if it only needed those little tweaks, why didn't you guys forward and let the company decide that? But am I correct in saying that you can find music that's pretty close, pretty easily and pretty frequently, and that what you're really looking for is stuff that totally gets it, there've been a couple of counterexamples that today where you heard stuff that said, I like where this person's going or that piece goes. I'd like to talk to them about maybe remixing it or whatever. But is it a fair statement to say that generally speaking, our screeners are doing the right thing when they hear stuff that's just not quite there? I mean, not being super duper picky, but if it's like a 7 on a scale of 10, not that they use a number grading system, but is that a fair statement on my part, that as library owners that you would rather get to the stuff that, like that Derek Handy piece before, where everybody knew as soon as they heard it, wow. Or should we be more lenient in what we forward?
I
Crickets.
would say, in my opinion, I think it depends on the genre. Like some genres, it's like, most people just are spot on a lot of the time. So you don't want to have like the people that are just a little not spot on, because then that just fills up your list. Like you just got so much to go through now. But then there's some things, if it's like hard, like if I were to ask for a good beatbox thing and then that thing came in, I would have wanted it forward, even if I had like 2 or 3 notes, right?
Right.
But in the same scenario with like trailer, it's like so much trailer stuff comes in. It's like it kind of has to be on point, because I don't have the, like me or the team or whoever's kind of doing it all, maybe doesn't have time to like go through all of them and kind of fine tune so many things all the time.
All 3 of you guys have used Taxi on a pretty regular basis as a resource. Trevor's a little bit new to the Taxi family, but all 3 of you run listings with us. Generally, do the screeners send you stuff where most of the time you're listening to it going, yeah, good call. That's, you may or may not need it because maybe your clients don't use that kind of thing. But is the quality of what you get from our screeners, does it make you happy? I guess is the best way to say it.
Yes, I've gotten so much great stuff from Taxi, and met so many great members and signed them. So the quality sometimes just blows me away.
Good to know.
I've been very happy.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Trevor, being the new guy on the block, are we making you happy so far?
Yeah, I'm actually a little behind on that. I got to like go through a bunch of stuff that's been coming in. So I don't have like a solid opinion, but it's been what I've gotten coming in lately has been pretty good. It's been a good high percentage of like, oh yeah, let me hit up the person.
Oh, cool, good.
Yeah,
right,
I mean,
good.
I definitely have found, you guys have sent me some amazing artists that I've signed. So, I'm not complaining at all.
Great.
It's all good.
Good to hear it.
All right, up next is number 222. It's called Northern Cathedral, and it's by Carol M. Nicodemi.
Who'd like to lead off? Don't know. Everybody who wants to talk, take 2 steps back. Yes, Chuck.
Well, I like that. And me being a piano player, of course, I'm really a stickler for piano, but the sound, the piano sound, whatever they were using was a really great sound. Did not sound, sometimes if you're not a piano player, you try to do a solo piano piece that can come out really stiff and MIDI-like, but whoever did this, I always see is a real piano player and trained. He did a great job. I love the strings. Yeah, it was nice.
Anybody else?
I love the melody.
I really
I'm sorry, you guys. I should have called
no, go
out
ahead,
today.
I love the internet, right?
Go. That's good.
I was just going to say, I really like the way that it sounded, and I actually wanted to throw a question to you guys, is what do you think something like that could be used for? Because it's not really, the piano strings area isn't really my label's expertise so much, so I'm curious what you guys would say that could be for.
It's more of a score type sounding track, I think. We did a pandemic piano album a few months ago, which is great for kind of background for like showing stuff in the pandemic or sad scenes. This one, I don't know. Like I said, it just sounds more like a score. Mm-hmm. It's probably wouldn't fit too well in reality television. I can't really think of any uses, but
no, it could be in the very last scene when the Kardashians do their last episode.
I feel like a Saturday montage type.
Elyse, did you want to add something?
Yeah, no, I just really like the melody, and it was very pretty, and as just from a listening point of view, it was enjoyable. I'm not sure, other than score, I'm not sure what else.
Right, I could see an indie filmmaker who couldn't afford a scoring composer flying this into a scene to act as score. But those aren't. It's not something libraries get hit up with a lot. But yeah, very pretty. Very. The melody delivered emotion. I liked it.
Yeah.
All right. What's next, Bria?
All right. Up next is number 374, and it's called EVAC by Quaison McKitty.
Trevor? I thought you were getting ready to raise your hand. You were reaching for your water.
No, I was taking a drink of water.
All right.
Elyse? I guess I can start since. Oh no, go ahead.
Elyse, do you want to lead off? I see you writing down notes.
Oh no, I'm just trying to. I'd love to know what the focus, the target is on this piece, because I mean, if it's like crime show, I'm just not really. I'm just trying to understand that, and then I could wrap my head around it better. I think.
Yeah, it was inventive and different.
Yeah.
I had the same thought. I was running through a Rolodex of scene types and trying to imagine where you'd use it.
And I heard a lot of kind of cool 80s sounds in there.
Right.
Which that's kind of come back these days. It just didn't really seem to go anywhere. It sort of just stayed at one level with no breakdown. And it got a little weird there at the end, some kind of dissonance that happened. But it was definitely, it was unique. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
Trev?
Yeah, no, I just like you guys, I have no idea where this goes, and like with visuals, right? Like it's just very, like at that part, it's very all over the place. There were parts I think were like the guitar behind and the arpeggiated synth, and then something else, and they were clashing. Like something was out of key while they were doing their things. And then a lot of the sounds were very, older, like he said, like retro synths, retro drum machines, retro kind of everything. It really just makes me try. I don't know where it would go. It was creative in the sense like it went all over the place. There were a bunch of ups and downs. There was some cool stuff and stuff like that. But it was very old, since the sounds are so older sounding. And it just kind of had this, like she said, it almost had a crime kind of sound to it. But even then, I really don't know where it would.
I just thought of a scene for it. There was a movie out about a year ago with Charlize Theron, and she's playing Secretary of State, and then she decides to run for president, and she's out on the road doing whatever secretaries of state do, and I forget, I can't think of the guy's name who plays her employee who becomes her boyfriend, because they were friends when they were like 13 years old, or she was a babysitter. Anyway, they sneak out. She's Secretary of State, with like Secret Service with her. They sneak out to a club, and she goes, I want to try Molly. So she takes one. Nothing happens. I need more. This isn't working. And you know where that goes. And there's a scene where the Molly starts to kick in, and the club starts getting all wavy. This would have been perfect for that, but that's a 1 in a million.
That's great. That's great. Love that.
Yeah, Charlize Theron on Molly as Secretary of State. I don't know who wrote that, but it was a cool idea. And what's Molly? Anyway, all right, what's next?
All right, next up is number 371, and it's called Acoustic Song by Mark Richmond.
Okay, Mark Richmond, work on the title. Hey, that was that. Oh no.
Yeah, this track has a identity crisis. I don't like. I couldn't figure out what the track was, like what the track was trying to be, and it had these different moments that just felt like it almost felt like it remixed itself halfway through the track with like the EDM coming in and stuff like that. The EDM stuff coming in was. Those drums and that kind of stuff was very it wasn't very modern, so it kind of didn't really make it feel like, oh, you took this thing and then made it into this cooler thing. You kind of just took it and then just added EDM to it, and so it just didn't really like work in the sense of like creating this shock moment of like, oh wow, cool. So if you're gonna EDM it, maybe like a little more modern EDM coming in. The first half though was nice and pleasant. Again, it's hard to tell the production quality in this, so you know the instruments and stuff. I did notice some of those strings cut off really quickly, or at least it sounded like it, where the release was just like right away, and then it's just gone all of a sudden, the string melody, which was kind of uncomfortable. And then the guitar was really loud, but yeah, like I liked the guitar. Like the guitar melody was very memorable. I think it's a violin or viola. I couldn't really tell what the string instrument was, but that was a very memorable and like pleasant sounding melody. So it had good elements. It just kind of was very all over the place as far as what was going on.
Yeah, the chat room was agreeing with the looks on all of your faces as your expressions were changing. The chat was going, "Oh, where did that come from?" It was like the 2-for-1 special. You got 2 cues in 90 seconds from one submission, I think. All right, let's move on. Next one, please.
All right, next up is number 274. It's called Above the Clouds by Andrei Stepanian.
who'd like to take that one? Chuck.
I actually signed Andre last year doing some Latin guitar tracks. He's an amazing guitarist. I didn't know he did this type. This is more like new age. It was very relaxing, and it did build. I'm not quite sure where I myself could place it, but it was pleasant and relaxing. But yeah, he's a great guitarist.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like if it was maybe more meditative and just more meditative, I guess, and relaxed, that would be great. I don't know. I had a hard time with it. It didn't have. I felt like it could have had a better transition into the new, bigger section. It just all of a sudden it was bigger, and I don't know. That's kind of.
It felt like it didn't work in the context of a cue to me, but I really liked the piece, and it sounded like there was a movie called The Descendants with George Clooney, and his wife was passing away, and his daughter is played by a young famous actress now whose name escapes me, but what was it?
I think it's Shailene Woodley.
Yeah, Shailene Woodley. And there are a couple scenes where she's going through some, ruminations in her head, and she's walking down the beach or whatever. Would have been great for that, but a score, I don't know where where it could get used as a cue so much, but it was a cool piece. All right, moving on.
Can I get?
Oh yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Trevor. Oh, what? Yeah.
Can I get it sent to me?
Sure. Send that one to Trevor, please. And I'll send George Clooney and Shailene Woodley along with it as a little bonus for you there, Trevor. If you've never seen that movie, The Descendants,
I know what it is. I haven't seen it though yet.
Yeah, it's done in Hawaii. It's about a family that owns a huge piece of land, and they're trying to decide whether they should sell it. And there are a couple other plots in there, but the music is all authentically Hawaiian. Dondi Bastone, I believe, I think he did the music supervision on it. He used to be a screener at Taxi, and just the music alone is worth the movie. And Shailene Woodley, I mean, that's the movie that made her famous. She's one of those actresses where didn't need to say a word, and you knew everything that was on her mind. Spectacular performance. Anyway, enough of my music or my movie critiques. Next up, please.
All right, next up is number 269, and this is called Fin du Monde by Brother Freeland.
Who'd like to jump on that one? Nobody.
All right, I got you.
All right. Go for it, Trevor.
I have 2 notes. One, I want the drums to switch up just a little bit more. Not too much, because then it's a little wild, but just a little bit of adjustments, like so that it didn't feel like the same, boom, boom, hit almost the entire time. And then 2, I'm going to say it again, but I really want vocals on this one. Like, I would love to hear some really solid vocals. And then you probably have to dial back on that lead guitar a little bit. But yeah, like, this kind of says epic. If you just throw some epic kind of vocals on it, it's useful for so many things, whether it's sports or even like promos for things, trailers in a way. Like there's a lot of usages once you get those vocals on there and just turn this into a big moment piece.
Are you talking about vocals like vocalizations like oohs and ahs, or are you talking about actual lyrics?
No, I meant like somebody singing, yeah. I know this is supposed to be an instrumental panel thing. Right. That's why I said I'm not supposed to say that, but I really feel like just some great lyrics, some dude wailing on the track just kind of takes it way over the edge to where it could really be used for a lot. But even on its own, it had really good mix. Those stomps sounded really good. Like, it's good all around.
Awesome.
Definitely had a Santana vibe to it.
Had a great guitar sound on it. I actually really like that guitar.
I love the feel, and I'm always a sucker for that feel. But yeah, I agree with you about like changing up the drums a little bit subtly so that it's not constant.
Okay, we have 4 minutes left, so I think we've got time to do one more.
All right, next up is number 408, and it's called Always in the Sun by Tommy Hines.
I have a question.
Sure.
I mean, yes. So I'm just wondering which kind of genre this is kind of, the direction. I'm not sure if it's going towards a more pop dance electronic direction. Then I would definitely say the beats and the sounds are not modern enough, and the production on it is not. It could have a little more edge and exploration of a more modern production as well.
Good observations. Yes, Chuck?
Vander actually just texted me, and he's called it Tropical 80s, and that kind of nailed it.
Yeah.
And people in the chat room were saying 80s, and then they went, oops, no, this is like 2010. So they felt that,
yeah.
But somebody said 80s in a good way. Trevor, any thoughts from you?
No, I agree with her like 100%. It's very, the sounds were pretty dated, and the production could have been a little more modern and edgy. Because I could hear random influences, like that lead synth is like an older sounding David Guetta synth, right? And then the drums were like, older drum machines. And then that little flute thing was like the it wasn't, I don't think it was a flute though, I think it was a synth flute, but it was kind of like the tropical house stuff going on right now. So you kind of had a lot of stuff all over the place, all over like time and genre, like all over kind of mixed in. So it made it hard to kind of nail down in that sense.
Well, with that, I've got to wrap because we're coming up on the top. Just turned 3 o'clock. We got to boogie and play our next thing, which I want to encourage everybody that's watching right now. Stick around for this Vienna Symphonic Library Big Bang Orchestra thing, how to use it with Martin Tichy. I was so blown away when I saw this thing. I literally was like wanted to call people in the middle of the night and say, you got to wake up and watch this with me. So thank you very much. Elyse, Schiller, Trevor, Lewallen, and Chuck Henry, you guys were great. I really appreciate your time. I'm sure the members who submitted to this appreciate your feedback, and thanks so much for joining us for the first ever Taxi Virtual Road Rally. Thank you, guys.
Yay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, hello everybody, dear taxi community. It's Martin Tichy here, calling in from Vienna. What a bummer we all can't be together at the Taxi Road Rally this year. Would be great to be with you again. Well, unfortunately it doesn't happen. At least this gives you the chance to have a look at what's going on here in Vienna. We're at Synchron Stage Vienna, which is not only Vienna Symphonic Library's headquarters, but also a fabulous recording space, a scoring stage that we took over a couple of years ago and renovated it. And since then, we've been recording for a lot of Hollywood projects here, films like The Meg, Ad Astra, Inferno, or Netflix series such as The Crown, or just recently came out Over the Moon by the score by Oscar-winning composer Stephen Price, and commercials and game scores and classical recordings and all kinds of stuff. So this is a massive building here. It was built in the 1940s. You can see here these wooden panels here. That's all original that's 80 years old. These guys knew what they were doing. They really built a great hall with great acoustics that everybody loves, and people from Hollywood and all over the world love to record here. But of course, we're not only recording for clients here, we are also recording sample libraries, our own sample libraries. Everything that carries Synchron in the product name was recorded here in this hall. So like Synchron pianos, Synchron strings, Synchron percussion, Synchron power drums. All these libraries were recorded here. As opposed, just to give you a quick overview of the Vienna Symphonic Library products, products that carry synchronized in their name were recorded at a different place called the Silent Stage, which is a room that was specifically built for recording orchestral samples and has a rather dry ambience, and we recorded the instruments dead center stereo there, so that you, as a user, can place them anywhere you want them in the stereo field and with the amount of reverb that you want. So you can have them totally dry or in a chamber music setting or place them into a cathedral. So everything's possible, and there's great flexibility with the Vienna instrument samples that were recorded at Silent Stage. And they still do use the Vienna Instruments sample player, but a lot of these libraries were ported over to a new sample player, the Synchron player, and with the internal convolution reverb of the Synchron player, you can place these Vienna instrument samples here, right here, in the virtual representation of Synchron Stage Vienna. So that gives you the chance to run both both library series alongside each other. You have the synchronized products with the virtual representation of Synchron Stage, alongside the synchron libraries that were recorded here at Synchron Stage, and it all sounds like great, like together, as if everybody was playing in the same room, which is actually happening. So just to give you a quick what's happening here. Yesterday we recorded for a well-known Hollywood composer a project I can talk about. Today we're setting up for a totally different project, recording tomorrow. An Austrian orchestra is recording Brahms symphonies and a Prokofiev piano concerto. And that's why we have the chance today to be here and to have a look around. So right now we'll go upstairs to control room A, and there we'll talk about another series of great libraries that were recorded here. Okay, so here we are at control room A. The guys are here preparing for tomorrow's recording. And I'm not sure if you've ever seen such a large control room. There is this, in the front, there is the so-called Synchron Cafe, where you can look down on stage A and the recordings that are happening there. Then there is this large space here for engineers at the SSL Duality Pro, 96 channels. We have another SSL on the other side of the hall in control room B. Then there is space for producers, orchestrators, librarians, and then there is space for visitors and guests back here. And wherever you are in this large control room, people are telling us it's so phenomenal. The sound that is happening down there in the recordings, the live sound, is exactly what you can hear up here in control room A. So before we're talking about the Big Bang Orchestra and how you can get discounts on this series of products, let's talk about the other products that are on sale this November. First of all, the synchronized special editions. Some of you may remember that I did some workshops in the last two road rallies introducing the synchronized special editions, our entry-level products that include all the instruments and ensembles that you need to create in-depth arrangements with essential instruments of volume 1, extended instruments of volume 2, with the plus volumes that offer additional articulations. So you can pick and choose the volumes that you need for your orchestrations. And all these libraries, the synchronized special editions, right now are on sale at a third of the list price. And to get them, go to the Ilio website. We'll talk about this later. And this sale is actually happening through November 22nd. The other product that's currently on sale is something we're really proud of because it was just released a couple of weeks ago, the Synchron Strings Pro. This is really the flagship product of our string products. Everybody's raving about it. That's the expression, the expressive possibilities, the realism, the flexibility. The sound is just really phenomenal, and people love it. And we're so happy that we're offering this currently at introductory prices. And let's have a quick look how Synchron Strings Pro sound and to see how it was recorded. So these products are available at the web shop of our North American distributor, Elio. Head over to elio.com/taxi2020, enter your member ID, your taxi member ID, and you'll get a coupon code that helps you take 33% off all these products we've mentioned now. And also, of course, you get all the libraries of the Big Bang Orchestra at 33% off. So let's get into the Big Bang Orchestra. And to do so, we'll head over to the Composer's Lounge. So, the Big Bang Orchestra, what's that all about? We started to release this series of products about a year ago, and there are so many great things about it, but one great thing is that it's just a massive library of products and samples, because the entire orchestra was recorded, especially in the first modules, where you have really a 70-piece orchestra playing, and you just need to hit one key. And the entire orchestra is playing. The other great thing about the Big Bang Orchestra is that the first installment of this series is free. It's a free product. You can get it at the Vienna Symphonic Library website. All you need is a Vienna key or an e-licenser that you can also use for Steinberg Cubase, for example. So an e-licenser protection device. You can get this also from the Elio website at special taxi member discounts. So this is the free product that you can get, and then there are 24 other modules to date, and more to come, that are paid modules of the Big Bang Orchestra. And so we started to release them in alphabetical order, so we'll have a look at Big Bang Orchestra Andromeda right now. The difference between the free version and Andromeda is it's kind of the same articulations, a little bit more in Andromeda, but it was recorded differently with more separation between the sections, so that you have access to all the microphone signals in the internal mixer of the synchron player. So when I play something, you see here that you have access to the high strings, low strings, woodwinds, horns, trumpet, low brass. And this way you can form your own sound and whatever you need in your arrangements, and create your own sound. And of course, there is also a range of mixer presets available, from close to ambient, from decatry to surround, and from clean to heavily processed. So it's really, these presets are a great starting point for you to create the sound that you're after. And it's so easy to use. And let's have a look at one tutorial to see what's included in Big Bang Orchestra Andromeda and how easy it is to use it. Wow, wasn't that amazing? What you can do with this one product and what epic orchestrations you can create at the touch of a single key. So let's move on to the next letter in the alphabet. Black Eye offers phrases and effects. And let's have a look at the next tutorial to see what you can do with Big Bang Orchestra Black Eye. Up next, Big Bang Orchestra Capricorn, offering riffs and phrases, which is a totally different thing because the entire orchestra is playing patterns like this. So, let's have a look at the next tutorial to see what's included and how easy it is to create these driving rhythms and patterns. Moving to the next letters in the alphabet, D and E. Big Bang Orchestra, Dorado, and Eridanus are offering percussion ensembles of 6 percussion players, all playing together and being recorded together with either single hits or, again, with riffs and phrases. And let's have a look at the next tutorial. Okay, so we don't have the time to go through every module of the Big Bang Orchestra. The next letter F, Fornax, is offering pitched percussion ensembles that even include 3 different grand pianos on this stage A. And Ganymede includes male and female choirs. Then there are 4 brass modules, low brass clusters, trumpets, and horns. And all those 4 of them together are being featured in the next tutorial video. Okay, so the list goes on. More installments include high strings, low strings, 2D woodwinds, woodwind sections, pitched solo percussion, FX strings, FX woodwinds, and the individual sections of strings, first violins, second violins, violas, cellos, basses. So all these modules are available right now at elio.com/taxi2020 at a third off the list price, exclusively for you Taxi members. So go there and redeem your coupon code and get the Big Bang Orchestra and have a blast with it. It's, as you saw, it's really great fun. So that's it for today. That was the Big Bang Orchestra. That's it from Synchron Stage Vienna. Thank you for watching. I hope I'll see everybody next year at the West Inn LAX at the next road rally again. And until then, take care, stay safe, stay sane, and make some great music. Bye, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bernie Stern. Yo, Bernie. How are you? I'm not hearing Bernie. I'm waiting. Guys, I'm not hearing Bernie. Hang on, Bernie.
His mic is muted on his end.
Your mic is muted on your end, they're saying? No.
Maybe have him disconnect and then reconnect.
I can see your lips moving, but I cannot hear you. Weird. Our first technical flaw of the entire live broadcast day. All right, folks, well, hang in there. We'll get this worked out. Bria's texting you. I think she's going to tell you to disconnect and reconnect, maybe. The vagaries of live television in the internet age.
He's connected.
Well, at least we can all hang out and stare at the cab over there. Still not hearing Bernie. Do you guys hear him? They're not hearing you either.
They're not getting an audio feed from him.
Yeah, they're saying they're not getting an audio feed from you. Hello? Nothing. Well, hello to the folks in the chat room. No sound, Bernie. Yeah, we're aware. We're trying to fix it. Hello, Wild Man Chris. How are you?
I heard him earlier, yeah.
Because he's getting zero audio signal. So it's usually...
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. ML. So are you guys enjoying it so far? Feels like it's going pretty well, at least from technical end and content end on this end. Diane Waters, nice haircut, Michael. Thanks, Diane. Robbie says, select your mic, Bernie. But we're not on Zoom, remember. Whoa, everybody's stuff flying by. How did you guys like the VSL presentation? Isn't that thing mind-blowing?
Now we're getting audio from him.
Okay, we're getting audio.
Okay, there we are. I hear Bernie. Can I see him on my screen? Let's do a two-shot. There's Bernie. Talk to me. I heard you for a minute. Now I'm not hearing him again. What the hell? Now I got you. Talk to me. He keeps going in and out. Greg?
He should be able to hear him.
I can't hear him.
Are you getting audio signal?
Bernie Stern, silent movie producer. Oh, man. Greg, are you getting an audio signal?
No.
He says he's not getting an audio signal.
0 kilobits on his audio.
0 kilobits on your audio. What is going on? How are we doing on the regular signal? He looks a little glitchy.
Yeah, he's barely hanging in there. Okay, we'll work with them.
Okay, they're working on it. All right, I'm going to hang out and talk to folks in the chat room again. Get him to call. Yeah, worst comes to worst, I'll do that. I'll just...
It's so weird. I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Great.
Okay. If I can hear him, why aren't we going to the two-shot? Because we keep losing him? Yeah, Bernie, we just keep losing. It's so weird. It's like we hear you for 10 seconds and we lose you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Great.
All right.
I'm
Yay!
so sorry. I don't know what happened. It was working just fine.
Yeah, I don't know, man. How are you, Bernie?
I'm great.
It's been a while, man. Miss you. It's Bernie and I met, I don't know, probably close to a year ago now or something. And last time I saw him was probably right before we all went out on COVID, I'm thinking, right?
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
He came off. So Bernie is an independent film producer here in Los Angeles, and he's just so incredibly articulate and really knows the industry. And on some of the films he's worked on, he's been the de facto music supervisor because the budget couldn't afford one. So he knows music, he knows filmmaking, and he knows that I want a lot more indie filmmakers to use Taxi as a resource. And I've got to say, congratulations and thank you to Bernie, because he has brought a couple of films that he's been working on to Taxi, and they've found music for him, and he's got some other filmmakers to use this as well, so I really appreciate that. And we had him over at the office, I don't know, a month before we went out on COVID or something, so he could educate us all on how to network better with film producers, and we were all just blown away. So we're all members of the Bernie fan club. We are. What can I say? I hate to get all gushy on you, but
No.
So can you explain, because honestly, for the longest time, I didn't really know what an independent film producer does, or a film producer, period. I mean, I know what a record producer does, and I know what TV producers do, at least an EP on television, executive producers. Describe what your job is and what a typical day is like, and kind of the list of things that you would take care of in a film, all that stuff.
Sure. So my job is different all the time. Every day is different, but the easiest way to say what I do is spend all of the money. So the people usually come to me with a script and an amount of money, and they are like, all right, we need to get this made. So I meet with the director to figure out what their vision is and what needs that they would have. And then I hire all the crew and get all the gear and, like I said, spend all of the money. A lot of producers also raise money. So executive producers might be in charge of fundraising or attaching talent. In this world that I'm in, that my job overlaps. There's a lot of hats that I wear, both in the pre-production and during production and then in post. And then I'm also, because of my experience with post-production over the last decade and a half, I also post-produce. So I will carry the film all the way through completion, through the editing and the sweetening and adding music and color and sound effects and all that. But it really comes down to, I thought it was going to be a very glamorous job, very fun. It's mainly and fires and figuring out how to solve problems. So that's been my experience with it.
Well, if I had a problem, I would want you to solve it. You seem pretty capable. So
I fixed that problem in just 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're right on the edge of us losing you. I can tell the bandwidth is just sucking. Oh, well.
Yeah.
So how is COVID treating independent film production now? I know, and I want to let everybody know that there was a period there where Bernie couldn't work because obviously nobody was shooting anything, and we were very fortunate to have him screen some stuff at Taxi, and he did a great job on it, so thank you for that. Nice to have you under the roof while we could all still be together. He did a little bit remotely once COVID struck. Hey, you've started working again, right? Shooting has started again?
Yes. So we actually are hoping to shoot something, and I mean it's day to day with what can happen or what is able to happen. But we are looking to shoot a feature film in the next 3 weeks, and it's going to be chaotic. But yeah, COVID was extremely difficult. Right at the beginning, like everyone, every project I had went away. They all just stopped and just vanished. I mean, I was supposed to be at Bucharest making an $8 million feature film, and then I was supposed to go to Oklahoma to make 2 other films, and everything went away. So it's been an extremely tricky road. We started back, we kind of dipped a toe in with a short film that we did in Philly, or in Lancaster actually, a couple of weeks ago, and it was a really nice experience. It was a very tiny film, so we were able to navigate kind of how we would stay safe and keep the crew safe and everybody safe, and think about, okay, how can we scale this to an actual feature film. The biggest issue is that to really protect everyone and make them as safe as possible, it costs a lot of money with regards to just making sure that, if you have to do testing 3 times a week for actors, or you have to make sure that people are isolated or that food is individually wrapped, it could add anywhere from like $50,000 to $150,000 to a budget that never hits the screen. And so to convince an investor to give you that additional money when they're already giving you every dollar they want to, and usually a little less, and it doesn't like add an actor that gets them distribution, or it doesn't add that amazing AC/DC song that they wanted, like it doesn't equate to an easy solution. But we're trying it. We're going to navigate it.
Do the investors just say, I want to still make the movie, but let's wait, for 6 months or a year until, are you losing the investors and the film's just going in the dumper, or will it come back?
No, it's not that they have gone away because of it. It's that we've just had to sacrifice other things for it. So, for example, on the film that I'm about to shoot, we have a very small crew, smaller than we would like to. We have people working on, potentially flat rates, or we have, there's some things that we've had to do to kind of solve it, so that we could spend that money elsewhere. But it's tricky. It's tricky. We were really hoping to go to Oklahoma to do this film because there's a rebate there, and we could have gotten $150,000, back from the state of Oklahoma, which could have kind of filled that gap. But not only were they full up with production and had so many projects going there that they didn't have room for our project in their rebate system, but just this last week, multiple movies in Oklahoma have been shut down because of COVID outbreaks. So it's kind of like we lost out on some money, but also we kind of dodged a bullet with regards to that. So it's tricky. But we're going to make a movie, and there's going to be music in it, so we're excited about it.
Great. Well, you know where to come for that music.
For sure.
Let's give everybody kind of a view of the financial landscape. What is the budget range for small indie films up to mid-size and maybe even a large indie film? Where do the dollars land?
So the smallest category, if you're doing a union show with SAG, for example, they kind of set some benchmarks. The smallest movie that you can do under a SAG contract is like $250,000 and down is their bottom tier. I've made movies in that size. It is extremely hard to make movies in that size, just on the average cost per day, but it can be done. So there's that. The next tier goes up to $700,000. So there's a little bit more room for effects and things like that. The last feature film that I did fell in this category. So we had a lot of great sets. We had a few named actors in that one, and it allowed us to kind of expand out and get some more quality into the film. And then from there they go up. It's a little difficult. I haven't tackled the million and up budget yet. I haven't figured out what kind of investor is looking to spend that kind of money yet, but that's hopefully my next step. We had a little bit of momentum filming off the last movie, but then, like I said, COVID shut everything down. But that's kind of the realm. I mean, it's interesting because there's this middle ground between rich people can lose $100,000 at the end of the year as a tax write-off. Like so you can find investors that are willing to give you $100,000 to just kind of clear it off their thing. And so indie films a lot of times will get made by these investors. And I can't wait till I'm in the position that I can just lose $100,000 in December, like that I need to. That's going to be a really great day. But you don't find a ton of people that are looking to clear $1 million worth of tax liability and don't have any opinions about what you make with it. So there's, it's a little bit difficult to kind of jump from one tier to the next without having a very recognizable actor in the film or some other piece like that. So
do they want the recognizable actor because they think it ups the chances of making their investment back, which they may or may not care about, I don't know, or do they want the actor in there so they can tell their other wealthy friends, yeah, I made a film with XYZ actor?
It's a little bit of both. It's definitely both. I mean, again, for the $100,000 to $500,000 movie, a lot of it is just, I'm already rich, I have houses and boats, and I just want to walk a red carpet. So there's a lot of investors that kind of come in for that reason. On the higher level, you want that recognizable face and name so that you can sell the film. And once you get into the kind of 750 to $1 million range, making them profit back becomes a much bigger conversation. No one really knows how to do it, and right now it's an extremely awkward conversation because there used to be this high risk, high reward idea of, okay, if we make an awesome movie and we have a good name in it, it could get theatrical. Even if it's not a studio movie, it could potentially get a theatrical release. But right now, there's no theatrical releases at all. There's no movies coming out. So, convincing an investor all right, no, but we're definitely going to make a profit selling to Netflix or Amazon, and they're so inundated with content that they don't have to pay as much as, they may have once paid for an indie film. And so it's just a little bit tricky to kind of figure it out. But yeah, that's what the name is. And yes, taking photo ops on set and going to dinner with the star is certainly a way to court investors.
I love it. Only in this industry, and I mean that broadly. What portion of the budget, let's say you're making a movie for, $500,000, what portion of that would be allocated to music?
That is a great question. It is as much as we can get into it is usually the idea. I have yet to be on a film that was able to spend more than $25,000 on music on all the budget levels that I've been at. Unfortunately, it's extremely sad. I mean, that's why the conversation about post is the trickiest one at these budget levels, because you have best intentions when you start, and you allocate as much money as you can to post-production, and then there's overtime and fees, and there's a prop breaks or a camera goes down or something happens, and so then you start borrowing from your post budget just to get the movie filmed, right. And then by the end of it, it's we have $2,500 for the entire soundtrack, and it's extremely tricky to do it that way.
Poor musicians and music, always the bastard stepchild, it seems.
Right.
Okay, talk to me about bigger movie budgets. Let's get a little perspective there.
It could be. I mean, I know that I want to say that they spent a couple $100,000 on the movie like Baby Driver, getting all of those songs into it. I think that movie. So I mean, it really if a film is extremely music heavy, it could be 5-10% of the budget that's going towards it.
Baby Driver it was all music. I mean, man,
the whole
thing was practically wall to wall.
Wrote the script, to the beat. And so you have movies like that where going in, we have to get this song, so that it's going to be a much higher percentage. But yeah, I mean, it ranges verily. I mean, you can spend anywhere from $5,000 to $25,000 to $100,000 on an individual song, on a single song. And if you're using it multiple times, it can get extremely expensive for recognizable, again, that AC/DC song or that, that big song.
So let's say that somebody's got $150K allocated for music, like in a mid-sized, bigger budget film, and the person who put up most of the money, or somebody, in a position to make this kind of decision or this kind of demand, I guess would be a better thing. It's I really want that Rolling Stones song. Or maybe I'm reaching too high, but I want something in there
sure.
that's going to be, they got $150K budget and they want $100,000 song, and I'm sure that makes the producer go, "Oh crap! There goes my music budget, so I can make this person happy with just one song." But it happens, right?
Sure, it does. Absolutely. I've been lucky enough not to have that exact thing happen from an investor side. I did literally just get my director texted me for the movie I'm about to make and was like, "I know we have a small music budget, but do you think we could get Don't Stop Me Now for the final fight scene?" It's like, no, not even a little bit could we get that song at all. It's like, oh yeah, we'll maybe try. Just sure, I can make a phone call and find out that it's never going to happen. So that happens. Telling your director no is a big part of producing in general, because you don't ever want to. You want to be able to say yes to everything that they're asking for, but that isn't always possible. So
when you and I last spoke, I think we spent quite a bit of time, or maybe it's that lunch that we went out to that day. We were talking a lot about royalty free, and I was expressing my personal frustration with the fact that so many indie film producers that I've reached out to online to try to get them to run listings with Taxi, they're all like, oh, I get my stuff from a royalty-free library. I subscribe, and it's like, a couple $100 a year, and it's all you can eat. And it's like, why do you use royalty-free? Because I'm not slamming every royalty-free library out there, but there are several, if not many of them out there that will just accept anything into the catalogs. What the hell, Sure. You do all the work as the musician, entering everything online, and yay, my music got accepted into a library. And the musicians are all happy, and then somebody can license their stuff, and it's royalty-free. The producers actually think that if they don't use royalty-free music, that they themselves are going to have to pay the royalties every quarter. Like they're going to have to dip into their pocket, pay royalties. Yeah. And so that's why I originally went out to lunch with you, and you said, I got to say, you were impressively polite and open-minded at that lunch. It's like, wow, you really didn't know Taxi. Actually, that's not true. Your brother's girlfriend, if I remember correctly, is Mandy, whose last name I won't use right now, but she's like a big deal music supervisor now. And
yes.
We've known her since she was kind of a puppy in the industry. So she was able to tell you, yeah, these guys are for real. Anyway, royalty free. So it's like, why wouldn't they reach out to Taxi once? We need to educate them so that they understand that they don't have to pay the royalties, and they can get much better music from Taxi for not a whole lot of money. We're not in the business of throwing our members under the bus, like, here's some, breadcrumbs, for a song. But a lot of musicians would be thrilled to get $250, $500, or $1,000 to get their song in a legit movie. Hello.
Yeah. Yes. So no, look. Here's the thing that I didn't know until I had that one. Until I really talked to you. I think that the conception that the producers have to pay to list is a mistake. I was so happy to be corrected about. Right. To know that I can actually get this project exposed to musicians that have music and want to make something for this project, and it doesn't cost my production anything. That was a huge sell to my directors. What happens a lot too with editors and with directors when they're crafting the film, when they're actually editing the film, is everybody wants to have temp music in, right. And so the last thing you want to do is put in your favorite song into this scene, because as soon as you fall in love with it, you will never want that scene any other way. And so the trick that editors will use to not shoot themselves in the foot is to use these websites that just have downloadable samples of royalty-free music and throw that in there so that they don't accidentally use this Mariah Carey song for the big moment and then never get that feeling ever again. It's a horrible feeling. I literally have a film. It's one of the best movies I ever made. It played 40 festivals. It won Atlanta. It won Slam Dance. It won all of these major festivals. No one has ever seen it because they never figured out the music rights for a couple of the tracks in it, and then blew through a distribution deadline and then lost the deal. And it was all because the director was so in love with one track that he could not let it go, and then ended up not finishing the film. So the beauty of a service like Taxi is that you can be a little bit more allowing of yourself to put in a song you actually like, because then you can take that song and say, hey, this is the absolute song I love for this. Can we get something that sounds like it? It's something that gives me that same feeling, something that has the same rhythm and beat and energy. And then it's not so much of a dramatic fall as opposed to just finding a song other than, or a free song somewhere else. So I think that's why a lot of people kind of end up on those royalty-free sites at first, because it's like, oh, I can download a couple of tracks, and if my director falls in love with this, great, it's $10, you know,
Right.
and then you end up sacrificing for some lesser music. My director on my last film was absolutely over the moon with what we got from Taxi. He had a couple of very specific old-timey songs that he knew he was going to use, but that he knew he had deals for. So we were able to place those. And then it was like, okay, but there's 25 other drops in this film.
Wow.
What are we going to do? And I was fortunate enough to be able to bring him to y'all. And I want to say we booked something like 8 or 9 songs on the last film. And it sounds amazing. The movie sounds awesome.
I would imagine that our members were tickled pink when they got the email or the phone call from you. We'd like to put your song in an indie film, because, you know, it's like I'm in a film, you know, it's different than reality TV, not necessarily better or worse, but it's different. And the vast majority of the Taxi members that get placements, a lot of them are in reality TV with instrumental cues, because that's where the most opportunities are. So just, you know, it must be exciting for them to get a copy of that film and say, look, there's my song.
Yeah, right. Well, and again, I mean, not for nothing. The quality of it is a lot better. It came in because being able to hear so many options that come submitted and like actually sent in and curated, it was really easy to find what we needed. So that was great. I mean, look, I'm not trying to, you know, this is not a pitch. I'm not paid to say this. I really enjoyed the process, and we were really grateful that it worked out on my last film. I bring it up to every filmmaker I work with now as a resource.
Great, thank you for that. I appreciate it. So, what else do I want to ask you? Have you ever had any problems when reaching out to the Taxi members whose music you wanted to license? Like, you know, did you have to ask anybody to remix something or change a lyric, or you were able to use everything you got, just bing, bang, boom?
Yeah. As so far, it's been great. We haven't had any issues. I think the largest issue that we had was, for some reason, my director's email would not go to an artist. I think he was in Ireland, maybe. I could email with him just fine. I would copy my director would email him, no response. And so it was that, but that's just an email glitch. That has nothing to do with the user or the system or anything. So outside of that very random issue, no, it's been great. Everybody that we reached out to say, okay, we'd like to book your song and we want to sign this contract. We didn't have any that we had to circle back on. Nobody came back at us and was like, actually, that's going to be $10,000. There was no issues like that. It was a very seamless process.
Let's talk about scoring indie films. Obviously, we just finished watching a video from Vienna Symphonic Library where they've got this beautiful scoring stage in Vienna with just, you know, world-class players, of course. One of our Taxi members is actually the marketing guy for Vienna Symphonic Library. So he went and shot video of himself in this beautiful, I mean, like breathtaking scoring stage. And then they did a demo of a new product they have called Big Bang Orchestra. Where was I? I had 3 hours of sleep last night, so I'm a little dingy today. Sorry. Road rally prep. Obviously, you know, an indie film that's getting made for $300K can't afford to hire real players on a scoring stage like that. So they're going to reach out to somebody who can do the whole thing in a box, which, I mean, man, if you saw that demo from Vienna Symphonic Library, it's like just breathtakingly world-class sounding. So my point is that if they can do it in the box and score a whole film like that, what kind of money can the scoring composer expect on like a $200,000-$300,000 film? What might a score pay?
Well, you're putting me on the spot.
I mean, you can ballpark, I guess.
No. I mean, I can tell you. But I want to caveat it as a musician myself. Also, I understand this is low. I mean, everybody's rates are low on an indie film of this size. And in fact, I regularly call people to work on my films, and they're like, "I don't work for that rate anymore." And I'm like, "Congratulations, great, good for you." Like, you're doing it. But the last few films that I've had where we've had score, it's been somewhere in the realm of $5,000 to $10,000, as high as $20,000 on some of the mid-level movies, but all in. A lot of the composers will retain rights, and so it's usually like a licensing deal that we'll do, as opposed to just outright ownership for that level. So if we do a soundtrack, they would get some benefit from that. But it's in that realm. And as far as the in the box thing goes, I haven't done a film that had live orchestration on it yet, and I've worked with Eagle Plum and Danny Elfman and some major composers on a couple of these films. We were lucky enough to have them, but they did everything with samples and tiny supplementation of real instrumentation, and they sound incredible. So it's like, I mean, I'm not saying that there's not a need for live musicianship and that the orchestras shouldn't happen, but you can get really amazing things at a budget level. But yeah, in the somewhere between $5,000 and $20,000 is where you might land to score an indie film.
Yeah, that's
like
exactly the range. I've got a couple of friends that are not involved in the taxi universe that are scoring composers on indie films, and that's typically the range that they work in.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the whole process. Actually, the name of this is How Indie Film Producers, I think, Choose and Use Music. So you get hired as a producer on the film. I'm guessing, do you go get the director, or is the director on board before you're brought in?
In the films that I have made as a hired producer, the director is usually already on board. And in fact, it's usually the director that is bringing the projects to me. That's kind of where I get involved. I have plenty of projects in development with writers and projects where we're trying to attach a director and then take it to a studio. But on the indie film side, the money and the director are usually somehow related, and so the director is on it first. And from the script. So script, money, director kind of all happen at the same time.
Okay.
It's rare that I would be brought on before the director is.
And at what point and who is involved in the process do they decide, let's stick with scoring for a minute, when does the first music conversation take place and how does that go?
Well, it does vary a little bit. I mean, we definitely try to have conversations in pre-production because we look at our budget and we go, okay, we already know that we don't have a ton of money for this. So let's lock it in now and make sure that we're good for later. So a lot of times we will, if there's music that plays in the movie, like if someone dances to it or sings along, we definitely have to get that involved in pre-production to make sure that we can clear a song before it's being sung, on camera.
Yeah.
But with scoring, it's kind of it's a cursory call. So I just signed a composer for the film that I'm about to do. And then I won't speak to him for 2 months. Because it's now that we've made our deal and we've signed, I won't even need to speak to them until the edit is done. Or at least has a rough going. But the conversation starts early, but it doesn't become a creative conversation until the film is made, until it's seen.
So, some form of creative conversations taking place because you have to choose the composer. So you're not going to get somebody who scores like hybrid electronic stuff versus somebody who does orchestral.
For sure. Well, and they'll read the script. So I don't mean that there's no conversation. I just mean as far as like dialing it in or saying like this is what we need. But yes, of course, if you're going to pick a composer that early, you absolutely pick somebody that they can do what you want them to be able to do. I will say I've had a couple of seemingly different experiences with composers than I feel like would be normal, because if it were a film, like in general, it seems like I wouldn't have the conversation with a composer until I could show them the film and then say, make a sample for this. But like I said, when I worked with Danny Elfman, his brother was the filmmaker. And so we knew from the get-go, like, he's going to make this movie. He's perfect for it. He's going to do it. He's helping his brother out. And, and then that led us to Ego. So I've had certain conversations like that. The other thing that you have to factor in, too, is on budget levels like this, it is about networking and having connections to individuals that you want to work with. And so there is a little bit of like, I know this guy will do this film, or this woman will compose for us because we worked on something before, or we're trying to work on a bigger thing, but let's do this together. So there's a little bit of that goes on to get it done. But yes, you're absolutely right. They read the script, we know what the script is, and we try to pick somebody that can do the right style. And then once the edit is done, then we can really dial it in.
And do the editors put temp score in to give some sort of guidance to the scoring composer eventually, or is that more to just make it more palatable as they're watching the film come together, and it doesn't really give guidance as to the type of score it might get?
I would say it's absolutely both. You have to put some music in, movies without music are awful. So there has to be music in. And so even for just the editor to stand their job cutting the film, you'll add music in. And you want to try and capture a feel. Again, it's a little tricky because, like, say you've got a huge suspenseful track and you're taking songs from like Batman or like something like that, you will fall in love with it, and then it's tricky. You have to be careful with temp music not to put in something that's so good or so recognizable that it becomes an earworm. But yeah, absolutely, you put something in so that you can stand it, and then you put something in so that you can show the composer, this is the feeling that we're looking for. This is because there's full orchestration, or there is, a single cello and a tuba. You want to be able to say, this is what we're looking, not that you would ever do that, but you want to be able to indicate the feeling of it. So you have to use temp music in that way. Again, it's great if you get pieces, like if you're working with a composer and they just compose some kind of long form stuff and you can play around with it, all the better. But in my experience, at this budget level, you're not going to get months and months and months and 50 versions of a score. So you want to be able to be as specific as possible when you send it to the composer, so you're not wasting anyone's time.
Describe what spotting is and what a spotting session is like, and like who's there, and
well, it should definitely be director and producer and music supervisor should all be in there, along with the editor. They should all be involved in that conversation. Depending on whether people are wearing multiple hats, that can be a multiple or a singular job for one person. But you definitely want a music super involved whenever possible, so that they can figure it out. But you just go through the movie and you count all of the times that the editor and director have put in temp music, and you figure out, okay, at this minute we need this song and it's going to last this period of time. It's also really important in those spotting sessions to outline what's happening in the scene. You'll get that question a lot when you're trying to license music about, like, okay, what's going on. Like, you know, some companies won't license if there's like illicit drug use, or if there's, right. You know, like something that untoward, I guess you could say. I mean, it's not always an issue, and if that's what your movie is about, drug abuse, like, you're gonna have to get some song at some point. But they will ask you what's happening in the scene, and so you have to know that. But yeah, knowing how often that the sound or the song comes up, how long you need it, and what's happening in the scene is very important. And so that conversation is through that group. The music supervisor will then create a document that has all of that information in it, and then we'll start seeking songs to fill.
This might be a tough question to answer, but it rattles around in my own brain sometimes. Sometimes those of us on our end of the industry tend to operate on genres or on maybe a song reference. It makes life easier for musicians. It makes life easier to write a brief, all that sort of stuff. Whereas I have a feeling, and I could be wrong about this, that a director might say, I need something that, coming home from a funeral, the family's in the back of the limo. I need something sad, you know, I need something really sad. Well, that's great. Do you need score that's really sad? Do you need a piano vocal that's really sad? Do you want to juxtapose something completely unexpected, like put a punk rock song in there about death and dying? Mm-hmm. What kind of stuff do you hear in these spotting meetings when a director goes, yeah, man, I need something sad there? How do you guys steer it to get more out of it so that you can write a brief and come to us and everybody in the chain can get closer to what the director wants?
Yeah, for sure. I would say that I have been lucky enough to work with directors that were extremely opinionated, for better or worse.
Okay.
So these conversations can get extremely specific. Like they generally have known, I want a Western sounding, plodding, slow tempo song here. And then the first thing I ask is, give me a reference. Play the song that you hear in your head, or the soundtrack that you hear in your head. And it may, at that point, already be in the edit because they have told the editor, I want this song here. But I have been lucky. I have yet to meet a director that got a film made that could not articulate exactly what they want ad nauseum. Because it's just kind of like they're seeing it. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of bad directors that are like, well, whatever. And not to say that, like, there's not a collaborative or collaboration process where an editor might suggest, or a music supervisor might suggest, hey, what about this punk rock song, here? Or, you get some stuff like that, like playing a punk rock song super slow and, instrumentally could be an amazing piece for that. But as a producer, my job is to facilitate a director's vision, and my job is to spend money to that end. And it's a much harder process for me if they don't know what they want. And like I said, most directors will talk all day about all the things they want.
I find it a little fascinating that, I don't know a lot of directors, but the bigger percentage of the ones that I do know are musicians. And they grew up being fans of music, so they do have a pretty clear vision that tends to be an inappropriately large budget vision. Yeah, but they do have a vision.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you want to have that, but again, it's the easiest way to get inside a director's head, in my experience so far, has been just play the song that you're hearing, and then we'll go find it. If not that song.
I've seen a few cases in the land of TV production where we've all heard the story about the EP or the executive producer or somebody who's involved in the process will drive the music supervisor just out of their mind because their 15-year-old daughter, oh, Dad, you got to get this song in your movie. It's her favorite song of the month. and then hands that off to the music supervisor. Oh, great! Yeah, we're going to get that Kanye song in the movie for $20,000.
Yeah,
I love those stories, but and of course they want to make their kid happy, and because no dad wants to disappoint his kid. Who decides? Is it the director again who decides the balance of score versus songs?
Yeah, I would say it comes from the director because, again, that's part of the creative vision. They're going to paint with the image. They're going to paint with sound. They're going to paint with the Foley. Like they're putting all of these different types of sensual interface together to make this film. And so they know whether they want it to be a sounding song, or whether the moment requires a score, or that kind of feeling that needs to be created. The balance of you can't afford that comes from the producer. So I did a film, Bernard and Huey, a few years ago with Dan Mervish. It's based on a Jules Feiffer script that he had written back in the 80s, and it took place in 2 different time periods. We set it in, I believe it was the early, the 60s and the 80s, I think were the 2, or 60s and 90s, I think were the 2 eras. But it was 2 very specific eras. We had $0 for sync at all. There was no music that was going to be purchased at all. We had $5,000 or something like that, some very specific number for score. And so when we brought our composer on, he worked directly with the director to compose things that could sound like they were source music. So, and even the director actually sang on one of the songs. And so the whole movie was completely scored by one person, and all of the, he did the whole thing. But in the creative conversation that we had with them, we crafted a very specific sound throughout the thing. And because I told Dan, we don't have any money for music. I mean, we tried, but there's music for score. So if we'll just give all of it, everything we have, to the composer, and then you're just going to have to make it work. And there's a little bit of that balance in this last movie. Again, we had some money for the songs that he absolutely had to have, and then the rest of the money was like, okay, let's go find some gems that are a bit more affordable.
Let's talk about featured music versus background source. Something we put in a lot of the taxi listings is that the lyrics should be universal lyrics, kind of general, not, I fell in love with you under the arch in St. Louis on New Year's Eve, and took you home to your mom's house in the suburbs, and we kissed in the driveway next to her Jaguar. I mean, that's a story in and of itself, so it can't be used within a story because it conflicts.
Right.
So we generally tell the members to submit stuff with lyrics that are, well, how did it make you feel? Because that's the essence of what they're looking for here is emotion.
Right.
So, the first time we looked into each other's eyes, we knew it was magic in so many words. Now you know why I'm not a lyricist.
That's a great song. That's a hit.
So I personally have made the observation in the last year or two that the industry seems to be moving a little bit away from the universal lyric thing for background source in particular, because 95% of the time it's on a jukebox in the back of a smoky, stinky bar, and somebody's having a conversation on the bar stool. There's music in the room. You can't even really tell what the hell it is, which is always a bummer for the person whose song is in there. It's like, come on over, everybody, popcorn and pizza, at my house. We're going to hear my song in this TV show, and then, So, have you noticed any trends like that where universal lyrics are more or less desirable, again, for background source specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that for at the very least for my taste, I would definitely tend to agree with you that you don't want to have anything too specific, because we're telling a story with our film. That's the main story. I've had directors that didn't even want music with lyrics playing at all when actors were speaking, because he was like, I want you to be able to hear the words, and the human brain can't really process two conversation streams at the same time.
Would you tell that to my wife and children? I say that all the time. Dad's only got one input.
Right. He does, yeah, because you can't. They have proven it. You cannot listen to two things and comprehend them at the same time. You can quickly switch, but it doesn't work. So I would say that definitely is for me. Here's the other thing about the lyrics in a source song like that. At most, you're going to hear one line. As you cut into the scene, it'll be higher volume, and the second an actor starts talking, you're going to drop that volume. So it does. I mean, you could make a case for the lyrics don't matter in that case anyway, but you want to have universal enough lyrics so that the one line that they use coming into the scene doesn't confuse anybody, or and what's better, drives the message of the scene, sets a tone for the scene. So yeah, I mean, I would certainly agree that that universal lyrics are more important in songs from a service like Taxi. Famous songs have stories. Like our favorite songs.
I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah, they do, and that happens. But in those cases, the director is choosing, like, okay, I want American Pie because I want the section where he's talking about dancing in the gym of the school, because we're doing a scene where they're dancing in the gym of the school. Like, so, like, when you're pulling famous songs, the fact that they have a really cool story or a very specific thing, it's fun. But for songs no one's ever heard before, or for songs that are being created for a film, it doesn't behoove the submitters or the members to create hits because that have very specific stories, because we've never heard them before. No one's ever heard that song. It doesn't create the same emotion.
That brings me to a whole other topic, which is, I think when we first met, I told you that we had a director that ran a listing, and he had a scene where the movie opened with a shot of a 20-something son standing over the grave of his dad, where the last shovel of dirt had just been thrown in, and the kid was very upset, and he's leaving the funeral, and the director had a very specific vision for what he wanted, kind of generally on the lyric, but they had hits that they needed to make. They had, so I've got 14 seconds of the kid just standing there mute over the grave, and clearly he's thinking something. He's thinking about, did he love his dad? Was it a great relationship, not a great relationship, whatever was going on in his head. But they needed 14 seconds in the clear in the beginning, and then they needed it to go generally in the direction of, I'm sorry we didn't have that conversation before you died. And so we put out, I'm making this up a little bit because I don't remember the exact stuff, but we put out a very specific listing that was written. It was such an exact roadmap, and we got a bunch of great material, and that director was like, this is the greatest thing in the world. Your people custom write music to what I need for my film. It doesn't cost me anything. I'm getting the music at a reasonable price. Everybody wins. Everybody's happy. And for those who created something for it that didn't get picked for the film, not so terrible, because it's probably good enough that they could put it in a production music library anyway, so it wasn't a completely wasted effort. So I think that's one of Taxi's greatest attributes for filmmakers, is that if you can't think of a song that really fits what you need, and you've got specific timing hits or specific lyric things that need to be in a certain place, we can get that for you. It's just people. That guy was just blown away.
No, it's great. I mean, I think on the last film that we had a very specific female 1960s sounding, authentic sounding song. Like, we wanted a song that sounded like it came out of this very specific era. It needed to not only sound like the orchestration and the composition, but the performance and the recording needed to sound like it was from the 60s. And we got that. I mean, not only did we get but we got a bunch of options that we could choose from. and it was amazing. I mean, the same thing. My director was completely blown away. It wasn't a like, I need these 12 lyrics in it, but it was a very specific ask that if we had been looking for those tracks, they would have been extremely expensive, because the only thing that comes out of the 60s that you are aware of are hits that have licensing agreements and all that stuff. So like we couldn't get an actual song that was famous in the 60s. We needed something that just sounded like it was, because the other thing was it was playing on a radio in a diner in the background. So it's like, we're not going to spend 50 grand for something that is, but it sets the whole tone of the scene. You need it. You have to have it. And to be able to find that and find a dozen viable options that we just get to pick from was awesome. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
I've only got 5 minutes left, but I'm debating between two topics. Okay, I'm just picking one. So many musicians, it's like, would love to get Bernie their song. Man, I've got this awesome song, you're going to love it. And they don't really seem to understand the process. It is not about you're going to love my song. It's like, I've got to love your song when it's right for the scene, when it's right for the character, when it's right for this story. And so they get very frustrated that people, it's not like A&R record companies where I'm picking this because it sounds like a hit. You could have a hit. You could have the greatest song in the world that's going to be a massive hit, and it wouldn't be right even for a $100,000 movie because it just doesn't work. So yes, we're in agreement on that.
100%. And I do get submissions every day. I've reached the level where I get 5 cold emails a day. That's where I'm at in my career. Is it 5 from something, either a screenwriter or a musician or a composer or an agent is hustling for their client. Somebody will reach out and say, hey, can I send you my music library or all the songs that I've made to consider on your next film? And it breaks my heart a little bit, because I'm like, I'm so excited for you that you're making stuff and that you're hustling and that you found me. What an honor that you actually like think I'm big enough that I would be in something. Great. However, it's really hard to do anything with that, because like you said, if I'm not working on a specific movie at that moment that needs music and needs that song or that style, it's really hard. And it's difficult for me to collect a library of every musician that sent me songs. I don't have the bandwidth for that or the patience. So it is amazing to know that I can come to a place that is like that. Basically, you're doing that work for me, and I'm so grateful, because I can come to you and go, hey, I need this, and it's there. And so I encourage writers or songwriters or musicians to use this service, as opposed to just emailing every filmmaker that's out there. Being in a service that is reaching filmmakers is a way better system. Because it really does. It breaks my heart to be like, I'm sure your music is dope. Like, this song is probably awesome. I am in post on a movie, we already scored the whole thing. Or I am trying to raise money for a movie that's not going to happen for 2 years. Like, there's no telling where I'm at in my career. And the other thing is, if I take a song to a director before they ask for it, there is a 100% chance, or let's say 95% chance, that it will be turned down as a like stepping on toes opinion. Like the director is in charge. And so this happens with actors too. You know, the nightmare about producers is like, hey, you got to use this actress, or like bringing in somebody that the director doesn't necessarily want to use. So it doesn't actually behoove the likelihood the song gets placed if I introduce it. It's much more like I'm there again. The producer's job is to facilitate. The same thing with the music supervisor. The same thing with a casting director. They hear what the director wants, and then they go get it, or then they make it, or then they find it. And so, being a part of a system or a service or a group of artists that filmmakers are coming to and seeking out is a much better position to be in than reaching out to individual producers and just saying, listen to this song, I'm sure it'll be great in your next movie. Because I have no idea what my next movie is going to be. I have no idea.
Well, can't
I
you
don't know
just
what I'm
make
doing in January.
Can't you just make a movie about my song?
Right.
Well, I've got to run because we got to get the next thing going soon. But man, I love hanging out with you. I really do. I don't mean to be all like, fanboy about it, but every time we have a conversation, I just feel like I'm learning and our relationship gets deeper. And I really, really genuinely appreciate the fact that you glommed onto Taxi. You got it once we explained it to you, and that you've used it and your directors have been happy. I really appreciate that. And tell Mandy I said thank you for introducing us. I appreciate that as well. And I'll see you on the other side of COVID, my friend.
Okay, it was good talking to you.
Good talking to you. Thank you, Bernie. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bob Mair, Matt DeLuca, and Pedro Costa. iCarly, baby. iCarly loves you.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey,
what are you going to do if that thing ever fails?
I've got a backup. A taxi member actually saw one in a store about 3 years ago and brought it to the road rally. So I've got a backup. Plus, I've got it recorded digitally on my laptop and somewhere else.
I was going to say, you got to sample that.
Yeah, I've got it.
All right.
How are you guys? First of all, Matt, hi. We've never actually met face to face. Unless I met
face to face. How are you?
I'm great. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you for having me on this.
Thank you for doing it. I really appreciate it. Considering we've never, our relationship has been email and 2 phone calls, I think, for like 10 years.
It's been years, right? It's been years, but it's been that way. So I'm glad we're able to do this now.
Oh, great. Thank you. And Pedro, how are you?
Excellent. How are you, Michael?
I'm good, thank you. And Babalu, how are you, man?
I'm spiffy.
Oh, spiffy, eh? Oh, are those Bayer headphones? What are you wearing?
No, what are these things?
Oh, I see.
These are
I thought
Master and Dynamic.
Okay, I thought they were Bayer DT66s, which used to be my favorite headphones back in the day, but I'm old, so.
These are very good headphones, let me tell you.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
They're the Porsche of headphones. Well, welcome to the big panel. What we're going to do, I know that Bob and Pedro know the drill, but I'm going to explain to Matt just because he's kind of in virgin territory here.
Sure.
And it looks like we have good, clean signal from all you guys, which I'm grateful for. We are going to play music. Bria, we're only doing songs today. Bria has a list of like 300 or 400 songs. She's got a random number generator. It'll pick a number. She picks that song. She plays it, and then I'll go to 1 or 2 you guys, maybe on some occasions go to 3 you guys, because we've got, hundreds of people in the chat room all hoping that their song gets picked. So we got to move kind of quickly. And what we're going to do is give feedback. And we're doing the feedback from a general perspective, not like, this really wouldn't work for my catalog or my clientele unless you want to follow. What the members want to know is this good enough that some library would pick it up? Would some music soup use it in something? So even if it's not right for your catalog, it's okay to say it's not really right for my catalog and my clientele, but I could see that somebody else, that has different clients with different shows could use this. So that's the drill. And if you hear something you really like, you could just let us know right here live in real time. And Bria has got a list going over there, and she will get you in touch with the song. She'll send it to you shortly after the rally. So that's it. We probably won't listen all the way through every song. Probably listen like as far as the bridge so that we can hear all the elements. Comments, could be anything from like the lyrics not universal enough to I hear some pitchiness in the vocal that makes it kind of fall out of the broadcast quality thing. Whatever, you guys know the drill. I keep looking down there at Matt in the corner, my corner of my monitor down here. It's like I think when I look at him that he sees me looking at him. Oh well.
Yeah, it's the new norm.
Yep.
Yeah. All good.
I got to say, live television, we have been live all day, and man, it was tougher for me personally setting this up than a regular road rally, but knock on wood, it's been going great. Yay. So let's have at it. Bria is going to announce the song.
All right, first up is number 101, and this is "Oh Holy Night" by Philip Kanakis.
Stars
All right. Anybody want to lead off?
I'll jump in, sure. Comments on the production. First off, I would say that particular melody is not unlike the Star Spangled Banner. You got a range that you have to cover. I would have suggested maybe to do it up a whole step. Some of those notes were pretty darn low in her range. I mean, she's got a beautiful voice, and it sounded like on the upper end of the spectrum she had room to go. So I would have moved it up maybe a whole step. I also would have produced it with a little less reverb. I think there was, at least what I'm hearing, sounded like there was quite a bit of reverb. And I probably would have picked a different piano sample. It didn't. For a song like that, that's so sung so intimate and heartwarming, the digital piano sound for me leaves me a little flat emotionally. I'd rather hear a real piano or a darn good sample.
Yeah. Okay. Matt, can we further divergenize you? You want to jump in with any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I agree with Bob on a few of the points. I do think a song like that, I would have personally would liked a little more intimacy out of it. I think she has a beautiful voice, and I think if it was made to be just a hair more intimate, whether that is the sound of the piano or the reverb or the combination of, just something that was just a little more maybe left of center, or just quite more just emotion out of it, I think is something that I would have been looking for. Once again, I think she's got a fabulous voice, and I think it's more about production in this case than it is about the ability, if that helps.
Yeah, it does. It lacked 10% more emotion for me. I wanted it to just touch me a little more deeply. She does a beautiful voice, and I've heard this song before. It's obviously a classic. Anyway, all right.
A song like that, I think you want to be done listening and going, wow.
Yeah.
Like just chills and just go, man. She can sing. Right. And I think that's what I would want to be left with, to go, wow. And my mouth left open going, wow, that's good.
Speaking of chills, any thoughts from Canada, Pedro?
Actually,
it's quite warm.
Oh, really?
Warmed up the last couple of days. Yeah, it's been amazing.
What do you call warm?
No.
In
trying
Fahrenheit.
to think of Fahrenheit. I'm not sure. Let's say warm enough that the last couple of days I got out on the deck and sat like this with no sweater on and soaked in some sunshine,
All right.
which is unheard of in November. I usually do that by going to the taxi rally, so I'm glad that I get to do it here. But yeah, to echo, I would echo the exact same thoughts that my other two esteemed panelists said. The beautiful vocal, but it lacked something as far as the performance, some emotion. And the one thing was the arrangement. It was very much the same all the way through. I'd like to hear it develop as it went right into that bridge section where the vocal kind of soars. It would have been nice to have the arrangement soar with it, were kind of my thoughts. But yeah, all the same thoughts as the other guys as well.
Okay, well, we've got consensus. Let's move on. What's the next one, Bria?
All right, next up is number 212. It's called I Can Fly by Jacqueline Lohr.
Here we go again. Same shit, different man. Why you gotta paint everything black when the world's got our back? Why do I play this game? Feeling a bit insane. Never gonna make it change, but I can change my ways. Lucid sleep, not anymore. Feeling stronger than before. Seeing things clearly. No one is gonna hold me down. Watch me soar. losing sleep, not anymore. Feeling stronger than before. Seeing things clearly. No one is gonna hold me down. Watch me soar.
Pedro, would you like to lead off on this one, please?
Yeah, sure. Really cool contemporary vibe and production on this one. Loved the payoff on the chorus. The lyrics themselves are not too specific, which is great for film and TV. And empowerment lyrics are always great. It's something that we get requested a lot. So really great track. I would love a copy of that one.
Sure. Bob?
I thought it was a great song. There was production stuff, again, that I kind of was questioning some of the choices, but I liked the song a lot. And I liked the choices in the production. It was the mix, I think, is what was kind of baffling me. Once again, I'm unsure if there's something in your playback, Michael, I'm hearing a lot of reverb.
No, we didn't add any reverb.
Okay. So and I know reverb has its place, and it's definitely come back in a big way. This particular song, though, in my estimation, it wasn't the kind of song that I would have done that to, or that much of it. And there were certain elements too. For a while, I couldn't tell if I was hearing a banjo sample in the background, that ostinato, dugga-dugga. When it opened up a little bit more, I could see it. I don't think it was. I'm unsure what I was actually hearing. And I think there were a few elements that just needed to kind of get weeded out. The B3, the Hammond, it kind of, between that and the kick drum, it was just mixed stuff. Other than that, the song was great.
All right,
but
Matt.
but a mix can make or break a song with film and television.
Matt?
Yeah, I agree. I think overall, I love the universal lyrics. The female empowerment side of it is great for film and television. I wasn't overly digging the track until the chorus came, and then it sold me. Then it had me. I think it has a really strong chorus. I may be with Bob on the fact that maybe it just was a mix issue leading up to the chorus for me, where it just seemed a little off. But once we got to the chorus, I felt, I was in on the song then. So for me, I'm a thumbs up on this track. It's a nice track.
Cool. I like it. You're the first person in 24 years of doing road rallies that's ever said, I'm a thumbs up on it. I think we're going to have to start using that more often. Good work. All right. Well, thank you, guys. Let's move on. What's up next?
All right. Up next is number 228. This song's called The Wider View by Happy Ron.
Okay.
My life is ticking down. It's not what I would choose. I hear your saddened sound of all you think you'll lose. Before I leave this life, I have this wish for you. the hope that you will see the wider view. Only see the wider view, paint the way with me. Your canvas won't be quite so blue if you don't want it to be. The colors that we've known mean you won't paint alone if you choose to see the wider view. It's just a part of life. We're only here a while. We made the best of everything, the most of every mile. And all the joyous times you painted on my face, we made each other better with our grace. Only see the wider view and paint the way with me. Your canvas won't be quite so blue if you don't want it to be. The colors that we've known mean you won't paint alone if you choose to see the wider view.
I'm really curious. Matt, excuse me, Matt, you want to lead off on this one, please?
It's an interesting song. I like the lyric, the wider view. That was the highlight of it to me personally. The production, I think, was a little bit, it wasn't the best production overall. And I personally wasn't a huge fan of the vocal performance or the style of voice. So for me, this would not be something that I think is universal enough or usable enough for something that we would personally sign. But it could have its place for the right situation. Like I said, the lyric of the wider view is probably something that gives it something that there's some usability there. I think it's a very unique track that would have to have a unique home.
I agree with that. Bob, please.
Well, this is a first, Matt. This is where I differ a little bit. The thing that actually I liked was the vocal. The sound of this guy's voice was kind of unique. It reminded me of, I can't remember this artist. Oh, goodness, great. But I apologize. I can't remember this artist. But I liked his voice. I agree the production was, it might have been better without drums, actually, if it was just guitar and vocal, because it felt like he wanted to slow down a little bit here and there and kind of speed up a little bit here and there. And the drums kind of lock you into a tempo. And this one, I think, I would have wanted it to ebb and flow from a production standpoint a little bit more. But I like this guy's voice. I thought it was cool. It was unique.
Pedro?
Yeah, I think unique, and it would need a unique home. So for that,
yeah. It would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Bob.
Think of this guy.
Sorry, go ahead, Pedro.
No, I was going to say I agree with Bob in that there was something really heartwarming and genuine about his voice that resonated through the song. Yes, the production needs some work, but I think if the production, I say keep the vocal and create a remix around the vocal and done in a really nice way, I think it would be a great track. The sentiment is nice, and there's just something special and heartwarming about his vocal that I think could get some really nice placements.
I completely and utterly agree with you on heartwarming. To me, yeah, his voice wasn't perfect, but it did have a unique, intimate quality to it. There were times where he might have been slightly pitchy or something, but the whole thing just rolled up in like a warm hot dog bun. It is a nice little treat. And even though I'm technically not on the panel, so I shouldn't probably weigh in every time, but I really like the song. I recognize that the production wasn't like state of the art. I recognize that the vocal, I don't know, but the whole thing, it had heart and charm.
Yeah. Almost like Bob said, almost less would be more, I think, with this song. Where if you just took away some layers, let him sing, maybe him playing a guitar, or him playing a ukulele, or something along those lines, that it would be more intimate, and I think that uniqueness would shine through a lot better than just the production was just like kind of like, okay, it's there. There's regular sounding drums or regular sounding, and then to me it was like, But I think if you just took it and you stripped away and just had this guy's voice with just an intimate instrument, maybe that would really make a big difference for the track.
Was it lyrically about losing somebody like his wife?
It was sad.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like, somebody was in the hospital in hospice or something, in the right scene,
Right, sure.
But, it's we're all right in that it's cool, but it could take a very long time to get licensed because of its unique nature, but it's cool. So hats off.
Well, that's the hard part of this job.
Right.
I mean, I can't tell you how many times I have to turn away what I think is killer music, but I just don't have a place for it.
I've got to tell the story I tell every year because I'm sure there are new people in the audience. But Bob called me at home one night, I think, or maybe at the office, I don't know, and he said, "Can I get so-and-so's number, another music licensing executive's number?" And I said, "Sure, what for?" He goes, "I just heard something that's really good. It's just not right for my catalog, but knowing their clientele, I think it'd be right for theirs. I want to turn them on to it." And I thought that was just so menschy on your part, and that's the way the industry works. You're not going to sign it even though you loved it because you don't want to take this thing off the street and have it sit there on a shelf doing nothing. You want to see it, get exposed to the light of day. So you did the right thing.
Exactly.
Good job, Bob.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. He says as he dominates the conversation.
All right, next up is number 161, and this one's called All Right, and it's by Courtney J.
Yes, you're good enough. I just need you to believe me. It's been a bumpy ride. We've been through a couple twists and turns, but we will be alright. I'ma always be there by your side. So much on my mind, I don't have the time to think of all the things that we ain't doing right. We just need to say 3 words every day. Maybe then you'll see that everything's okay. It's not the petty arguments that always come up. It's not even the silent treatments when we've had enough. It's more about the love I feel when we make up, and all the reasons why I want this thing to work for us. If you're feeling down and you feel like walking out, baby, come and talk to me, and I promise we will figure it out. Even though it's tough, we gon' try to make it easy. And yes, you're good enough. I just need you to believe me. It's been a bumpy ride. We've been through a couple twists and turns, but we will be alright. I'ma always be there by your side.
Tell me what you want, if it hurts it's okay. Rather be in pain than to love you in the worst way. No, it's kinda strange that I don't ask for names, but I'd rather be in love. Focus on what's for us, and we don't have to fight. I want you by my side. Know you've been through some things, but baby that can change. I'ma make you mine. Right now I need some time. Wanna make it right, and you be my Mrs. Right. Yeah. Whoa, I've been through some things, but you it ain't the same. Same
Who wants to take it?
I'll jump in.
Okay.
No, I'll jump in. I thought the vocalists were fantastic, both the male and female. I mean, that girl can definitely sing. I mean, she did not. There was no fear in that, which was great. Again, though, you know, and I like the song. But again, the thing that was tough was the mix, and unfortunately, that would be the thing that would make it hard for me to try and move it through my clientele. And it was, you know, it was mixed choices that just too much top end on both vocalists. It just was too tinny to me. The warmth was gone. As far as, again, they put a delay on those vocals, and that delay was distracting. It was like, you know, let the singer carry it by themselves. You don't have to fill the space with a delay of the person saying the last line again. I mean, I mean that's a personal choice. That's just my
There was actually
2 cents.
a bit of chatter in the chat room about that delay too, so it wasn't only you that felt that. Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I really like the song. I thought it was very current. I think I agree. I definitely agree with Bob on the mix, and that was throwing me again. I thought the high end on the vocals was a little rough for me personally, and she has a really soulful voice, and I think if the song had just a little more warmth and a better mix, I think it just would have came across a little better overall. But I mean, all in all, they both had great voices, and the song was really well done. So to me, I think this is just more of a mixed situation than it is a song or a singing or performance.
Is that guitar on the wall, the hollow body next to your left shoulder? Is that an old K hollow body? Left shoulder. Yeah, that one.
No, it's actually a Gretsch hollow body that my dad got me as a gift.
Sweet, man.
Very nice.
It's very pretty.
Thank you.
All right, Pedro. Agree with these guys? Disagree?
Yeah, just looking at my points here and spot on with what the other guys said. One other thing that I wrote down is the lyrics about romantic love. Great, but really tough to place. The opportunities for romantic love lyrics don't come up too often.
Good to know.
At least for me.
All right, let's move on. What's next, please?
All right, next is number 193. This is called Ride the Wind by Kathy Kent.
They say you lose your dreams, you die. So I keep reaching for the sky. A leap of faith is all I need. And like that fearless eagle soaring over me, I can ride the wind, watch me sail away. I can live my dream, my heart leads the way. Feel that breeze on my skin. Yes, I can ride the wind. Though I've been told I'm wasting time, that never even crossed my mind. 'Cause when I set my spirit free, feels like a magic carpet floating under me. When I ride the wind, watch me sail away. I can live my dream, my heart leads the way. Feel that breeze on my skin. Yes,
Pedro's got the pen going, so I'm going to you first, buddy.
I didn't write a whole lot for this one, though.
He's drawing little pictures of me with a knife in my forehead.
Oh boy, no. Yeah, I'm kind of having a hard time with these earbuds, but to me it sounded like the vocal mix was off from the instrumentation somehow. So I don't know if that was just me. And the question that I had was, it sounded dated, but I don't know if it's an authentic recording from a certain era. And if that's the case, then it would probably be a good thing. But yeah, that's all that I had.
Yeah, her vocal reminded me of Carly Simon, both stylistically and tonally. There was a little Carly Simon timbre going on there.
Not a bad thing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, the first thing that caught my ear was live bass player playing a fretless bass. Kudos to you. I love that.
I
and
know.
in tune.
And why do you love that? Because what do you play?
Because, well, bass is my main instrument. But I mean, you know, the guy came right out of the gate with playing harmonics and sliding around, and it was fretless, and I was like, okay. And maybe that was what made it seem dated in some ways. I mean, there were, I could see that, Pedro. That isn't a thumbs down for me or for us. I get requests for everything under the, I mean, you know, Sade. Sade's not current. I still get requests for Sade. I get requests for Carly Simon. I get requests for, you know, Joni Mitchell, 70s, 80s. Anything is viable if it's good these days. That's been my view of the industry. I mean, on a given day, people want 70s music. They want 60s music. They want Cardi B. They want the currents. You know, thankfully, we have a clientele that likes a lot of different music. And but that being said, once again, for me, I would say do another pass on the vocal. I could tell that certain phrases, certain things weren't quite dialed in. So I would have said, you know, had I been producing or being in the room, I would have said, you know, hey, take another pass. You know, I think you got a better one in you. But I liked her singing. I liked the song. I liked, again, it was some mixed things, but I liked it.
All right, let's move on.
Next up is number 35. This is called Lovin' Heart That Works by Tomboy Noise featuring Claire Kelly.
You got away, way, way with words, oh baby. You got away, way, way with words. You got a la loving heart that works, oh honey. You got a la loving heart that works. See that sunny smile that sends them over to the brightest side of the moon. Happy, aimless soul in search of nowhere, but everywhere in this room. You got away, way, way with words, oh baby. You got away, way, way with words. You got a la loving heart that works, oh honey. You got a la loving heart that works. It's easy to see why they all adore you.
Man, if I were the ad agency for Grammarly, I would take the chorus of this song and shove it in there in a minute. Am I nuts?
Can I jump in first on this one?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it, Matt.
Can you put me down for this song, please? I absolutely loved it. I thought it had a lot of character. The voice was great. It just was sweet. It was snappy. It just was an all-around feel-good song, and I loved her warm vocal. I can see use for it absolutely in advertising and certainly in film and certain TV as well. I think it's a great track and would be something I'd be happy to work with and represent.
Awesome. Gentlemen, any other additional thoughts?
I agree, but then I'd be going after Matt and we'd be arm wrestling over the song.
Matt had that arm up, man.
I hit the buzzer. We got to get buzzers.
Yeah, we did. Michael, we need buzzers.
I know. Believe me, there is so much tech involved in putting on this event. You cannot imagine. I'm not adding any buzzers.
next road rally, usually everybody has to turn around in their seat and just
right, exactly. Boy, Matt catches on quick for the new guy, right?
Hey, listen, I'm a quick learner.
There you are. All right. Pedro, you want to arm wrestle or anything?
I'd love to arm wrestle. Yeah, great song. My toes were tapping, feel good, advertising all over, of course. And yeah, I'd love a copy of it if possible.
All right. Let's move on.
All right, next up is number 13. It's called My Home by Samuel Rosenberg.
I was so alone till the day I found you. Didn't have nowhere to go. I've been wandering alone so long without you. I never did have a home. But through all those years and all those faces and all those places that I roamed, there was nothing to make me happy till you came and made me whole. Yeah, I can tell by the trees and the birds and the bees and the sound of our happy family that I finally found my home. And there's finally a place that I don't want to leave as long as you're here next to me. Yeah, I finally found my home.
Wow. A surprise ending. Anyway, yay. Who hasn't gone first in a while? Pedro, I believe? Or maybe.
Yeah. It was full of surprises. When that piano first started with the reverb, I thought, okay, here we're going back again to one of those piano reverb things. And then the drums came in, and it was like, okay, that kind of fits the mix. But then the vocals came in and were way loud. And I thought, okay, well, this sounds more like maybe a demo take on this, which would be fine. But then you listen to the song, and it's a good lyric. I think the lyric would be great for a TV show. But the execution, I think the mix perhaps is all that needs to be adjusted by the time we got through it. And then there was that interesting bass that kicked in, and it was funny to watch Bob and how he grabbed his attention.
Boom. I saw that.
But then the bass was gone, and then it ended, and it was kind of, that's kind of a unique ending. So it was kind of a very interesting song. And so I think maybe bringing down the levels of that vocal, the performance of the lyrics as well, the vocal performances could be tightened up. But I think it might turn out to be a very interesting song with potential syncability for sure.
All right. Matt, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't feeling it at the very beginning, but then it grew on me. And I definitely like the lyric with the "Found My Home," and I actually I thought the vocals, even though they weren't synced up, I thought it was somewhat endearing, as if it was two people just sitting in the room singing.
Yep.
And that resonated with me. I think the mix could be adjusted slightly, but I don't think I would go too far, because I think you might take away from what's sweet about the song now. If you make this particular song too perfect, I think it might lose its endearing quality. That being said, I think there's room to improve on the mix a little bit, but I think I would keep it still as, kind of a loose, just very heartwarming and endearing song, which I think it has the core elements for now.
Yeah. As a retired studio rat, I used to look at everything with the one of the two lenses. One was song, and the other lens was production. The more I listen to what is landing in TV shows and movies that I'm seeing, I'm constantly, almost on a daily basis, surprised now that I hear stuff that sounds like demos, but like this song, the intimacy was captured. It was so captured that all that other stuff.
There was something about it. There was something to it.
Yeah, it's like that other stuff just doesn't matter.
It reminded me a bit of the Kimya Dawson sort of thing, just very simple. The thing I probably would have suggested is either it be the male or the female doing the main body of the verses, and then save the other person maybe for the chorus, so that then it just has somewhere to go. But it was full of surprises. You're right, Pedro. That bass came in. I was like, I did not expect that.
You literally did a head whip.
I was like, whoa! But it was cool. It was a fine choice. I think I maybe would have suggested not both of them from top to bottom singing together. I would have let that be a particular moment in time, like at a chorus or something. And it sounded like at the end, they just leaned over to the tape recorder and turned it off. That was my perception, which I kind of like.
It added to the uniqueness of it. It was all, it was unto itself.
Speaking of unique, just to backtrack, I thought of who that artist was. I was trying to figure out that guy's voice that I was going, I like this guy's voice. Burl Ives.
Oh my gosh. There are only two of us in the room. Do you guys know who Burl Ives is? You're probably not old enough. Yeah. Wow. Very good, man.
Oh, yeah. The voice of Burl Ives.
Yeah. Wow. Very impressive.
Very unique sound. But yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get cracking here. Next one, please.
Next up is number 285. This is Find You Dancing by Debbie Ward.
Debbie Ward.
Once upon a time I sat quiet, watching all the noise around me. Once upon a time I lay dreaming, there was more than my eyes could see. Then all at once a voice was calling, oh how I knew and now I believe that there is someone, something out there. Is this my quest waiting for me? Will I find you dancing under the moonlight and shining sea? When I find you dancing, a miracle will come to me. Oh, a miracle will come to me. Violent is the force we are facing, stirring up our fears, we're frightened. I will make this task worth embracing with the strength that is in my heart. So here I am, answered my calling. Oh, how I knew and still I believe that I must seize it, grasp the moment, do what is right, strive to achieve.
Was that an original song? I mean, the song itself is so good. It sounds like, it would have to be a cover, but I've never heard it before. Have any of you guys heard it?
No, I had never heard it before. It needs to be in a Disney movie, or it needs to be on Broadway.
Yeah.
Not that we have Broadway anymore. But,
what?
Yeah, and
fabulous. Well, really well done.
Out of Frozen.
And the melody was not an easy one to sing, and she nailed it. She did. I mean, that was not easy. So
everything about that was like perfectly done. Pedro, what were you saying?
Yeah, I thought it was fabulous. To me, it sounded like, I think it's Elsa, the character in Frozen. So I'm picturing that right out of Frozen 3. Like, put it in the next one.
Debbie Ward, are you watching this? Are you in the chat room?
She is.
Can you let us know if that's an original?
She said it was.
Wow, it is. It's an original song with that level of vocal and that level of production. Yeah. I don't. Are you guys stumped as to what to do? The people are going, send it to Disney, send it to Disney. But when Disney makes a movie, they don't. Yeah. Say it,
That
Matt.
becomes, I think, that's the only downside, I think, to something like that. It's such a beautiful piece, but typically something like that would be commissioned. And written by the songwriters or the composer and the songwriter. So that's an odd one for somebody. Like, that would be the kind of song that if it came across my desk, I would try to find it the right home, or turn on that artist to somebody that could further that situation. Like, that wouldn't be something, that's the kind of thing where Bob said earlier, I would personally have to pass on it because it would not resonate with the people we do business with, but I would certainly try to find it. I would call up whoever I could call up that I'm friends with and colleagues, and try to find a home for that person, even if not that song, just to help that artist.
I agree. You know,
It's
actually,
a tough one, I think.
You know, what might be an interesting avenue for that would be to contact one of the composers that are doing those films, and sending it to the composer, because the composer's going to hear.
Yeah,
exactly.
Alan Menken or somebody.
Someone along those lines, and they're going to hear what's going on, and they're going to go, I can work with this person, and wow, this is an original song. Boom.
I used to know a guy at Disney that was, in position for me to send him stuff like this, because he worked on the original stuff for the Disney animation movies. But you're right, they always go to, like Elton John or Alan Menken or somebody, they want to attach a big name brand. But I can't imagine they wouldn't be impressed. I mean, there was nothing wrong with that, everything right with it. Anyway.
So it's one of those situations where they would want to create something original, something that hasn't been heard before. So if it was a case where, I forget the name of the composer, but if they could guarantee some way that, this hasn't been heard by a single soul, and you guys can use it on the next film, but that's really hard to convince for such blockbuster movies as Disney. So they'd want something brand new created by, especially somebody like Elton John or one of those famous composers.
Wow, I'm blown away.
That was great.
I wish I could say, Debbie, let me make a call for you, but the guy I knew is gone. If I think of anybody, I'll let you know.
Right,
all
my wheels are turning, Debbie.
All right, Bria, what's next?
But let's not forget, sorry, before we go, let's not forget the vocal also. So maybe the song can't make it, but perhaps if somehow she can get a hold of the people that would be involved in those movies to use her as a vocalist on another song, or potentially bring her in as a co-writer on a new song.
Yeah, if Idina Menzel gets run over by a bus, Debbie Ward's in like that, man. Okay, next please.
All right, next up is number 393. This is Dream Girl by BBM Young Diesel.
Okay. Try and say that 3 times fast.
It's for you. Yeah, you. Don't front. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I don't want nobody else. I just wanna be with you. Every time I see myself beside you, and I don't want nobody else. Every day I'm loving you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I don't want nobody else. I just wanna be with you. Every time I see myself beside you, and I don't want nobody else. Every day I'm loving you. Girl, I'ma take my time on you. Slow grind on you, whine on you, make that pussy cry on you, girl. And what he won't do, girl, I bet that I do, girl. Always wanna see you smile, never wanna see you frown. You don't wanna leave now, ever since I've been around. Feelings with your face down, daddy had to knock it down. Beat for a minute, you gripping the linen. My time the only thing prepping your body, so constantly, slowly imagine me licking. I'm nasty, huh? But you so classy, huh? But when I'm going deep, girl, you don't try to run. The way you bustin', huh? Like a water gun. But I cannot stop it, got me standing like a rocket. Girl, your shit the bomb. Put away your cell phone, girl. She love making me videos, yeah. They just for my eyes only though. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I don't want nobody else. I just wanna be with you. Every time I see myself beside you, and I don't want nobody else. Every day I'm loving you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I don't want nobody else. I just wanna be with you. Every time I see myself beside you, and I don't want nobody else. Every day I'm loving you. Ever had that girl that you really work for and you never wanna leave? Make sure that she say, make sure that she hate, make sure that she where she wanna be. She make you smile when you looking at her sleep. Cuddle with you like a pillow on her knee. Beneficial when she sucking you to sleep. I lay her on the back whenever I wanna eat. So I put the panties to the side. Got her eyes rolling when I'm going up inside. Emotions coming climax to the rise.
Did I miss a profane lyric? People are going kind of nuts in the chat room. A lot of like X-rated apparently.
There was a few.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed.
I'm sorry
What
if that
did you sign me
offend.
up for here?
Yeah, I don't. We don't listen to 400 songs before we pick them randomly at the road rally to know if the lyrics are profane. Sorry, guys. Anyway, any thoughts from anybody? Anybody need a rap song with or hip hop with hip hop R&B? I guess with some choice lyrics. Yeah, that.
Yeah, well, so I absolutely get requests for explicit hip hop, Yeah. And I get requests for clean hip hop. So both are viable. That's not the issue. For me, this particular song, the gentleman could sing, no doubt, but it was, to me, again, a production thing. That auto-tune was unnecessary. I just thought it was distracting. It's I think it's kind of fading away a bit. That's my perspective. I also would have encouraged him on the chorus to have broken that melody up a little bit. It was, it didn't ebb and flow. It didn't kind of take you on a journey. And because the lyrics were so explicit, it just was kind of like, okay, I get it. I know what you want, and that's okay. It needed to develop more, in my estimation. Again, the production needed more to be competitive. I mean, because there's so much amazing hip hop out there that to be competitive with at least the shows I'm dealing with, it's the game's going to have to get stepped up a bit.
Okay. I also want to remind everybody who's watching right now that don't forget at 6 o'clock the Music Pro Cafe Showcase at the Taxi Road Rally will take place, but you've got to go back to the email that we sent you this morning. There's Bria's going to put the link in the chat room as well. It's a different link than this. This is all Taxi all day long. The showcases, they're handling all the tech on that, so we had to use a different link. So anyway, all right, Bria's going to type that link in a second we'll play another song.
I can cue it up.
Shit, look at Bria is like multitasking over there.
I'm doing my best. All right, next up is number 361. This is Backwards So by Kimberly Townsend.
I am finding myself in the movie star defeat, in the way you move your feet, in the pieces in between the rows of misendeavors. I melt backwards so when the ink forgets the paper, when I codify a savior, when I scuff up my obscurities, scoffed and gone, rendered unable to breathe. The statue, she tells me, you are younger than you think, so go to sleep, please. Tonight I succumbed to my ego, overwhelmed by plastic sins. I smacked of reinvention.
Pedro's, I can't tell if Pedro's doodling or he's writing me love letters. What's going on over there, Pedro? Wow, look at that.
Wow.
Pedro, you and Keith LeBranch should be roommates, man. The two of you guys are so organized.
Not really, but this helped me remember.
Yeah.
So the first thing was the pick noise on the guitar. That really, it just made me think of that, which anything that's distracting is not a good thing. I thought at first the vocal was a little too loud in relation to the guitar, but then I figured out that they kept it at the same level so that when the song developed, the vocal was actually at a good level with the rest of the instrumentation. So maybe work on controlling the vocal in the beginning and then bringing it up so that it always complements the level.
Right.
Just an idea.
That's
maybe
a mixer,
it wouldn't be
mixer's dilemma. You know, I ran into that 100 times back in the day. Anyway, sorry, don't mean to throw you off your game there, but just want everybody to know I was an awesome engineer.
But yeah, really nice development for what I heard. Enjoyed the vocalist's tone and yeah, I think it had a lot of potential from what I heard.
Matt or Bob?
I thought her voice was fantastic. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
No, go on, Bob. No, go, please.
I thought her voice was fantastic. You know, I got to be honest. Maybe one of you guys can answer. I'm unsure what the song was about.
That was on my list. I agree. I really liked her voice. I thought the lyrics were a little cryptic. I just wasn't clear about where the song was going. So for me, that would have been something I would have to think it twice about. You know, and it's just a lyrical choice and it's a creative decision, but just from the listener, it was hard to understand exactly where the song was going. I couldn't really get the story.
Same. I didn't understand the lyrics from here, and that's where maybe, you know, when we're actually screening music for our libraries, we can have a look at the lyrics and be able to understand a little bit better. But I agree with Bob and Matt. I didn't really understand what the song was about.
I actually thought about posting lyrics for people to see when we do these panels, but there was a limit to the amount of tech we could do.
That would be like setting up the buzzers.
Right.
I think this was the first song I heard the word codify used.
I agree. I caught that too. I was going to give some sort of award for that, like best use of the word codify, Grammy.
Yeah, I mean, which is fantastic, and it can be the sign of great songwriting, but it also, in the film and TV world, we're asked to send a song that helps support a particular scene, and if you can't quite put your finger on what is going on lyrically, it doesn't help, and it makes our job.
It makes it hard. It makes it harder. Yeah.
All right, let's move on because we've only got 10 minutes left. We can probably get a couple more done.
Oh wow!
I know time flies when you're having fun, huh?
All right, next up is. Oh, sorry. All right, next up is number 43. This is called "Man in Waiting" by Buffalo Bob.
All right, "Man in Waiting."
I like the name.
Well, yeah, we're off to a good start.
They called us crazy, protesting principles we didn't like, other laws that seem so hazy. Sometimes being yourself when it doesn't work out right. Doesn't matter who you are, everybody's so uptight. I know in the end, my ideas, they'll prove right. And I'm just a man in waiting. When we went off to war, we were so damn sure that we were right.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Interesting.
Bidding war.
Wow. Well, at first, the first thing, similar artist that popped into my head was, and they're probably going to hate this, was Meatloaf. But then as it went on, I went, well, wait, it's kind of a cross between that and like Springsteen or something.
Yeah.
But it didn't have the Springsteen sound, so it would never, from a band production thing, so it would never be able to kind of, it was interesting. And right when you guys faded the song, he was going off to war lyrically. Well, I would have been curious to hear where he was going with that. Interesting song.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Bob on that one. It's a tough one because you don't exactly know where it falls. Is it Bruce Springsteen? Is it Meatloaf? Is it almost like Mighty Bosstones? Mighty Bosstones? Like, had great energy and a very cool vibe. I mean, the production was a little bit dated, but I think that's part of the style of the song. So, I mean, overall, a cool track, for the right place.
Yeah, he's got his own unique vibe, great energy. Any song that starts with energy like that, great guitar riffs. I'm hooked right from the get-go. And then he had a very interesting vocal character to him. What's his name again?
Buffalo Bob.
Buffalo
Love
Bob.
the name.
Yeah, even the name works. Yeah.
I love
so
the name.
So it's his own unique thing. So it's great.
This exemplifies a problem that I think that maybe most musicians who are desirous of getting their music synced don't see this side of the industry. This is a great example of cool song. Sooner or later, this could be used somewhere, but it could be a year, 5 years, 10 years. Somebody might be making a movie and never reach out to the right place that had this in their catalog. And I know you guys wouldn't want to sign something and take it off the street, kill that possibility just because you like it. So
this is one, and I've done this a few times, where I've actually said to the artist, hey, listen, I happen to like the song, but I'm going to be transparent with you and say, like you just said, like this could be 1 year, this could be 3 years, this may never get it through our outlet, but and I'll give the option to you. You can let us give it a shot, or you can take it elsewhere. And then that's how I usually discuss a situation like this with the artist. And just be honest.
I would do the same. I would do the same.
Any one of us could go knocking on doors all over the industry, and people would say, "Oh, thanks for playing that. It's really cool. I don't need it for anything, but it's really cool."
Right.
And then someday somebody makes a movie about a veteran of the war in Afghanistan, or something, and it's perfect for that because it's kind of
just the right grit, just the right energy, and then exactly, and it's you hate to discount anything when you know there's something solid about it, but in the industry, like you said, I just prefer to be honest with the artist and then let them make the decision at that point.
All of us who are on this side of the camera today, Buffalo Bob, hope that you come back to us 5 years from now and say, man, were you guys wrong? I got this thing synced in a major Hollywood blockbuster. Suck it, dudes.
That'd be awesome. I'll wear the Buffalo Bob t-shirt.
There you go. Yeah, I want the t-shirt.
I want the t-shirt too.
All right, next please. We got time for one more.
All right, next up is number 203. This is Let Me Be by Rachel Lee Walsh.
Okay.
You took me through a hurricane. I'm not gonna forget its name. It went and blew my house right down, right from under me. Well, you keep throwing these hard times at me. I keep walking, but I just can't see. Well, I'm tired of the darkness, so you've got to let me be. Well, oh, hear me now when it's rough for me. Don't you hear my shouts, my crying and my pleas? While I was working hard each day, you went and stole my job away. I watched my city drown, drown, drown right in front of me. Well, you keep throwing these hard times at me. I keep on walking, but I just can't see. Well, I'm tired of the darkness, so you've got to let me leave. Well, I'm not asking these in life, but one less heartache would sure be nice. I got my family, I got my wife, and all the best things that are free in life. But I got no time for your misery. It ain't of no use to me.
Round the horn, guys. Let's start with you, Bob.
Well, musically, the verses, musically, I loved. It reminded me of Tom Waits. It reminded me of that, what was it, Bone Machine, just, acoustic bass, raw drums. I kept thinking, God, would it have been better with a male vocal? And I can't help but keep having heard it that way. And then
I've got to hurry us along because I've got a minute and a half before we hand off to another coast.
I'm going to jump.
Okay, sorry, Bob. Pedro, quick weigh in on that.
Cool vibe. The vocal was a bit pitchy at first, but kind of grew on me. But yeah, cool vibe. The chorus kind of threw me off stylistically a bit, but then I kind of got it after. But yeah, really liked the vibe of the verse.
All right, Matt.
Yeah, I kind of dug the song. I really liked her voice. I actually kind of liked the loose recording. I agree with Pedro. The verses had a very much Fever. That song Fever, you give me fever,
right.
Which I thought was very cool. And then it kind of threw me just a hair in the chorus because then it almost went to like a more rootsy Americana kind of thing. But the kind of song that I would dig that track. I think overall it was a pretty cool gem. I liked it.
Awesome, guys. Thank you. I always enjoy hanging out with you, Matt. Great to finally meet you after all these years.
Yeah, this was great.
Well, if you call this meeting, I guess, in the new context. Thank you so much for your time, for your input, and for giving a damn about our members. I really appreciate it. With that, I'm going to say goodbye to Bob Mair, Matt DeLuca, and Pedro Costa. Thank you very much, guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys. Nice meeting you, Matt.